conspiracy, if you believe what Bill Gates said during the 1990s when he coined the phrase, content is king, I may one day become king because I have more content online than any person in global history. We have accounts on YouTube, Twitch, X, Rumble. We have them additionally. Hold on, I'm gonna read them all to you right now. This is fucking amazing. Right now, people, if anything, you're gonna learn about more social media than you've ever learned in the next minute. Because I'm gonna name some shit you've never heard of unless you're from Asia or you're in somewhere remote. Here we go, baby. Dun, 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 dun. We have Gmail, Twitch, we have YouTube, we have Twitter, we're live on Telegram, both channels and these things, whatever these accounts are, on which you're hearing me, but meaning I'm live on 8 or 10 different channels as well, which is incredible. We're live on Kick, Instagram, Vaughn.live, DLive, YouNow, Breakers.tv, Trovo, a secondary YouTube channel, Telegram, the Telegram chat, Caffeine, Africa.tv. If you're like, what the fuck is that? That is a South Korean YouTube. And people have told me it's huge there. And I'm getting bigger in South Korea every day. We have Vault. We have Odyssey, which used to be Library. FC2 Live, which is like a Chinese YouTube. Nemo TV. Arena.tv, that's a gaming one. Billy, which is like Chinese YouTube. Nico, Conduit, Picardo, Senko. If anybody watched the party from East Denver, that was on a Senko stream, and I met the guy digitally from that stream, and he allows me to stream on there. We have No Live. We have Lazinger. We have Loco.tv. We have a Telegram channel, another Telegram channel, and then another set of Telegram channels, and then an ePlay. And if you're like, Rabbi, what about OnlyFans? They won't accept me. And the reason why they won't accept me, it could be for like 1,000 reasons, but I don't think they accept my social media. It's not their thing. Anyway, that is more social media, I'm sure, than most of you knew existed. But all of those are streaming platforms. What's the ticker? How you doing, baby? What's new? Yo, dog. James Kaminsky. James Kaminsky. James Kaminsky. James Kaminsky. Yo, dog. Captain Howdy. How you living, baby? All right. I'm kicking ass, taking names. Damn well near perfect. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in the hood? Hell yeah. What's your dog's name? Shout out to Sunny. Is it Sunny or Sunni? Or Sonny. Yeah, definitely. I don't know why I wasn't thinking that as well. Very cool. Shout out to Sunny. Shout out to Sunny's Bone. We have Smile who joined us. I'm glad Smile's here. Honestly, no one knows except you all how much I love Smile being here. Smile, welcome. x.com/x9smile. Welcome. I want to thank Jacob for being here, and Bongraker, and Bebop, and Cooley, and Two Hats, and Steven, and Kev, and ZK, and JK, and Osiris. Holy, the person with the O with the like a zero, get paid more. James Kaminsky, what's the ticker? Captain Howdy's here. Motherfucker, Captain Howdy's here. I can't believe it. All right, phenomenal news. James Kaminsky. I think everybody, if you have access to Twitter, you should all go to @JimmyTheMan1, and you should follow him. He's amazing. And if you don't follow him, he's not gonna take it personally. It's fine. Be like, whatever, no biggie. Ryu, get your ass up here, dog. We want to hear from you. Everybody's been talking about Ryu, and finally Ryu's ass walks in the door. Ryu, come on up. Let's talk. What's good, baby? Ryu, come on. Let's hear you. Let's hear from you. Ryu and I go way back to like 8 seconds ago when they came into this room. Ryu, there's this thing called communication. I speak to you and you respond. Should you wish. If you don't, just feel free to stay back there. Bongbreaker, how are you? No fucking way. I don't believe it. We have Jacob Fast in here. And Ryu. And Pons in there. Dog. And Jay. And Smile? No fucking way. And then I cannot believe it. I absolutely cannot believe it. All right, guys, if you weren't aware, I stream my life all the time. You can always come in here. Please, someone vouch for me. This is my life. You can literally come in here and talk to me whenever the fuck you want. Thank you. I appreciate it. James, you're the man. I don't pay him to say that, but boy, it would not be bad for me too if I could. Welcome, everyone. We're glad that you're here. You should all know that we have new members of our community, and we're happy that you're here. We want you to know we really are the best community in crypto, and I'm sure there's like a Pinterest community that's really tight of like next door neighbor moms, and we can maybe not get that tight, but we're as tight as you get when it comes to Twitter and cryptocurrency and Telegram. We are as close to friends and family as you can be, whether it's in the digital life or we come out and meet each other in the real world. I've met people in the real world who have this coin. Other people have as well. We're real people. You can watch us whenever you want. We have people from all over the world. I don't mean to I'm not going to dox anyone, but we have people from Australia in this room, and Germany in this room, and South America from this room, Brazil from this room. Specifically, we have people from Switzerland in this room, people from Russia in this room, a lot of people from Russia and Ukraine in this room. And we want you to know that we want world peace, and we want everybody on Earth to get along. This coin helps people in the developing world, if you weren't aware, through the sponsoring of jerseys for soccer teams, which is very important, and also the digging of wells for clean water. So when you help this coin, when you buy this coin, know that you're helping the developing world. And we love them. I mean, we love the people with whom we've met there. We just love them. I mean, I talk to people, they're our friends. I talked with their family today. I talked with their mother today. I mean, I can tell you that the people who we have met are life-changing individuals. So if you're like, wow, this seems like a really cool coin. It's not just a cool coin. It's the best coin ever. Look at this. Look at Mr. Johns Hopkins here. Look at this. We have Sonic. So if I understand correctly, not everyone knows this. The joke of this coin was that this was a backpack in a store, in a New York store in China, a Chinatown shop in New York City, when they have all of the like merchandise of from foreign countries, and when they kind of take a bunch of things from United States or perhaps more Western things and put them together, because obviously not all of this is the United States, but then to sell in the United States, and people from the United States or just the Western market look at it and it looks almost goofy. And this one in particular took the cake because it was so many different things. It was Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10, Inu, and they ran with it from there. Do I understand this correctly? This is the origin of the entire meme, and then that was on 4chan or something? It was a backpack. Exactly. It was a backpack that was seen in a store in Chinatown, New York City. I've heard this several times, though. It was a what? Oh, it was in Holland. Oh, okay. Okay, well, there you go. Okay, very well. The city could have certainly changed. They are not certainly changed. The person who has relayed that information to me could have had it completely wrong. Do you know though? Was it like in a Chinese store or like someplace in Chinatown in Amsterdam? Yeah, it was one of those like bootleg markets. Exactly, and so that's hilarious. So how hilarious is that? Okay, so there's a name for this. What is it called? So if you're not familiar, we use ChatGPT all the time. Like, look at how many fucking devices I have right now. These are all iPhones and tablets. Whatever the fuck you need, I've got. All right, so we're gonna go to ChatGPT right now because there's a name for this, and I could Google it, but since I have ChatGPT, I like having the exact fucking name. If you don't use ChatGPT, where the fuck have you been since it's been launched November 30th, 2022? Because not only have we been using it since then, when I say we, the royal we have been watching, we've been recording ourselves doing it. So we've been able to watch ourselves very much like Skynet. All right, here we go. What is the term for when a foreign market confuses pop culture or characters in another language, comma, a common example of this happens in Chinese stores with Western iconography and symbols? Question mark. I also want to say writing as well. There's a name for it, and that name is called English, which describes the phenomenon of improper English usage, particularly in Asian countries, often resulting in humorous or confusing outcomes. This can include mistranslations, misspellings, or misunderstandings of Western pop culture symbols or characters, which is perfect. Okay, so that's where I remember reading this. So I have two favorite websites. I think Wikipedia is number one, and the Wayback Machine is number two. But boy, ChatGPT is really coming in hard at three. So now we want the Wikipedia page for English. If you want to know, I'm like the one motherfucker who gives Wikipedia a monthly donation when I can afford to do it. And you should all as well. And the reason why I say that, I have heard on the DL that one day, and you heard it here first, Wikipedia will not always be free. It will be paid only. So the world repository of information will be divided between the haves and the have-nots. And those who had given early in the lifespan of Wikipedia would be essentially grandfathered in and could have access to that information, and their families could have access to it, when other people would either have to pay for that access or perhaps would never have that access in the future ever. I know that's kind of a freaky future, but that's where we're going. If you weren't aware, the powers that be, of course, have 1984 as a future, but there's a 1985. If you weren't aware, there's a book, 1985, by the same author as the person who wrote A Clockwork Orange. This was a book that very few people know about, but it was written in the late 1970s. It's by Anthony Burgess. Anthony Burgess, if you're not familiar, wrote Clockwork Orange in 1962, and this book, 1985, was published in 1978. It was inspired and was intended as a tribute to George Orwell's novel, 1984. It was adapted as a radio, but a lot of people have never heard of this book. Of course, we've heard of Orwell's 1984, but we don't know that there's a 1985, and it's a utopian future. It's not as scary as 1984, and I suggest that you all, or highly recommend that you all take a look at it, because I think you're on that path. Through cryptocurrency, you'll be able to diversify yourself generationally. Generational wealth is available to you. This is very exciting to you, and I'm telling you, you're in the best community that you could find. We are the most consistent. We are funny. We are kind people. We allow you to say basically whatever you want or do whatever you want. And we embrace people of all kinds. I can't name, well, I can. We could always use more of everyone. But for a cryptocurrency, which sides pretty masculine in its currently, we have a lot of diversity, and we're looking for more diversity every single day. We want more people who are members of this community. If you can't afford the coin, just come for the fun. We have people who do that, who just see me on YouTube. There are people in this chat right now who have seen me on YouTube. We've brought them in, and they've become our friends, and they spend the night here, and they are, really not invested in cryptocurrency and have no desire really at this point to be in it. They just are here for the community. On the other hand, we have people who don't care about the VC at all, which is totally fine too. They just care about the chat, or they just care about making money. And that's great, because at the end of the day, that's what we're going to do for you. We're going to make sure that you all get to make a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean a lot of money. When I say that I think that we could make ticker Bitcoin the world's global reserve currency, I mean it. And here's why. We have more data on this coin than any coin in global history. What does that mean? As I just said, if you haven't heard, The Economist states that data is Earth's most valuable resource. Hence, our coin has the most valuable resource associated with it. Basically, because of the amount of data that we upload regularly all the time, over the course of the time, we are mentioned more than old traditional Bitcoin. Old traditional Bitcoin is highlighted on your major news networks, but it's not highlighted as often as a constant stream as we have on 300 different accounts on 33 different platforms, which is incredible. So know that makes our coin very, very valuable. On top of that, we have just really wonderful people, kind individuals who are here for you. That is really the gist of what we got going on here. I know most of you are here for the first time, but we have a lot of familiar faces. I am now going to go down to the audience and start bringing people up and interviewing them should they wish. PBK, how you doing, baby? Welcome. PBK, how are you? That's all right if you don't want to talk. MSB, how are you doing, baby? What's new? MSB, are you talking to PBK behind closed doors about how much you love initialisms? All right, we have Wanamain. Wanamain, how are you? Wanamain, we love that you're here. Isotropic, how are you? That's cool, Isotropic. James Kaminsky, what's new, baby?
I'm just hanging out, man.
I think we all are.
Yeah, like a series of events.
I see this as a complete positive. We have a lot more people who are now knowledgeable of our coin, and I also think that it's great that we have new people here who want to participate in the community. That's phenomenal. So if you're not familiar, you can literally come in here whenever you want, and there's always a VC going, which is really cool. People have described this as the eternal flame of cryptocurrency, and I think that is an apt description, meaning you can always come here, and I think that's a really cool thing that we offer. If you're having a good day, that's great. We want to hear about it. If you're having a bad day and you need to speak with someone, we're here. Now, I understand this is all public, but I wouldn't speak to you any differently if it weren't. This is how I live my life, and I share it with the world, and I give you the opportunity to be able to delve into it however you like, on whatever platform you like. We appreciate you being here. It's an exciting time to be a part of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. If you weren't aware, it's the best coin on earth. We have some really wonderful people in all corners of the world, and I can just tell you how amazing it is and empowering it is that every single day people from every continent that is habitable People come into this VC, they say hello. We have people who are just exceptionally generous. I've seen people and I've been helped by people who, out of the goodness of their heart, for one reason or another, helped me with an action or felt that, I mean, honestly, you should know I'm not paid to do this. I met this community. If you want to know, Rabbi, how did you meet this community? Do they pay you to do this? No, I'm not paid to do this. Uh, the only time I've ever, the only connection that I have to the coin is some merchandise that the people were kind enough to give me, and a very small amount of the coin that was given to me within the last month. Aside from that, I don't, I don't like, and when I say a very small amount, I mean like, I don't know, like $10 or something, like 10 American dollars, not a lot. So what keeps me here? The community, the people here are wonderful individuals. On top of that, of top of just being, amazing people, the diversity that we have here. We have, again, people who have become our friends. And I'll say particularly in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, but not just Nigeria, other countries in Africa as well, and of course other places on Earth. But if you were to say, does Bitcoin, ticker Bitcoin, lean in any one direction towards any country? We do. It's Nigeria. And if you're not familiar with Nigeria, many of our friends live in and around Lagos, the largest city there, and you will see how they live, and they don't always have clean water, and we want to help them, and we do what we can to help them. And that's a really special thing about this coin. Not all coins do that, and actually very few do. This is not a rug. We are here for the long haul, and the only way that I can prove that to you is just to say we've literally been here the entire time, and we have no plans on leaving. We love being here. We love sharing our lives with you. All of us do. I'm not the only person. We have people in here who at a time within the communities with everyone here. So it's just a really beautiful community that we have. We have Twitter Spaces. Go ahead. I'm kicking ass, taking names. Fine. How are you, baby? Look, I think so, but no one here confirmed that one. I think, hold on. I think someone within the community launched the token on Base, but it wasn't officially launched by the community. Do I understand this correctly? Who launched it? Oh, it's the Dave Matthews Band song? Perhaps. Oh, dude, it definitely is. Trippin' Billy's. Trippin' Billy's. And if you're like, Rabbi, why don't you just type it in? Because this is faster, baby. This is Trippin' Billy's by the Dave Matthews Band, also known as Dave for insiders. If this shows a fucking video beforehand, you know how it is, kids. Anyway, here we go. This is Trippin' Billy's. It's a sweet song. If you've never seen Dave in concert, you are missing out. Oh, sorry. What's going on, baby? Oh, yeah, Chicago, Illinois, St. Patrick's Day. Hold on. I could be wrong, but I think I was in Chicago that day. I know I was there on St. Patrick's Day. I think it was that year, though. Might have been the next year, though. So if you're not familiar with what happened, the Dave Matthews Band tour bus was driving over the Chicago River on a bridge, and this I thought used to have an incident on Wikipedia, but you know how that goes. Yes, it does. Dave Matthews Band Chicago River incident. Oh no, it was not St. Patrick's Day. Apologies. No, it was not. I I was there. I think that uh, very very close around there. But no, this actually took place later that year. A tour bus belonging to Dave Matthews Band dumped an estimated 800 pounds of human waste from the bus's Blackwater tank through the Kinsey Street Bridge in Chicago onto an open-top passenger sightseeing boat sailing in the Chicago River below. As part of the 2005 settlement, the band agreed to pay $200,000 to environmental protection and other projects. The band also donated $100,000 to two groups that protect the river and the surrounding area. The band's bus driver, Stephen Wool, pleaded guilty to dumping the waste in April 2005. So, that is the Dave Matthews Band Chicago River incident that you were referencing, is it not, James? Excellent. So, oh really? Dog. They have like 20 just fucking kids. Like they have kids. Their songs can just go on. Here, I'm gonna show you. If you're wondering, like literally any song, not any song, but any popular song, I have sung on social media over the course of the past 3 years, if it's still posted. So I can go to my social media, which is just anything on Rabbi Rothschild. I'm gonna share my screen with you, just because I'm a pimp. And if you're like, Rabbi, are you really that much of a pimp that you're gonna just share your screen with us? Oh, fuck yeah, baby. All right, it's gonna take me a second though, but you should know I'm one of the absolute best people at blowing time in the history of mankind. What you should be seeing, pardon me? Yeah, actually, I was just playing musical instruments on YouTube. Where I just uploaded video of myself. You want to see me play the harmonica while driving 60 miles an hour? Okay, let me pull that shit up. Now, if you're like, yeah, but you look completely different in these. This was 3 years ago, and I'm playing a character. I want to say I'm playing a character. You'll see, I'm dressed a lot differently, and like, what do I mean? Like, I'm in like a vest, and like, I'm a lot thinner. And if you're like, what the hell happened? When you start doing this all day, every day, 24/7, you end up living pretty minimalistically. All right, we're looking for. I don't even know. I just uploaded it today. Let's see here. Oh my gosh. We'll just look it up. Boom. Look at this. I whooped Lord Jacob Rothschild's ass. I whooped this Rabbi Jacob Rothschild's ass because I am above all of them. All right. Now, we're looking for search filters. And like, you're going to be like, holy shit, Reddit, what the fuck is this? Honestly, I was doing my best to be as funny as possible, but when you only see it in like clips, it's just out of context. But it is funny, and I am singing a lot in it. All right, so I'm looking for today because I just uploaded it today. Even though it's very old footage, it hasn't been on the internet before. And world exclusive, you're right. All right. And here's the other thing. I don't know if we're going to be able to watch it on this device because it has copyrighted music, but I can watch it on a different device, so no big deal there. All right. I keep looking this up. These fucking filters are getting to me. Search filters today. Today, Junior. All right, last hour today. Good. Search filters. All right, here, that's one of them. Look at this body, kids. Screen broadcasting. Hey, it said it stopped broadcasting. Attempted to start an invalid. That's okay. We'll get it back. No need to worry, babies. No need to worry. I think I just was too hot for it. Hot damn. Call the police and the firemen. All right. So in 3, 2, 1. You should be seeing my screen. And if you're not, well, that's a you issue, baby. All right. I don't know if you can hear it. Shit. I'm sure you can't hear me. Dog, I'm driving in a car. Oh, here we go. Let's see if you can hear it. This is Bob Seger. Shit. Well, wait, you can watch it like this. Can you see it? Am I playing a harmonica? It sounds like it. Now I'm driving on a freeway at the same time, so, this is super dangerous. But when people are like, do you ever go outside? Dog, I do more in a day outside than people do in a whole fucking year. Yes. Boy, rabbis were meant for the city. Let me put it that way. I like Wi-Fi or cell coverage. I hate not knowing the answer to something and having to wait to look it up. I hate that. Oh, dude, yeah, we gotta explain that. What is it? It's ridiculous. Okay, so I have a kippa. That's a. Yeah, but on top of that, I've got these clips. Like women wear them, and they're like hair clips. But if you don't have clips on the underside of your yarmulke, like most Jews don't, most Orthodox Jews don't, they'll use little hairpins. And so I just went all out with these like really big ones that look like little like mouths. And so I put them all over my hair. Then on top of that, I had this chocolate bar that I found, or that like I saw in the store, but it wasn't kosher or something, and so I didn't eat it, but I bought it because its name was Big Hunk. And so I put that in my hair. Like I put all kinds of shit in my hair. I have like a huge hat on, and this is just in one video. Like I used to wear an outfit every fucking day, a different color suit every fucking day. And then it just became crazy. Meaning like my outfits just became crazy, you know. No. I would wear a suit and tie every single day at work. But before streaming, I dress nicer when I'm not on camera than when I do when I am on camera, which is strange, but true. I know you're probably like, dog, you suck at playing harmonica. This is literally the first day I think I got the harmonica. So you're literally seeing me. There were a couple instruments that I literally have my entire life with them. So you can literally go back and watch me. The first time I ever play a guitar and buy a guitar is all on camera. The first time it was at a guitar center in Costa Mesa, California, and I made the sickest fucking video. I made like the sickest fucking video. One of my favorite ones. Literally, I think I could win an Oscar for this video. It was so cool. It's a documentary. It's the story of a person buying their first instrument when they didn't think they were going to buy it before. They didn't think they could afford it. All of the things, and then they learned to start playing it. It's a really cool story. Anyway, I bought a guitar. I bought there's this whistle that's like whatever that fucking whistle is. There is what else did I know? A ukulele. I learned how to play ukulele. I learned how to play harmonica a lot better, and multiple types of harmonica. And anything else? There were some other things. All right. So if you're like, what do you play next, Rabbi? I don't know. Honestly, this is like 3 years old video, and I know it says March 27th, 2024, but and if you're like, where did this take place? This is in Beverly Hills, and so if you weren't aware, I have a thing for Nancy Pelosi. If you're like, wow, you're really ripping into Nancy Pelosi. No, I think she's hot. Anyway, so here's our next song. I think she's hot. I have a thing for women in power. I think. Like who? Yeah. I mean, the more power she gets, the hotter she'll become to me. Hey, man. Every man's nickel is another man's dime. I understand that. Hey, I'm going to tell you what, next time I speak with her, I'll put in a good word.
She's going to come to Nebraska, and I'm going to give her some delicious beef. And we're going to shoot guns.
We're Mockingbird. You should take her to a Nebraska Cornhusker women's volleyball game.
Oh, she would love that.
I know she would. That's what I'm saying. I'm picking a great date idea for y'all.
You think she likes cryptocurrency?
Dog, I bet it's her secret fetish. You're welcome. All right.
Do you, have you dated anyone?
Oh no. And I didn't want to. You know, I've had some admirers. No. And the funny thing is, I was saying this before, how I had dominated Tinder in the last, within, from the year 2016 until 2021. Although I didn't date, the way that I could have, I lived a very religious life. I was basically able to hack it. Not basically, I was able to hack it. I used a rooted Samsung Galaxy to the point where I was able to take a psychologist, a sociologist specifically, who worked at Match.com in Westwood. I was able to date her because my score on Tinder was so high. Basically, I had so many girls swipe right on me. And the reason why is because I used a hacked Android device that could like 256 women at once, which is like overload. I had to hit this button like 3 times a day. I had 1,000 different chicks who wanted to fuck. It was amazing. And then that stopped. I wouldn't say that stopped working. I didn't use it for a long time. And then I tried a different way to hack it, an easier way. And I just used mouse clickers. And I was able to hack not only Tinder, but a bunch of other apps as well. And then I would just go to chicks, and I had one line for them. It was this. Hold on, what was it? It was very simple. Hold on. Give me your digits if you want to get jackhammered. That's it. That's it. It was straight and to the point. And women would throw their numbers in. It was like no one talks like this. Just it was so. The funniest thing was there would be no like response except numbers. It was amazing. Dog, I'm telling you, you're rocking with the best. Don't worry if I write rhymes. I write checks. Who's the boss? Who's his laws? Uh, well, if this all works out for me, more data on than any person, that gives me a lot of influence. With influence comes power. With influence can come money. With power, with power comes women, and that's true too. And if oh, because your ears are working. Yo, dog. Hey, James Kaminsky. Can you hear me, baby? Can you hear? Excellent. All right. Can you see on? Excellent. We're gonna do that flight simulator. Okay. So if you're not familiar, I do everything free or as cheaply as possible, not because of any reason, but I dedicate everything and every dime that I have into this stream. So when it comes to buying anything with any add-ons, I do my best to avoid it. This is Geo-FS. They're going to give us a quick briefing here. We're going to say, fuck it. We're going to now take off from where? Any requests? Let's do Tokyo. Okay. Um, okay, so we're going to give it a few seconds. Location, Tokyo. If you don't know where Tokyo is, get a map. And if you don't have a map, we'll show you in a second where it is. All right. The aircraft that we're going to use is an F-16, because why not? And actually, I kind of want to fly on this water plane because I suck at landing these things. And I think that I could land on on the ocean better than I can on a little runway. So we're going to do that. Now, when it comes to our landmark, we're going to, oh, they have all kinds of cool shit by which we can fly. Okay. We're looking for, oh, so if you're like, wait, Rabbi, you mean you're already flying? You just have to click on a browser tab? Yeah, and they have multiplayer. I mean, if Flight Simulator is your thing, I'm sure that there's Microsoft Flight Simulator, which I think it's like, there's another one too out there that's like really good. But basically, this is this is a good one. It's free. All right, graphics. Oh, here's the cool thing: vegetation, building, fun. I like all this shit. Now it may screw things up, but show yoke. All right, save and close, and then we're gonna turn on our navigation. Okay. All right, here we go. So we just take off. Now I remember. I don't have time to put it. Like, I don't know. Rabbi Rothschild. You'll see, I have more shit online than any person. I mean, look at the account we're looking at right now. It has 4,000 posts alone. Kim Kardashian and her whole fucking Instagram career, I think, has 4,000 posts. And that's just one of my accounts, and I have 100 of them. They'd be like, hey, Rabbi, where the fuck is this F-16? Hey, you said you were going to fly? Keep your fucking pants on. I'm looking for it. And the last time I was on here, I found it very quickly. Now, there's a Sukhoi Su-35, which looks pretty tight, but we can't find it, but here it is. F-16 Flying Falcon, and then there's a thing, I don't know exactly how it works, but I come over here to navigation, and I can come over here to the airport, and then you can choose what, like, you want to do the approach, you want to do the takeoff, or do you want the landing, the approach, the takeoff, or do you want to do like cruising out? And I wanted to give you the option to get there. Because once you have the station there, we can turn it on hold. No, we can't. Or we would, you're all going to die. Right? Unless, you're going to die. Oh, maybe, get off the fucking ground, dog. No, actually, I think we're all alive, actually, but we just skidded to the ground. You're welcome. I helped. I lived. I know all right. Hopefully, we're going to go over here and change the altitude to. Does anyone know the altitude of Mount Everest? I think it's 26,000 feet. And that would make it the highest point on Earth. And also means that if we can remain at this specific altitude, anywhere that we go on Earth, we will not hit anything outside. I'm asking about Everest, and I'm a little bit concerned about Everest. will. they, I get the only people that I know that did people, and I guess I should probably yes, that too. Like there's this group of Eastern, uh, Eastern Seaboard, like lots, so I'm not wrong. But like someone in like, it's like a town living in heavily, holiday, sad, but, you know what? The Americas before pre-Columbian, and that as many as 200 million people were here, that it's far greater than the other side, and that due to primarily smallpox, but other diseases, they were, they did, went out, and that was, I think that, well, change out, but this is that, so I don't know if it's history, and that, but, so I do that, and the person of people, I put, I advise it, but I advise all people that, um, privacy, like, so how do you get these things? And so, privacy, it's like privacy, and so I think that he said, because it's used to dehumanize people, and it is a ad hominem attack. Instead of attacking someone, are you going to attack the person? And like that's whatever. Yeah, he's from the CIA, and immediately after the assassination, and very few people know that. Here's what they learned. It worked so well that they expanded it to everything. It wasn't supposed to work well. It was only supposed to be something that would happen like Kennedy assassination. People would think you attack, but they realized that it could be used as a scarlet letter to anyone in society. They would expand to anything that led them to UFOs, Bigfoot, cryptozoology, alternative history, and science. Anything. They don't like it. It's a really great show. I mean, it would be like it's literally this. Get this. Whenever anyone comes to this meeting, and I don't like this state, we're gonna call them a blue dog. What's that? It's just a term. But it kind of sounds like blue. And it just has a dog. And that's a blue dog. Well, you're a blue dog. So let's not call blue dog. And then whenever anybody makes a point, we'd be like, oh, you blue dog, get out of here. You're nuts. And basically what we're doing is gaslighting kind of population. But we don't like that. We just think that they are older you go, in my opinion. So for instance, like, you'll get some people who fight about like archaeology at times, but it's like it's different if you're fighting about like international relations or current events as opposed to like ancient times. Okay. Why do I say that? It's still controversial. I'm fascinated with explorers and particularly some people kind of exploring particular, not just because it's one of the realms that has is pre-Columbian exploration of the New World. What do I mean by that? I mean before 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean, there was perhaps a population not native to the Americas that was at a land. So there's evidence of this through everything. And I asked this question to ChatGPT one time, and it actually gave me a good answer. Not an answer that I thought was 100% accurate, but like it's really important to me, just in life, to know who the first person was to do something. Like literally, like how it happened. I just like to know exactly. And so if I look up this thing that I sent to ChatGPT, and it says, "Find what I want to explore." I look up the word explore. You're like, "Bro, what document?" It's like this document that I made years ago when ChatGPT was much more open and willing to answer questions for you. And um, saying, it can get in trouble. So if I can have any advice for you, the older it is, the better chance it will be. But then again, you never know. Okay, so I'm looking for, I had this amazing document that had all of this information. All right, so man, okay, I'm gonna find it because it's a fascinating document that I can read. Yeah, okay, here we go. And if we look up Columbus, right, look here, Columbus, look up, shows up here, search Columbus, okay, um, check, okay, so I know you're probably like, okay, what is it? Like, what are you trying to tell us? It was a document that I made that was really good, that told me all the people who visited the New World before Columbus, and ChatGPT had a lot better list than what you would think it was. It was pretty awesome. found it. No, I didn't. Sorry. What did you say? Do we like the what? Do we like the what? Yeah, I do. I listen to them a lot. Okay, so I did find it. I found it. Okay. Well, I found some of it. Okay, so what I wanted to know, there are a couple. So I'm sure you've heard of, well, I can talk about the exploration of the New World before Columbus, but there are a couple of civilizations that may have done it before the Vikings, but before what we want to consider like Eric the Red or Leif Erikson, and that was China. There's evidence that the Irish explored North America. I believe it. I just didn't know what the evidence was, so I think maybe evidence we just don't know. Perhaps I believe the ones that fascinate me are the Chinese and the Romans, and I think you can almost see it in the people, in indigenous people. You see indigenous people at some point, at least in the very land bridge, the Great Straight Land Bridge, there was some kind of connection that was made. But then additionally, the Roman one is really interesting because apparently, and I had only heard this as a story, couple stories. If you look at some Roman writings, they talk about sailing far further than what we know traditionally people to have sailed, and particularly the Phoenicians perhaps traveled all over. We find Phoenician things all over the world. We don't know if that's what it means or if that's where things just washed up. But basically, there were stories of Roman seamen who made it to the South Ocean, basically the Southern Ocean, where Antarctica, and they would report on this ice wall, basically what an Antarctica has. So there's some evidence of that. It's not like, do I have a right that says there's a huge ice wall in Rome? No, but I've heard that this is somehow like there was blue oil, and also there was evidence of this. In Rio de Janeiro, there's a port, and actually this one I want to say was like during within the last 30 years, they were starting to do some excavating down there, and they found some treasure ships. And in addition to the treasure ships that they found that were consistent throughout the Portuguese era, they found Roman ships in the harbor there. And they didn't know what to do with this information because the idea that the Romans perhaps could have explored the New World changes a lot of history, and it would flip a lot of people's doctrines on so when they absolutely just as far as the Phoenicians were the greatest seafaring civilization in global history for its time, and they just did. Well, I don't say report that information as well. They were just defeated multiple times, and the longest drawn between ancient archaeology and modern archaeology. What do we just consider more recent history? But nevertheless, whatever types of artifacts were found on ancient and other areas of the world of the nation now gives us the best use of the evidence. However, this one incident in Rome with the Romans apparently had to do that the Brazilian government found these treasure ships in the that were sunken in the Rio de Janeiro, and essentially what the Brazilian government didn't know what to do. If we recognize that there are Roman artifacts in the ocean, then that pre-Columbian exploration of the New World took place, which turns a lot of this out. If Columbus was the first to settle the New World, what else might not be correct about history? That's basically the most solidified fact of the Western mind in history in 1492. Well, apparently that might be true, but was the first person himself and these Romans and these merchants were in the New World. So what the Brazilian government ordered is for for layers of silk to be poured on these artifacts at the bottom of the harbor so that it was impossible for scuba divers and ship treasure ship hunters to explore because the government wanted to acknowledge the fact that perhaps there are artifacts of Roman origin, right, that were available in Brazil. I just think that kind of history is really interesting. So when I asked ChatGPT this question, I wanted to know what evidence they had that China had been here, and it's pretty yeah, yeah, with that, which I know you're talking about, which is it a currency? Yeah, but doesn't it have a square in the middle? Right. Well, exactly. According to ChatGPT, the evidence that there was Chinese exploration of America, essentially what they say is that there's a theory based on archaeological evidence, including the discovery of Chinese artifacts across South America. One of these main pieces of evidence supports the theory that famous maps saying, the Chinese explorers who sailed to Southeast Asia, India, the Persian Gulf, and East Africa in the 15th century. And that depicts the coastlines of North and South America indicates that Chinese explorers may have reached this time. Some scholars believe that Chinese explorers have arrived in America as early as the 4th century. Others believe that Chinese sailors may have visited America during the Song Dynasty as the 968 process. The most commonly cited Chinese exploration of America pre-Columbian occurred during the reign of Emperor Suji, who ordered several expeditions to explore the western ocean. The most famous Chinese explorer of his era was Zheng He, who commanded several voyages in Southeast Asia, India, and East Africa. Zheng He's explorations were massive in scale, with hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of sailors and soldiers. Some researchers believe that Zheng He's fleet may have reached the west coast of North America during one of his expeditions. However, there is no conclusive evidence to support the theory. Another theory suggests that Chinese sailors may have reached the Americas by traveling across the Pacific Ocean from Polynesia. This theory is based on the discovery of Chinese pottery in Polynesia, as well as linguistic and cultural similarities between Polynesian and Chinese. However, there is no evidence to support this theory as well. Despite that, the theory of Chinese exploration becoming a status. Yeah. So we're talking about the common ancestors. Basically, the common ancestors of people and the tribes of North and South America. Basically, people here when Asia and North America were that is distinct people that what they represent. People who were going from a boat or what I'm saying is that the thing that fascinates is the real people. So we're going to say that people who's the first person to cross the Atlantic? People will say, oh, that's Christopher Columbus. And, but 99% of people will give them correct, will say that's correct. Maybe 1% of people will say, well, what about pre-Columbian exploration? But I'm like that, how one of yes, pre-Columbian. But also, if you know how a ship works, the captain is the first person to jump out of land. But never. The first people that do that usually are like in smaller boats. They have one boat that stays out like anchored offshore a little bit, and then they take smaller boats towards the shore because if they take their big boat has some. That's not a good thing. I want you right. I want this to not have this. Yeah, there is a book about it. There's a book, yeah, it's called Holy Grail. Yeah, Holy something, Holy something like that. Yeah, and I read that. And so that's where I'm getting from. That's where I'm getting at. So that predates Dan Brown. But you're right, historical tradition. But that's right, it wasn't Dan Brown. And I understood that with that story to be with that holy podcast. And it's a very good book. It has a lot to do. So that's why I know that story. Because I read Holy Grail. I've never read Dan Brown. People talk about Dan Brown stuff. It's a double-edged sword. I don't know what a lot of times, but then again, I don't have that fiction part. No, it's that. That's what it is. And, um, okay, I didn't know that. Oh, so Columbus. Well, if you weren't here earlier, we had 62 people to this DC. I think that's all I had. We had people with 10 seconds saying that this is a rug and that more like a account was compromised, and then all of a sudden people saying, "Oh no, bye 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 bye." Yeah, I was just looking for. We talked corn husk for football. I think that was the highlight of the day. How couldn't they? I mean, how couldn't they? What's he doing nowadays? No, it's not Mario Luigi now. Personally, right? Check him out. Get him there. Dude, oh, hold on a second. Oh, they don't do Happy Fraser's Excellent O's and the Husker Express radio show with Happy Fraser. They don't do that. That's horseshit. He's amazing. I made a mistake. I made a huge mistake. He wasn't a Heisman Trophy. He was not a Heisman Trophy. Huge mistake. Neither was Tommy Newsom. Yeah, he should have. Bobby Newsom also not a Heisman Trophy. Oh, Eric Crouch was a Heisman Trophy. He was not. He, he's been known to be one of the shittiest, like the biggest blow-ups in history. He's like the guy. Eric Crouch was a sales territory manager. I hate reading this. Trophy and selling medical devices in Nebraska. That breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I think if you win the Heisman Trophy, the Heisman Trust should make sure that you can live in the Heisman house. You have enough money and all your people have autographed for the rest of your life. You should not have to be a medical device sales. It breaks my heart. He was a terrible manager for major medical device. Currently, he has never played that manager. And another great he has to do so he's currently one fast and special teams coach, which is cool. But in comparison to the head program, we're talking like cool defense. And how we're Dan was probably doing himself. And like he had his own issues. So giving him some time, but he still was not making himself fit. And Reggie Bush lost the title trophy for Pete Kelly and Dave Bennett. Matt Weiner, he is doing really well. Like all these guys who won the Heisman Trophy without winning the Heisman Trophy are doing have like 6-figure salaries, 7 figures in the bank. And I just don't think that. But what we should understand that is programs like oh, we should. And Ricky Williams. Oh yeah, Bobby Luca. Here's the thing. Like, you stick out the smartphone. People, like, they don't, like, everyone's ran the sales guy for his job. And he, like, turned into small business owner. Like, he lives his own life. Like, just like, what I played as you or your character, like, this is a video game. I watched you on television, and your highlights, whatever. And you think to yourself, this person is just a normal person. They just got caught in the right time. You know, basically, like, here's the thing about the head controlling blind. Like, he is the ultimate symbol of the alpha male in American society. Basically, every alpha male in the United States settles on one sport, football, and ugly alpha males, the best ones play the best culture, the best culture, the best talent, the talent usually has the best activity in the hypertrophy. And that person who wins it gains all the respect of all those other schools and all those other alpha males throughout all of colleges. What's the ticker, baby? How are you? What's the ticker, baby? How are you? James, can you see that? Yeah, she's still fine. That's okay. It looks like it's going into outer space, but it's really just flying at 10,000 feet. Oh, yeah. Frozen. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, great, great question. I was looking this up last night. It depends on the type of flight, and it seems to be pretty cool. 747, which is what I was going with. Go up to like 52,000, depending on the model, depending on the fleet and everything. That's like how it's distributed. So you think of cruising altitude at like 28,000, so it's like go higher than that. What you said about that high. So, yeah, 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 that's about this. But yeah, it includes like hypersonic aviation, which is fascinating because those types of vehicles have you know, that there's a plenty of stuff. And then there's, of course, you know, like discussions with my Apollo. Yes, definitely. Hold on a second. That's correct. So that is another. That supposedly was the uh, was the what is the word? I don't know. Well, I can well, it was Scott and Joby Joby and Matt. Well, I don't think it's Scott. But Joby and Matt and I were kind of a So if you want, yeah, I don't think that now I have I'm sure weird interesting guy who is a so so fun stuff. I'm telling you this. I watched this 36-minute video check all my videos from all these people I've ever watched. Things that I've watched to this 10 hours of this and I watched the 7 hours, this 8 hours of check. Yeah, he talked about all this advanced aircraft, including the TR-3B. He talks about what, like here's the really interesting shit. If I'm flying a plane to Area 51 right now, what do I need to know to be able to land there? So just one moment. I told you this. Oh, I landed there last night. You're absolutely right. And that's the fun part. You're absolutely right. I did. And if you don't know what he's referencing, uh, in our flight simulator that we played, we landed at Area 51. So this is the most fascinating. I mean, non-using thing I've ever seen. And I'm telling you, I mean, I'm a rabbi, I am a Freemason, I'm a Shriner, I am involved in all kinds of aspects of technology, and of everything that I've seen, and comedy and art and everything, and of anything that I've ever seen in my entire life, this, I'm telling you, has piqued my interest more than them all. And it's because finally somebody shows me a fucking blueprint of how Area 51 works. And they show me like how Area S4 works and how, okay, so it's not 36 minutes, it's 48 minutes. If you're like, Rabbi, I thought you've seen this a whole lot. Again, I don't know exactly how long. Am I going to fall asleep? No, I'm going to watch it along with you. Okay, just one moment, because I'm going to share this with you. And I mean this. If you've ever paid attention, like, if you've ever paid attention to anything I've ever said, regarding advanced propulsion and alien technology, this is the thing that I would want you to watch. Probably it would be definitely in the top 10 things I want you to watch. But if you were like, Rabbi, I need to watch something that's going to teach me the most about where they store alien technology and what it looks like. And I wanted, like, this is what's interesting to me. Do they have bathrooms there? What food do they eat? Like the people who work there. Like, yeah, I'm interested in all the advanced propulsion too, but I'm very interested in all the secrecy and how they're able to, what the place looks like. And, I mean, like basically they talk about, hey, there are like real aliens that are housed like 6 levels down. Like, who cleans up after them? You just can't have like janitorial crews walking through there. The people who do anything there are, and you'll hear what they make people do. You have an armed guard wherever you go at Area S4. It's really fascinating. And I like hearing about all. What'd you say?
I said something like bipedal ants that are fighting ants.
Well, but as I understand, these are humans. They're just contractors. But when you get into that idea of human, perhaps insect, but human alien hybrids, this is where we get into it. This isn't where they do the experiments. Dude, that's Dolce Base and that's Nightmare Hall and all that shit. At this point, currently, what we're going to do, to the best of my ability, is pull up Telegram on my computer. As you know, I do my best to stall. And sometimes when I stall, I talk very slowly. And this would be one of those times. I am pulling up the VC right now. And if you didn't know something about stalling, do it. You have to do it for longer periods of time. Sometimes you have to do it for shorter periods of time. This right here seems to be one of those instances, perhaps, that may be a longer period of time. And the reason why I say that is I have had to stall much longer than I had anticipated originally. However, I've had to stall so many different times on this stream that I have already made a mental note that it is generally always longer than I think it's going to be. So if you're like, hey, Rabbi, dog, what's going on with your fucking stream? Okay, I never do this, but that's how important this shit is to me. I'm going to stream it on my computer, and I know this will work. And if it doesn't work, then I'm just going to stop all the streams because there's absolutely no fucking point for me to stream if you can't see this shit. Okay, here we go. Can you see my stream?
Let me see this shit. What's that? Baseball bat. All right, I'll put you under a baseball bat. All right. Yeah, so currently, flying bat. Yeah, I see your, I see it, yeah. Go.
Yeah.
With the swinging of the bat.
Dude, James, have you heard about this Shohei Ohtani shit? Dude, I've never said that motherfucker's name for right now, but I think I said it correctly.
I'm unaware. Who's this?
Dude, Shohei Ohtani, he's like perhaps the greatest baseball prospect in the history of mankind. He played for the Los Angeles Angels for the past few seasons. He's basically the only person in the last 100 years to pitch like to come close to winning a Cy Young and a batting title. Like, he's a pitcher who can hit the ball. Shohei Ohtani accolades. This motherfucker.
Oh, see the Japanese guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this dude. I saw somebody hitting the ball.
Yeah. At the Tokyo Dome?
Yes. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know this dude.
So he has some weird, like basically he's an elite two-way player, and like no one does this anymore. And basically he got caught perhaps betting on baseball with his translator. Have you heard anything about this? Yeah, so basically, something like he had this translator, and no one ever was allowed to talk to Shohei Ohtani because he doesn't know English apparently. But it's one of these things that he knows English a lot better than you think he knows, and he just doesn't speak it. And he had this very close relationship with his translator. Well, what ends up happening is that this was on Monday, I want to say. His translator sits down with ESPN for a story and says, "Look, I am a huge gambler, but this has nothing to do with Shohei Ohtani. I'm a huge gambler, and I'm in like $8 million in debt, or $4 million in debt, or something, to a um, to like a bookie basically who's running a gambling ring out of Orange County, and but you got to understand, none of this has to do with Shohei Ohtani. The only thing that Shohei Ohtani did was write me a check to cover my losses so that this bookie didn't come after me. He was basically being a good friend, which to most people sounds like, okay, that's fine. Basically, this guy, this Major League Baseball player, saw that his friend got in trouble. His friend, of course, didn't bet on baseball. He bought on every fucking sport out there but baseball. And he didn't have the money to be able to cover his losses. So guess what? His friend, Shohei Ohtani, his very close friend and his boss, writes him a check to cover the losses for $4 million. This sounds like a good story, right, James? Excellent. It's illegal to write your friend a check to cover their gambling losses if the gambling was illegal. And apparently this bookie was an illegal way to place money. And so this translator goes to ESPN on Monday and says, here's the story. I'm the huge gambler, and Shohei Ohtani wrote me, he didn't write checks. He wired money to my account. I think it was like 4 different times or 9 different times for a total of like $4.5 million. But you have to understand, he was just doing this to be my friend. And then somebody whispered in his ear, in the United States, under United States law, it's still illegal what he did. So by saying he's just being a good friend, you're not helping his case. In fact, you are essentially a witness and you are admitting guilt here. So they sat down, or the translator sat with ESPN on Monday for a 2-hour sit-down interview. And in this interview, the translator said, I have a gambling problem. Shohei Ohtani had nothing to do with this. He just wired the money to me so I could cover my gambling debt. Well, they end up telling him, hey, dude, if this happened, Shohei Ohtani might go to jail for this, or at least not be able to play baseball or whatever for a year or so, whatever. So then they have to tell ESPN, whatever you do not air this interview. You don't have our permission. They go back to Shohei Ohtani, and Shohei Ohtani puts out a statement saying that his translator stole $4.5 million from him. But it looks very suspicious when this translator had a 2-hour sit-down interview with ESPN saying that this isn't a big deal because it was just one friend helping another by giving them money to cover their sports losses, and then having to backtrack on that, and then all of a sudden being the fall guy and being accused of stealing $4.5 million from your employer. Well, Shohei Ohtani's crew, his team, they declined to do any interviews today. They just said leave it the way it is. I think there was a big spring training game between the Dodgers and the Angels today. Anyway, what ended up happening was Shohei Ohtani's people said that Shohei Ohtani had turned the case over to the authorities, but the FBI, Homeland Security, the LAPD, the LASD, the Sheriff's Department, the OC Sheriff's Department, none of them have any record of Shohei Ohtani making a claim against his translator. So what does all this mean? It looks like we have this really big baseball player, basically the biggest baseball player, perhaps of all time, because for as big as Mickey Mantle was, or Mike Judge, or any of these guys, they didn't pitch the ball. If you can pitch the ball and you can hit the ball better than anyone else, you're like a phenomenon that the sporting world really hasn't ever seen in the modern era. And people were very excited for this person. Well, it now turns out that either he or his translator has a really big gambling issue, which is a big issue for baseball. Long story short, James, I'm making you aware, you're going to know more about Shohei Ohtani in the future. Excellent. All right, my friends, I want to know something. Can you hear this?
In this episode, we're going to release an amazing video sent to us by Open Minds TV at the UFO International Conference.
Can you hear this?
Yes, sort of.
No, not good enough. Not good enough. No. If it's not like really clear to you, okay, now it should be. Hold on.
I'll just turn your thing up to 200.
No, it should be better. I'm switching mics. Okay, are you ready? It should be better. But you're right. I mean, Jacob, let me just say this. As you can tell, number one, I'm tired. Number two, I'm just a go, move person. So if I'm never like, no, that's not what it is. No, it very well could be, and it could be beneficial what Jacob said to turn me up to 200. But I think I have resolved the issue if the microphone on here picks me up and that one doesn't. So please let me know if it's better, if you can hear it now better, and if not, do exactly what Jacob said, turn me up to 200.
This video right now.
91 eastbound from the 57 freeway. That's very dense all the way to Green River. KFIS. Let's get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time.
Please help me welcome.
Excited that March Mania is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus.
What I'd like to do
That's
for
right.
this
To
morning
celebrate
is give you a brief overview of Project
Okay, can you hear it any better?
Aquarius, to give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burrish had.
Sadly, I don't hear anything at all.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. That means my microphone is probably being picked up by something else. Okay, good to know, because I'm going to fix it right now. And
Thank you, Rabbi.
absolutely, this is, we really push the barrier when it comes to what computers can do. All right, disable camera. So I do that. Okay, turn it back on. So you can hear me right now, right?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. But you can't hear this at all.
With an extraterrestrial called J-Rock. And we've got some very quick announcements before we...
And the same is true for you. Jacob, you can't hear this one at all. 0%. Like not even a little bit. Oh, hold on. I think I got it now. Let's try it now.
Regarding what the S4 facility looked like. Now, this is the breakdown of what we'll be talking about today.
Can you hear that at all?
I'll give you a back.
No, me either.
Very interesting. Okay. We'll get it. Stop virtual timer. We got that going. I mean, hold on a second. I can hear myself.
Background of
How
Dr.
can I
Dan
not hear
Burrish.
this thing?
We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking
No,
the
you're
line
right.
to describe what that actually means, what it pertains to.
It's like I can hear myself, but the microphone's not coming through. But usually it comes through like enough for you to hear it. All right, so how else should I do this? Okay, here's the way. If I go here, stop sharing my screen, or maybe this. Rabbi Rothschild is sharing their screen. Yeah, their screen. What the ass was doing? Okay.
I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint floor-by-floor walkthrough.
Still can't hear it?
Yeah, still quiet.
Wow, that's fucking fascinating.
Which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests.
Okay.
If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about
Of the 9 hangar bays and all the way through the facility.
I wonder if it's something that Google is doing. We'll try this Firefox. Here you go, baby. Here you go. Here we go.
The biggest step is going from nothing to something. That's why the Peloton Tread has thousands of classes to get you up and moving. Whatever level you're at, we got a class for you. Let's take it one step.
As a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like.
Okay, do I understand? You still can't hear it?
Yeah, no audio.
Okay, so then here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna grab this motherfucking thing. I'm gonna pull it to here. Yank this bitch over here. I'm gonna do this as closely as I can. Turn on this cunt. That's probably gonna give me a whole bunch of feedback. I'm gonna get 1,000 people in here saying, really? You need to do that? I'm gonna be like, no, I can't forget it. I'll be like, hey, Rabbi, you know we have multiple cameras going? Okay.
So in other words, I didn't get this.
Sounds real good, man.
Okay. So you're gonna watch it on one screen, and you're gonna hear it on another screen. I'm gonna be here the whole. I'm gonna be here the whole time, and I really mean this. Jacob, James, like you guys are the two who I'm with whom I'm interacting. I want you to pay attention to this because I referenced it a lot, and you need to have a very good understanding of how this facility works. The reason why I say that, we get asked a lot about it on the stream, and so you're going to want to have a good understanding of what the facility is and what kind of technology is there. All right, here we go.
Third. Ladies.
Welcome back to Third Phase of Music. My name is Blake Cousins, and in this episode, we're going to release an amazing video sent to us by Open Minds TV at the UFO International Conference. Now let's take a look at this video right now.
If the audio is going to come.
What did you say about the audio?
I can't hear anything.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for giving
James,
me
can you hear it?
What I'd like to do for you is
Okay. What up, Zoo?
give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burch has with an extraterrestrial called J-Rock. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burch. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burch. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two, as a disclaimer, the drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions and should be considered strictly as a visual aid. specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor errors here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the S4 facility looked like. Now this is a breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. I'll give you a background on Dr. Van Burge. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint floor-by-floor walkthrough of the 9 hangar bays all the way through the facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons research and development, Alice in Wonderland Rabbit, this is a good historical note, Looking Glass device, Stargates, ERVs, or Einstein-Rosenbergers, the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. Dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the MJ12 residential suites, the boardroom, the culture department, and analysis department. 4-4, we'll look at the wave pads, the biocontainment labs, badge board, and decontamination procedure. And finally, on level 4-5, which is the lower floor of the facility, we'll consider the clean sphere, the scissor lift, the lighting, the iris aperture, the kick plates, airlock, and the test, which is the totally encapsulated suit. So that's the layout of what we'll be talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Burge? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor degree in psychology. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest here at St. Patrick's School of Theology. However, that didn't quite work out, so we actually had to bypass that. Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller who arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of New York, Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before, Dr. Edward Teller? Where have we seen him come up in the stories of these types of craft and vehicles before? It was none other than Dr. Teller who arranged for, allegedly, Bob Lazar to get his interview at UG&G at McCarran International Airport, and that's how he got his job at S4. So we have secondary, independent confirmation that Dr. Edward Teller was involved. In 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a biowarfare expert. Now, in 1994, he received his Q clearance at S4, and he began working on something called Project Aquarius. And I will draw your attention here to the aircraft sectional chart that anyone can get at any local airport. This is something that's readily available. And if you look up here on the right-hand corner, you've got R-4808N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most highly guarded airspace, Dreamland airspace in America. This is the borderline here. You'll notice Groom Lake is right up here, so we can see it does exist. Approximately 12 miles south of Groom Lake, there's something called Papoose Lake or Area S4. And it's important to note that if you ever try to break into this airspace within the 4808 airspace Dreamland, 3 things immediately happen. Number 1, ATC at Dreamland, air traffic control, will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number 2, they will immediately, if you do not egress the area, they will immediately scramble an F-16 who will perform a particular maneuver where they'll fly perpendicular to your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then when you fly into his jet wash, it will either be part from controlled flight, or you might end up wrecking one of your wings or tearing one of your wings out. So that's the second thing. And the third and final thing is you'll receive a final warning to exit the area, and if nothing happens, they will lock onto the Sidewinder missile and they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Dreamland airspace. Okay, so at S4, again, he received his clearance, and he worked under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program at Area S4. The EG&G terminal, 737-200, how do you get to Area S4? Well, it's the EG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before the hairpin turn into the landing approach on Green Lake Runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway, it's the largest runway in the world. There's an ATC clearance called Pyramid. That is the clearance to land at Groom Lake. And what's interesting, a historical point from Dan Burrish indicated that on the trip on the 737-200 to Groom Lake, they played Neil Diamond's song "Coming to America" over and over and over again. So the question is, what is the encrypted symbolic message that they're playing on the airplane as you're going there? Well, under its original interpretation, that song talks about immigrants coming to America to make a better life for themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But under the direction of what happens at S4, it actually is talking about extraterrestrials coming to America and specifically coming to S4. That was confirmed by Dan Burrish as the correct interpretation. Now, when you land at Groom Lake, how do you get to S4? It's 12 miles away. There's three ways. You can take a blue-colored Air Force bus. That's number one. Number two, you take a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The third and final option is a Russian Mi-24 Hind-wheel helicopter gunship. So those are the three options that you take to get to S4. Now we're flying, we just landed, we're at the helicopter landing pad. We're now going to enter the facility for a virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are some very interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have two parallel red lines, okay? And then there are two parallel blue lines. This is called walking the line. And you are told, according to Dan Burrish, and this is a very oppressive society, it's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at, because there's black guards with guns, and it's an oppressive society. You are told to follow the blue lines and do not breach the boundaries of the red lines, because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now, we're entering the facility, and you see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that that is actually incorrect, so we've made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is none other than a double sliding glass door with an indented receptacle, which is circular. You turn that to the right, and that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on your patio door. Now we've got the layout. We start at the top, it's 4-1. Second floor is 4-2. We've got 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5. We flip to the AutoCAD rendering to give you an idea of what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is out on the ground. Now, Area S4, 4-1. This is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. And if the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here, very long hallway. It has the same type line configurations or stripes on the floor. To the left, you'll see a red line. You cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line. You can get access to that. So we're walking up here. The first room to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is the propulsion systems lab. Over here we have a files department, and we have something called the briefing room. This is a very important room, the briefing room. Why? Because there's something called Q-Tucks, or training update tapes, and they have something called Blue 3-ring D2IC binders, which is Defense Technical and Information Center binders. So I just submit, we've all heard this thing about Carl Sagan stating that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high visual digital audio tapes. It's all here. This is what we're looking for. So, on the far western wall, on the interior of each of the 9 hangar bays, there is a 4-1 in red paint circled by a red circle. So that indicates that you are at area S4, floor 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model, or a P-45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, or possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tarp, so Dan didn't get to see the entire configuration, but it was the Roswell craft. Next we have, in the next hangar, which is number 4, is the P-52 Orion craft. The next hangar bay 5 was empty. Hangar bay 6 contains a man-made F-22 conversion, or sort of a dog and pony show of what was in hangar bay 3. So it was a man-made version of the Roswell craft. Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was what was in the next hangar, which is 7. Hangar bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle that was nicknamed the licorice drop. Hangar bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, was empty. So that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, I've got a very crude gymnasium lighting. That's the important thing to remember. When you're in this facility, it's not impeccable lighting on the first floor, so that's why we have that. Moving over to the right, we have the biohazard suppression area. We have the overflow files department, and then we have the communication area. And then you look over to the bottom right here, is the meals ready to eat, or the cafeteria. And you'll notice here that the different colors indicate the compartmentalization of the people who work on different programs at Area S4. So if you work on Project Sidekick, or if you work on Project Galileo, you sit in the red area. If you work on weapons research, you sit in the black area. As we mentioned, the orange area is Project Looking Glass. So what they're doing is they're quarantining the employees and engineers who work on the different programs so that these things remain secret. Okay, so this is a far look down of the main hallway. As soon as you walk in, you see that red stripe and the blue stripe on the right-hand side. You've got the avionics lab and the propulsion system labs on the immediate left-hand side. Now, right to the left, there is an I Want to Believe poster, confirmed by Dr. Dan Burch. Over to the right, there is a nurse there in a weighing pad. So all this talk about trying to smuggle things out of S4 so that we can prove all this is real, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they weigh you in the nude when you get there, and they weigh you in the nude when you get out. And if there's a discrepancy within ounces, it's over. So you've got to be very careful here. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side. This is the first hangar bay, is the 52-foot diameter Bob Lazar sport model. So this is, we're looking down through the catwalk. Over here we have hangar bay 2, which again is believed to be the same craft or an alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3 is the P-24 Roswell craft. You notice the 4-1, we're at area S4, level 1. Now, this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but Dr. Dan Burch and even the late geologist Dr. Phil Schneider indicated that the F-22 Raptor, the exterior configuration of the F-22 Raptor was originating from the original Roswell craft. That's a very bombshell statement to make. But if you take away the vertical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor, and then you remove the air intakes, and then you do something what Dan Bursch told me, is if you drew a spline curve and connected all of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what you end up with, ladies and gentlemen, is the Roswell craft. So this comes directly from Dan Bursch. Is there any way to prove this? Well, take a look at the historical legacy on the origin point of stealth technology. And we'll start up here. There is a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. You've got the FB-22 up here. We've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Northrop configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Model Corporation in Rockford, Illinois, the F-19 configuration by Lockheed, and then we've got the configuration from the movie Stealth, which was released in 2005. All these configurations contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same wing root to fuselage joint, which is completely integrated in smooth contour, identical to the B-2 stealth bomber, to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies, the same thing you'll see in the Roswell craft. Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is the cleaned up configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Dan Bursch. Hangar Bays 5 and Bays 9 were empty. And you'll notice, too, that there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that they could be test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the P-24 Roswell craft that was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, that Dan believed, but not completely confirmed, that this was the 1953 Kingman UFO crash retrieval vehicle, was covered by a tarp. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. They call it a licorice drop, according to Dan Bursch. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only alien vehicle, because there's a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dan Bursch, the exterior configuration, or what it looked like when you saw this craft, it looked like a black liquid mercury that you could fall into. It was a very unique surface texture on this particular craft. So, we've got Bob Lazar stating that S4 exists. That's what he said back in 1988 and 1989. We've got Dr. Dan Bursch coming forward stating that S4 exists. We also have Bill Newhouse, who worked on the flight simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've got three independent people confirming the same thing. You'll see the cutaway AutoCAD drawing originating from Bill Newhouse, indicating that there was a flight simulator, a flying saucer flight simulator that was attached to a gimbal mount, and you can rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees. There was a diagnostic cable attached to the vehicle when it was static, but when it was energized, the diagnostic cable gets released, and then you could quote-unquote fly the vehicle at that time. So, the P-45 craft was the sport model, measured 52 feet in diameter, was 16 feet high. It had a smooth, polished aluminum exterior configuration. And then I want to take you inside here and show you some of the interior components. It had three different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the mid-deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's zoom inside. We'll take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were three gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the mid-deck, which contained three gravity amplifier heads, three seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for human test pilots to fit into. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system here. We've got an antimatter reactor and a waveguide that goes all the way up through the mid-deck in what we believe to be the avionics or navigation department right here, and these are not windows. So that's the layout of the sport model according to Mr. Bob Lazar. Now, spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element 115 is machined into triangles at Los Alamos, transported to S4. It is loaded into the antimatter reactor, and then the target substance is bombarded with protons. And when a proton plugs into the nucleus of an atom of element 115, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in a near 100% thermoelectric generator. So that's a breakdown of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here. Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than an umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion system of extraterrestrial and future terrestrial vehicles. So that was the first one. Second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidekick. Relates to a weapons program. No further information is available from Dan Burrish on that program. Project Looking Glass dealt with physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. The fourth project was a second-generation weapons program, which originated with Project Sidekick, no program name provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations, which Dan served in the capacity of senior scientist. So those are the programs that fell under Project Aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft, or what was termed the Kingman 1953 Nearfall crash retriever, how did it get to S4? Ladies and gentlemen, it got there by a 40-ton, what's called a dragon wagon tank hauler. That's how they got it there to the facility. Now, in 1953, according to Dr. Dan Burrish, there was a UFO crash retriever at Kingman, Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. One died on impact. He was still contained to his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos, and the third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the J-Rod that Dan Burrish worked with. Now, in 1954, according to Dan Burrish, there was a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and representatives of the P-52 Orions, and a treaty was signed. A copy of that treaty was kept at Area S4 Level 4-1, and they also gave President Eisenhower something called the Orion Cube, which we'll talk about as well. What is the Orion Cube? It is also known as the Yellow Book. It has nothing to do with phone numbers, okay? What it is it's a 8 by 8 inch square cube, and it's a quantum viewing device that you could, once it's accessed, you could look at the probabilities of future events. There's protocols that had to be followed in order to activate this. And at one time, it's believed that this cube was stored at level 4-1. Later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C. From that point further, we don't know where it is. So that's the lineage of the Orion Cube. Now, interesting to note that
How fucking fascinating is that shit?
Place in 1947. Is there a coincidence? I don't think there is. We've got the Roswell crash on July 2nd, 1947. Then we've got the formation of the CIA in 1947 and the formation of the Independent Air Force also in 1947. 3 events happening at the same time. In 1952, it was the National Security Agency who, according to the CIA, had improper intelligence, so partial majestic control of Project Aquarius was handed over to the, quote, new boys on the block because they came after the Central Intelligence Agency. So there was this animosity that continues today between the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. Now, moving down to 4-2, we've got the SolidWorks rendering and also the AutoCAD rendering of 4-2. Moving into the facility, the first thing you'll see when you walk into level 4-2 is a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rat, and it's a symbolic message that they're giving you here. There's a primary looking glass device, and then on either side of that primary looking glass device, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 secondary ERBs or Einstein-Rosen bridges. Up on the left, I've got a graphic of what we have termed the galactic positioning codes, because when you access a Stargate at the S4 facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your arm or flip book, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside S4, you do need to get this positioning code data so that you know where you're going. Here we've got the jump pads at 4-2, and then down here we've got the Project Sidekick storage facility. There's also one just below that. To the right, we've got weapons research and development. I've got a blown up view of the looking glass device here. We're going to consider something called the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. And then we're also going to consider, how did the U.S. government get the technology to access naturally occurring stargates throughout the world? It has to do with the Sumerian cylinder seals that were recovered in Baghdad years ago. Now, this is a SolidWorks rendering of the looking glass device. You'll notice that there's this toroid or donut ring-shaped device. And inside this, we have multiple permanent electromagnets. And this is consistent with 6 electromagnetic fields that form above this device. There is a up and down actuating rotating cylinder, so it's a height adjustable rotating cylinder which is attached to a 3-axis gimbal system. That's the general layout of the looking glass device. Now, what does this thing do? Well, it can actually warp the fabric of space-time both forwards and back, and you can actually see the probabilities of future events. That's the primary function. However, there's a secret to the looking glass device, which Dan Burrish has told us. What you can do is you can flip this device up at 45-degree angle, and if you tune it to a slightly different frequency, it can be used as a stargate. So it actually has a dual purpose. You've got these spires or guide rings just above the looking glass device. These are used to guide the electromagnetic field over the looking glass device. It's something that you can hit with your hand. Now, per Dan's comments, there was a 3-foot-tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. He had a maroon vest, he had golden fringes, and he had black buttons. He was holding a clock. And this is symbolic that you're going down the rabbit hole into a world that's beyond belief. And that's exactly what happens in the looking glass area. So it was a symbolic encrypted message. Now, when we talk about time travel and we talk about the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, in my assessment, there is no better illustration of this concept than the movie Back to the Future 2. And they talk about this in that movie. So just to illustrate this, for example, here we've got something called the flow of time, representative of the bottom arrow or timeline 1. That's the timeline we're on. So we're moving down this timeline and everything is fine, everything is great. And then somebody decides to flip on one of these looking glass devices, and this is called the looking glass point of observation. That's right here. Now, we have someone that is looking into the future of probable events. At that point, at that exact point in time, we are no longer, ladies and gentlemen, on timeline 1, but we are now on timeline 2. And we have, theoretically, we have affected our future timeline 1. So that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015. And a character by the name of Biff Tannen, he eventually comes into possession of something called the Gray's Sports Almanac, 1950 to 2005. He picks this up from an 80s memorabilia store. He goes back to the year 1985, and it's a cakewalk. He knows all the results, all the sports scores, to the horse racing, to NFL, to hockey. He turns out to be a billionaire. It's just incredible. But in the process of doing that, he completely destroys himself, everyone he's with, and everything, all the surroundings. So you can see of the catastrophic consequences of looking into the future, it has a very serious consequence. And that's borne out by what we see here with the Mayan calendar. Some believe, ladies and gentlemen, that on December 21st, of 2012, it's the end of the world. However, some take a more positive approach and indicate that this is a new dawning of an age of enlightenment. And this is, if we flip over to the prophecy rock by the Hopers here, they have a similar motif. They talk about the evolution of mankind's consciousness on this bottom straight line, and then something happens. An event takes place where we go off into chaos, and that's what you see with this squiggly line. So again, it's very destructive in some cases to try to predict future events. It can have catastrophic consequences. Here you see the rendering, 3D Max Studio rendering of the looking glass device. We've got the transport pads in this location. Everything that took place in this facility was recorded on digital videotape. So they have the evidence, there's no question about it. You can see the electromagnetic fields forming above the looking glass device. There was a stand clear yellow and black stripe that followed the circumference of the looking glass device. Now again, this is Dan Burrish's rendering. We talked about the looking glass configuration. It's the general configuration on the upper left-hand corner. And then on the upper right-hand corner, we've rotated the device 45 degrees from the horizontal, and now it's in the Stargate configuration. So that's what we see there. The flip book, this was something that engineers wore on their arms, and it was kind of a GPS code book, because you have to know where you are and where you're going when you operate or access one of these Stargates. Now, some of you may have seen the movie Stargate. The actual Stargate looks nothing like what you see in the movies. The only thing that is consistent is this metal catwalk that gets you into the actual Stargate. That's the only similarity in the entire operation. Level S4, level 3. We're moving on to level 3. This is the SolidWorks rendering. Below, we have the AutoCAD rendering. Now, there are at least 3 primary areas to 4-3. You'll notice that there are 3 distinct segments here. Each has 4 residential suites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Majestic 12 residential suites. That's where they stay when they get to S4. It consists of a very simple 1-bedroom apartment with a sunken living area. There's a tile walkway to enter the facility. There's a single TV. There's 1 single bathroom. So that's the S4 Majestic 12 residential suite. You also know that we've got the culture department. We've got the analysis department just to the right and below the culture department. Up here on the right, we've got the call-outs, the leader call-outs. We've got slider trays. We've got pressure incubators. And when I was going through this, it really dawned on me that there's a lot of attention to detail here, and it was my assessment that this was coming from a man who had practical application experience in working in this environment. I mean, it just seemed to me that you couldn't make this up. There was a lot of detail here. It really seemed that this was someone who could speak from experience that was actually working in the facility. Now, level 4-4, that's what we're moving on to now. A number of primary areas here. We have the badge board. This is a blow-up of the badge board in 4-4. We've got a meeting room or a boardroom in that facility. There are multiple bio-containment labs in level 4-4. We will zoom in and blow up that area right here. These are the decontamination areas, and Dan Burrish's desk at S4, level 4-4, was right in this facility right here. So again, the level of attention to detail, to me, was just astounding. It really seemed like someone who was actually working there. Now, some of you may have seen this before. This is Dan Burrish's security badge at S4. We've got MADGE here, that's short for Majestic. That was the program that was operated under Truman in 1947. And then we've got these diagonally striped blue and darker blue running along the upper left-hand corner. This is the same configuration that Bob Lazar talked about as well. So again, we've got secondary independent confirmation that there was a security badge that actually looked like that. His badge number was H6196MAJ. Level 4-5, very important floor. This is the cleaning sphere floor. And you'll notice that there is an iris this iris can move out for the clean sphere floor. You've got these orange cables going across the clean sphere, and they are to suspend the quote beehive lights. There was a boardroom on the right side, one boardroom on the left side, and then you've got the actuation of the actual clean sphere floor. So what does this thing actually look like? Before you get into the clean sphere, there's multiple protocols that have to be followed. This is the entire layout of the protocols. The 4-5 gantry vehicle and overview of clean sphere entry protocols. So you've got the totally encapsulated suit that you have to continue. You have to have a positive pressure environment in that suit, and the umbilical cords that take place at this stage are integrated into the clean sphere. Now, detailed views. We've got the PINS device. What did Dan Bursch do when he got there? He worked with this PINS device, which is the pressure-induced needle system. He carried a briefcase with him when he got into the airlock, which gained access to the clean sphere. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon Wagon tank hauler. Shows you how they got the craft to the facility. And this is a rendering of the airlock here. This is a layout of what the 4-5 facility looks like. So picture in your mind's eye a large square building, somewhat similar to what we have here. And in all four corners, you'll have this fillet radius. So the corners aren't sharp, but they're blended really nicely. And then on the lower floor, you've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor lift you see in manufacturing, in construction sites. And just above that, of course, you've got a hydraulically actuated scissor lift. There's a floor with a large circular cutout with something called the clean sphere. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a complete sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's strictly a half of a sphere. That's what we'll be considering here. Here you see the SolidWorks rendering of the clean sphere device, and then the scissor lift, almost identical to what you would see at your local airport with these concession trucks that bring this box up to the 747 cargo bay and then bring in the meals. That's the same type of configuration that you would see at the bottom of 4-5. Here's the rendering of what the clean sphere actually looked like. It was 52 feet across. The plexiglass clear bubble was 2 inches thick. Think about the manufacturing that had to take place to get that there. Just an incredible level of engineering. Impeccable lighting was located on 4-5, which is different from level 4-1. There were 7 indented windows, or Majestic 12 observation gallery windows. They measured 2.5 feet wide, 4.5 feet tall. So there were 7 of those, so that you could look down inside the clean sphere as you're taking tissue samples from the J-rod. That's what we see here. Now we've got something called the beehive lights. These beehive lights could actually move along trapeze cables. They can be lowered and raised through a telescopic device, and these were actually designed and built by J-Rods and the S4 engineers. Just an impeccable level of lighting on 4-5. Why is that needed? Because you don't want any shadows when you're taking tissue samples from an extraterrestrial. Here you can see the edge of the 4-5 floor, which is in the yellow and black stripe right here, and then also the edge of the clean sphere bubble right here. That's what we're indicating in this illustration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the clean sphere edge and the floor of 4-5, the opening. That's what they do. And according to Dan Bursch, these were done by hand manually, and when you slam these down, there's a big bang that takes place. So it's something that he really stressed. Here we see the scissor lift lifting the clean sphere up to the second floor of 4-5. And then you can see again the hydraulically actuated scissor lift. Now, we'll talk about the test or totally enclosed suit, similar to what you would see in the Gemini Mercury the Apollo program in 1969. It's a
Hey, we're watching something, my friend.
Biocontaminants. That's actually its job. And when Dan Bush was at 4-5 inside the Kingsford, he was taking upwards of 300 tissue samples from the J-Rod because he suffered from a genetic neuropathy defect, and the overall program was to find a cure for that genetic
This is going to be done in about 10 minutes, and then you can talk all you want.
Is to use this pressure-induced immune system that Dr. Dan Bush personally told me was very small. He called it a Saturday night special, and it had a pneumatically actuated hose off the aft end of the pens device. There was a small cartridge that was loaded right inside the shaft here, and you could take the tissue samples that were sent up to the analysis department. So that's how they did that. He also carried a briefing case with him with multiple needles and cartridges that went inside the clean sphere as well. Now again, remember, they weigh you in the nude when you get in, then when you drop down to 4-5, they weigh you in the nude again. So there's just no way you're going to sleep anything out at 4-5. This is a very well done pencil sketch by Mark McCamish, who is again the world's premier aerospace illustrator, showing Dan Bush being seated up in the test suit and then entering the airlock or decontamination chamber for entry into the clean sphere. Now, what in the world does J-Rod mean? I mean, we've heard this before. In its simplest terms, J-Rod means 15, because J on the computer keyboard is the 10th letter in the English language. The dash or rod is symbolic of the Mayan glyph that indicated the number 5. So you put those together, you get 15. That's also symbolic because he traveled from 15 light years away to get to Earth. So that's the definition of J-Rod and how he got his name. Now, 2 quotes from Dan Bush. They're very important. He said, "I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. The difference being that an extraterrestrial such as a J-Rod is actually a future human and therefore shares a same human lineage. A true alien, on the other hand, would bear no such human lineage." So that's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an alien. Now, when he was working there, you can see him with the PINS device taking samples from the J-Rod, and he was called Kaela, a little bit of description of what he looked like. He measured 3.5 feet tall. He had dark brown appearance, very black inset eyes, a disproportionately large head. He had a small nose, long arms, and no teeth. Interesting to note that the designation for this particular J-Rod was EBE-53AZ2. That stands for Extraterrestrial Biological Entity, 1953, UFO Crash Retriever, Kingman, Arizona, number 2. Because remember, the first one died on impact, the other one went to a Y-11 facility at Los Alamos. Now, during one of these tissue sample sessions, remember, you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this J-Rod. You have to raise up your right hand, the J-Rod raises his right hand, and then you take multiple bride steps together, and then you meet in the center. During one occasion within the clean sphere, the J-Rod, who was known as Kaela, he broke the protocol, rushed Dan, and they had developed a friendship at this time. So this had never happened before, and he wasn't under attack, but Dan Bush was startled about what took place. He stepped back and accidentally caught his boot of the totally encapsulated suit on the grid structure of the bottom of floor of 4-5, and he tripped over backwards on his oxygen tank, and the J-Rod proceeded to infuse into him a tremendous amount of material having to do with future events. So it's incredible what took place inside the clean sphere. This is an illustration by Mark McCann showing the decontamination process within the airlock for entry into the 4-5 facility. Now, again, how did they get this technology to access these naturally occurring stargates? Ladies and gentlemen, they got those from the Sumerian cylinder seals, in some cases from the Baghdad Museum. Now, what you'll do here is you'll take a piece of wet clay and you'll roll that over to clay, the cylinder seal, and you'll end up with this positive relief. Now, according to Dan Bush, what the government figured out how to do is you take a mirror, go right down the center line of one of these glyphs, and you get a mirror image, which is nothing more than a blueprint on how you access these naturally occurring stargates. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. Now, in 2003, something interesting happened. J-Rod was removed from his position within the CleanSphere 4-5 facility. He was flown to Abydos Temple, which is down the Nile River. Perhaps some of you have been there, actually. And remember, he has to be in his own positive pressure atmospheric environment or he'll die. So they ended up building a stroller for him. This is Dr. Danny Burish's illustration of what that stroller actually looked like. And recall, too, that they were friends at the time. So Dan Burish was sad that J-Rod could not go home to his family and be with his family. He had a compassion for him. So in this act of compassion, during the accessing by the government of one of these naturally occurring stargates at Abydos Temple, Dan Burish thrust forward that stroller and pushed Kayla into this stargate, sending him home. However, Dan and the stroller device were kicked out. He got into a lot of trouble for this, but there was an act of compassion on Dr. Dan Burish. There was a very interesting piece of nostalgia at the end of Green Lake Runway, according to Dan Burish. There is a sign there that has multiple arrows pointing in every direction, and the sign says home. And this is a symbolic message that what takes place at S4, perhaps Green Lake, home is underground, it's in outer space, it's north, it's east, it's west, home is everywhere. There's a symbolic encrypted message being employed in this symbol here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really important that we honor the courage that Dan Burish had to come forward and give us this information regarding the specific details of the S4 facility and providing all of us a potential for a very bright future, which is on the nearby horizon. And I thank you for your attention.
Now, if you're like, what in the fuck was that? That's everything I know about Area 51. Basically, that is the blueprints of it. That's as complicated as it gets. So I hope you enjoyed it.
Sometimes we have to remind ourselves of that. Newport Beach is leaving the League of Cities, and Huntington Beach may be next. And a lot of it has to do, at least with those two cities, has to do with the recent passage of Proposition 1. Proposition 1 to modernize the Mental Health Services Act, and it's going to it passed overwhelmingly in Los Angeles County, but in Orange County, it didn't even hit 42%. And including the state floating a $6.38 billion bond to pay for more than 11,000 new treatment beds and housing units for people with the most acute behavioral health needs who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. This was something which was championed by the governor, Gavin Newsom. So there is an overtly political feeling to it. We are very divided in the state. But even if you take the politics out of it, if you put it in the sense of what cities are asking for, what they're looking for, it's not going to be one size fits all. And also, California League of Cities came out publicly in support of Proposition 1. And although the League of Cities may be representative of hundreds of cities around the state and varying interests, sometimes you can come out publicly in support of a proposition or a bill, and it leaves the wrong impression or a wrong taste in the mouths of certain cities. And Newport Beach is saying, and I'm paraphrasing, it's like, no, you've gone too far, League of Cities. This is not something that we supported. And if you want to support things like that, which is directly opposite our interests here in Newport Beach or Huntington Beach, then we're going to leave the League of Cities. So when the annual $24,000 renewal for membership in the organization came around this month, the Newport Beach City Council voted 5-2 to step away. This is about more than just having a seat at the table. It's about paying into a fund and being part of an organization that at least the city of Newport Beach, and like possibly the city of Huntington Beach, you don't necessarily represent us. And I know at first blush you think like, it's a legal city, so but then you think about it, just go to Orange County. If you have the time to spend in Orange County, go to Laguna Beach, go to Huntington Beach, go to Newport Beach, Santa Ana. They're really, really different in nature. They are really different. And when you have these moments where, yes, there's hyper-partisanship, yes, we are so agitated about the things that we support and how our money is spent, when you have a bill which just barely passed, like Proposition 1, and it's going to be statewide, and you have pockets here in the state which don't support it, you have to understand that, yeah, if I'm in Orange County, Proposition 1 doesn't necessarily suit our needs and our expenditures here in Newport Beach or Huntington Beach. And maybe you can say, well, it's Newport Beach and Huntington Beach. They don't necessarily have to deal with the homelessness issues. It's different. Yeah, that's my point. That is exactly my point. Whereas Proposition 1 may be more beneficial to certain cities in Los Angeles County or San Joaquin or Ventura County. It may not be preferential to Orange County. And it may not mean anything to you, Mark Bonner, because you don't necessarily know all the cities, but if you drive through California and you drive through the different counties, they are very, very different in nature. And I'm reminded of that as I was saying at the top of the segment, because I have relatives who are coming out here in July, and their idea of California is Disneyland. Now, some people don't really appreciate, if they're not from here, how vast California really is. I mean, we've mentioned that it's the world's 5th largest economy. It's also vast. You know, it's bigger than Spain. Yes, it's bigger than Sweden. It is, according to Google, the 59th largest country out of the 200 in the world. It's a huge place. And where I came from, Seattle, I was born on the other side of the state in Washington, or in Spokane, rather. Spokane is extremely conservative. Mark Furman had a radio show in Spokane. Okay, you're like borderline Idaho there, right? Yeah, absolutely. Right next to Idaho. Seattle, on the other hand, far more liberal. But everybody who's not from there thinks, oh, it's all just a bunch of barefoot hippies all across the state. And California has a similar thing going on. Very different depending on where you are. California is very rural and very conservative as you go out east towards Nevada. If you go northeastern California, much more rural, much more conservative, and people have this idea that it's a super liberal state. It is when you talk about elected officials, but when you get more granular in nature and you're going to different pockets, different cities, different geographic areas, it is far more politically diverse than I think people recognize and realize. Yeah, a state this size, there's a little bit of everything, or a lot of everything. A lot of everything. Sometimes too much of some things. Let me tell you, we got 39 million people here. I'm not mad at people are leaving the state. I'm okay with it. In fact, Mark, you can leave tomorrow. I was actually planning to place. This is weird to tell you that. Well, we have an early wake-up call for Godzilla movies. Are you good with that? It's not going to happen. It's later with Boca. We can't buy games $6.49 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And when we come back, there's another storm on the way. So you may have to modify your plans for Easter, assuming you celebrate or observe, or you just might have to reorganize your weekend plans and, not go see Godzilla X Kong. Now, Mark Bonner, KFI 25 News. The state official who oversees California's elections has given the go-ahead for groups who want to recall Governor Newsom. Secretary of State Dr. Shirley Weber says signature gathering for a Newsom recall can take place. Newsom easily defeated another recall effort in 2021. The California State Bar hearing judge has recommended disbarment for ex-Chapman University Law School Dean John Eastman for his role as former President Trump's attorney in attempts to overturn the 2020 election. And a survey from Pew Research Center found 88% of Americans think cannabis should be legal for recreational or medicinal use. About 10% believe it should be outlawed. SoCal weather, clouds and fog tonight, lows in the lower 50s, mid-40s, and some wind in the IE and AV. This report brought to you by Allstate. And from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 101 in Hollywood. Guys heading southbound right at Sunset Boulevard. It's along the right shoulder. Watch out for some looky-loos slowing as you come across Hollywood Boulevard. The drive stays slow from there until you get to the 110. Traveling on the 110, heading northbound, heading into downtown LA. Stop-and-go traffic approaching the 10 stays busy up until you get to the 101. And some slowing on the 5 southbound in Commerce as you make your way up to Washington Boulevard. It's a slow crawl from there until you get to the 605. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Some kids scream for my ice cream, and I scream for cash back on everything from sprinkles to super freezers, thanks to my Amex Blue Business Cash Card. Who wants a brain freeze? Get 2% cash back on your first $50K per year purchases, and 1% after that with an Amex Blue Business Cash Card. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/bluebusinesscash. Built for business by American Express.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hello, it is Ryan, and I was on a flight the other day playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over the person sitting next to me, and you know what they were doing? They were also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun with it. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com to claim your free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live the Chumba life. The first necessary. By law, see terms and conditions, 18+.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
In year-round comfort, knowing your home is backed by industry-leading lights, equipment, and expert technicians at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlatesheating-ac.com/coupons to learn more.
Macy's VIP sale is here. Use your coupon Groupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest spring looks from top designer brands. Plus, get 15% off go-to beauty, skincare, and fragrances. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase, except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Look at the greatness of the United States. We are a melting pot, which didn't exist before. Look at our politics. Look at our democracy. One of the things I'm so proud of America, the first country on the planet to navigate themselves on history.
Baby, I'm here. How you doing, Jacob? I heard what you were saying. I wasn't going to yell across the window. And frankly, I don't think it would work. For some reason, Rumble was down. And I don't know why. It's confusing to me. I've tried with VPNs. I've tried with multiple accounts. I've tried with new accounts. It's been down for like 16 hours for me. And it's very important for my streaming. Right. So, pardon me?
Is it a half site?
Is it a half site?
Is it compromised?
No, and I've got a down detector, and down detector has some spikes in it being down, but nothing crazy. It's not like the whole site is down. So I'm not exactly sure what it is. And I'm live on YouTube, and I'm live on Instagram, and I'm live on Twitter. So, I mean, that's live more than most anyone else. I'm not too worried about it, but I'm just confused as to why this isn't working for me. Yeah, it's one of those things. Anyway, it could be. But, I mean, it's a technical glitch on 9 different devices and like 10 different accounts. So, I mean, if it's a technical glitch, it's somewhat outside my purview. What it could be, and the only thing that I know is that strangely the internet went down. It's only gone down twice in the last month, which is pretty good. I used to experience twice a day, and it was terrible. So twice in 1 month I could do. Anyway, it was very unfortunate that since then, for some reason when I log into Rumble, it says I'll tell you exactly what it says. I'll try it again. Is it what? What'd you say? So,
probably indiscriminate.
Well, I never put it past them to ban me, and I've been banned from, I think, every single social media site that most people know. So, on what have I been banned? Twitter 2,100 times, TikTok hundreds, YouTube hundreds, Google hundreds, Twitch hundreds. Discord dozens, perhaps hundreds.
I think maybe because you're putting out so many different, so much power on your end.
Yeah, you're right. Snap. Exactly. Snap. You're right. No, you're absolutely right. I lose accounts every single day from Google because it says that we detect robotic activity. Not that, hey, can you do a CAPTCHA for us? It goes, hey, can you do a CAPTCHA? Hey, can you do phone verification? Apologies, my internet went down for a second. Can you do a CAPTCHA for us? Can you do a There's a CAPTCHA, and then what else is there? A phone verification, and then it'll be like, oh yeah, still, we think you're a robot. Like, what else do you want me to do, dog? Anyway.
It's like the only people that have like power coming out of your room is like a call center and malware and stuff like that. Chinese hackers.
You know, you're right. And but here's the thing. When the internet went down, like Rumble couldn't do that. That's my ISP. But I don't know. There's something. Meaning, there are a few ways that they could ban me that I have yet to explore, and those would be starting a new account with a new VPN on a new device that I've not used previously. I won't even think if that's a possibility. I think maybe on one device, maybe a couple. And then from there, I think that they just may have flagged my ISP. However, if they did that, or flagged my IP, however, if they did that, no, just one on a router. But if they did that, well, you have subnets, but basically your big one is coming from that router. So you can throw your trail a little bit by using VPNs. So I've done that. And it still doesn't work. So, yeah. And so, I mean, I've used a VPN in like on every continent basically. Normally it works fine. And so there are a few things that Rumble could have done. Usually if these guys don't like what I'm doing, they ban my account right away.
Google makes audio to this?
No. Google will just take down your account. You can go from one day having a 7-figure income annually from your account to nothing. And you have no retribution. And there's no opportunity. Well, you can appeal, but it's like, okay, go get lawyers that are better than Google. If there were lawyers that were better than Google, Google would have them. So you're kind of fucked. But if you can somehow win the argument, but you won't. They're a private company. Everything, you give away all your rights in the terms and conditions. And if they don't like you for whatever reason, they're a private company. They can just choose not to do business with you. That's it. You have no right to your data. So that's why I do my best to ensure it's on so many different platforms. Now, in this case, with Rumble, they could have flagged my IP, but then I use VPNs, which unless they have all those VPNs memorized or recorded, which they could, but generally they don't. What up, Apollo?
Yo, what's up?
Dog, have you checked your social media recently?
No.
Okay.
Super smoked that one.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
How's Romeo?
He's sleeping.
Well, he does that well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did want to talk to you.
What?
But I don't know if this is the right place to talk.
What would you like to say?
Just to follow up on what we talked about the other day.
Okay, we talked about a lot of things, to be honest with you.
Can we talk at crypto teaching? Because this is Harry Potter, so I don't want to.
No, you can say anything you want to say. I mean, about your coin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like.
Yeah, you'd be fine saying it here, but yeah, we could say it over there. I just don't want people to think like there are huge secrets going on. No, it's just okay. So you have 107. You have 107%. So that's more 5 more than we had, and it'll continue to grow. Now, when it comes to you, Apollo, have you been getting enough sleep? You've been gone.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I've been right. I had to download today, so I kind of edited my thing.
Okay, so I saw that. Did you order any followers yet?
No, I haven't yet.
Now, Apollo, guess how many people we have in this TG today? Or in this BC?
100?
Whoa, no. 62. Bitcoin, okay. And if you're like, what? How did you get so many? Oh my word, it was crazy. We were just in here, hanging out like just now. And this random person comes in and is like, hey, do you know anything about what is it called? There's another exchange. It's the Beat Exchange or something? Is it Beat? Or not Beat Exchange. What exchange is it? Bath or Cart or something? It's a 4-letter word that starts with B. It's some other project. It's our project, but it's available on another. It's a Rapid Ethereum or something. I don't know about this. I'm just learning about it today. But anyway, this person comes in and asks a very complicated question. They're like, hey, does Harry Potter Masonic on Ethereum bridge to this new cryptocurrency chain, which is like, or not new, I don't know. Is it biased? It's anyway. That's okay. All of a sudden, 10 people came in, then another 10 people came in, then another 10. All these people had all these questions. The coin went to $8. Apollo 13.
What was it at originally?
Like 0.0000000. It started today.
What is the name of the coin?
Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Union on that some other on some other cryptocurrency on some other blockchain.
I thought it was from somebody else copy.
So one of our members brought it to another chain. But here's the thing. This wasn't communicated well to anyone, seemingly. Whether it just wasn't. So a bunch of people came in here and started asking questions. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, has this coin been hacked? And we're like, no, it hasn't been hacked. What do you mean? They're like, well, this Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Union on this other exchange is trading at $8 each right now. We're like, what? All of a sudden, all these people came in, and they have all these questions. And More Light came in within 10 minutes. I think More Light had to get some information from the other devs, like, whoa, what is going on? Because initially they endorsed it, then everyone was like, oh, it's a bug.
Can you mute? I don't know. You got multiple mics going on. It just keeps echoing.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
Do you know what? Let's see here. Maybe I can do this. Can you hear me better now? Apollo 13 has a very cool dog named Romeo.
And then these work days have gotten longer, and what was before a hybrid schedule is now
All right, look. I'm trying one other thing. Yeah. Apologies. thing that occurred is that there was this like huge influx of people who were really excited to talk about the cryptocurrency on this other exchange. So we had a bunch of new crypto community members join today. A few girls, which is always cool. I think that there need to be more women in crypto and in tech and things, so hopefully that continues. Then everybody, there's one guy who came in and he was like, I bought 500, or what, somebody said this. One guy was like, I lost all this money on this. And we were like, well, not necessarily. He's like, I bought it $12 or something. I don't know how he bought it $12 because I thought the thing peaked at $8. So I don't know how he bought it $12. But plus gas fees, this guy was just taking gas. He basically made a poor, he didn't make a poor investment, just the timing could have been better. So I was talking to him in front of like 60 people. I'm explaining to him, like, I know that you're mad that you purchased at the high and you purchased a lot, but you should know that we don't look at that as the all-time high. That's just the first high. We're going to break way through that. The main coin is, I mean, they're the same coin. It's just the other one is a wrapped Ethereum. I don't really know what that means, but it's like, to my understanding, there's some kind of bridge that exists or that you can create to this other blockchain, and it's an easy exchange. So, because I asked, I'm like, is this something positive for the coin? And initially, they more or less was like, yeah, it is. And then as we learned more about it, it seemed like it was quite positive for it. But there was all of this flooding because people didn't know exactly what it was. So I'm not sure what it's trading right now, but there was a lot of excitement regarding the coin, and I'm not exactly sure what more may happen, but that's what we got going. Okay, Apollo, I will go, I will give you, and I mean this because I'm very tired. I didn't sleep last night. And we had a ton of people in here all night, and we had an all-nighter, and it was fun. And yeah. All right, so I will meet you in the Crypto DJ's Lounge, and if anybody's like, oh, you're leaving us? Fuck no. I mean, I'll stay in the other one. All right, what's going on? I'm going in the Crypto DJ's Lounge, so I'll meet you there, okay?
Again, a lot of this performance you have from the pandemic where it was, oh yeah, we'll all work remote. I see it with my kids in school. It was, oh, you guys can stay home and do the work from the computer. And then as soon as it's time for school to start, they're like, and we are going to penalize people who are tardy and who are absent. Well, how is that when you guys said it was okay to miss and to not be here and to still get the work done, but now everyone's getting penalized?
Yo, Pam.
Let's pick a struggle.
Apollo 15, you going into Crypto DJ's Lounge?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
You're good.
Better in the public sense to offer these wellness initiatives and conservation benefits. They will do that, and then when people
I'm already there.
They'll take them away. I wonder though.
I know. I'm thinking
There's utility in them. Honest utility.
You're okay. Take your time.
Would it be nice if corporations offered that gym membership as part of an incentive?
Isotropic. We're glad you're here. There would be nothing that would make me happier in the world, Isotropic, than if you were to just stay there and listen all day long. What up, Apollo 13? Your dog. So I'm going to make this as private as I can. I'm going to mute that one. How can I help you?
So when they start to allocate dollars to whatever they find to be important, it's whatever's important at that time. Now, wellness was very important over the last few years.
I do. May I make a suggestion to you? Those are bad. You're okay. Get some water, stretch it out,
funds to people like me
Take
to
your time.
come in and do team building exercises, physical, mental, emotional stuff with the team.
Okay. In your crypto, in your Apollo 13, the one that says Apollo 13 is an avid blockchain entrepreneur, I think you have enough spaces. I think it'd be positive of you if you put the Crypto Degens Lounge link in there. Let me explain why. Oh, it did? Okay. Yeah, so let's see if we can shorten this. Apollo 13, and then you could do colon, an avid blockchain entrepreneur with no period. I bet we can get this to work. I mean, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. Why do you have to say Apollo 13 again? Why can't you just say avid blockchain entrepreneur and then your link? You should. It sounds more professional, and also you get your link in there. Let me explain why. I don't know if you noticed, but I joined a bunch of Telegrams in the last 48 hours. You might not know that you were working, but it was really easy for me to get into Bitcoin ass visions just because I could click the link right there. With yours, I had to really hunt for it. And I'm thinking to myself, if we want this to spread, it's nice to have that link in the bio and people can check it out and they know it exists. If not, people don't know it exists.
That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most fun time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sports.
I gotcha, but you wanted to spread. Yeah. I have a question for you. Have you spoken with Roller Girl since that podcast day? What happened? All right, Doug.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can
Anything else? I'm just asking. Anything else to discuss?
Important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure
All right, what do you want to discuss?
I wanted to discuss taking as prescribed can help you live healthy with HIV.
Let's do it.
Which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients and 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit. No high fructose corn syrup and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. Attention parents. Watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important skill for their future. Reading.
It was long because I didn't sleep.
Kids no matter their starting point.
So I'm about to go. I'm going to go to bed right now.
One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and spelling apps, plus your first month $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com
Well, I mean, I have it documented. I've been up for a very long time. And I've been up with the people in that chat for a very long time. So I know that it doesn't seem like work, but today we entertained 62 people at once. And I was troubleshooting. I've been troubleshooting devices for the last 48 hours. So that's not been fun. No. It's avid blockchain entrepreneur, and then your link. That's it. And don't put any punctuation. It's perfect. And I would have it. Oh, it sounds beautiful. I would have capital A in avid, capital B in blockchain. I would, because it's like a title. And plus, yeah, you're not just an entrepreneur, you're a blockchain entrepreneur. You don't, you don't have to, but I would, it's not a sentence. Like if you're going to do the whole correct, apologies, stream, I don't know, Discord has an issue. If you're going to do the whole thing with correct punctuation and everything, it's just going to complicate it. But you can do what you want with the capitalization. And in my opinion, it's more like a title. Like so copy and paste the link. You want your biography to say avid blockchain entrepreneur, and then your Telegram link. That's really good. And it has a call to action. It's excellent. I stole your PSP, by the way. I've been using it all over the place. Now let me see. I'm kidding about that. I have used 2 of your NFTs. Okay, here's what I did. I used 2 of your NFTs on my Twitter account. And the reason why, they're cool. And oh sure. Well, and the other thing that I did on one of my video templates, like I have a bunch of videos, right? One of the templates I put in there Ryoshi coin, right? No, not Ryoshi. No, not that. Ryoshi Dex, and so when you type in Ryoshi Dex, on the very last result, my video comes up, and I did that because I will get you a lot of results, just because I create so much content. And if you're like, well, wait, I want to know what other, like, how do you have me in there? You're in there with 5,000 hashtags. So it just looks like random hashtags that I took off the internet, which I did, and you're thrown in there. So it's not associated with you. However, it helps to build your search results because it is a lot of, it's a lot of, I don't want to put it, it's a lot of data that constantly will keep building you up. And so while no one may be watching it, you will always have at least your content at the forefront as being new. And we also have the opportunity for you to spread the NFT. Here are the ones that I'm using. Here's why I'm using them. Your account, but I'll just show you in here. Okay, the first one is this one. It's a Gensler. That one. It's a Gensler. Yep. And then the other one is the one I think you currently are using. And the reason why I use that one, I like that one the most. You picked the best one, in my opinion. This one's the best one. The one that you have that says Ryoshi, but yours says Apollo. No, I know. I know. I'm saying that the one you chose though is the best one. So you have good taste in at least the ones that I've seen.
If that makes sense, like all the other ones.
I got you. I just like your color scheme that you chose, or whatever was custom for you. It's nice. Anyway, so I use that as my profile picture on 2 of my accounts because literally if I post a certain picture on Twitter, the account gets banned. If you know how I've got the profile picture of like my face with the circle around it, the red circle, it's the current profile picture I currently have right now. I literally use it on everything. It says Guinness World Record around it in a circle. Okay, that one, if you post that on Twitter as your profile picture, you get banned within 10 minutes. They have some kind of algorithm, I think, that they can flag some things for like whatever they want. But like a lot of times if people have like nudes that leak, they can make it so that whatever account tries to post that content gets banned. And all they have to do is add a certain picture to a database to say this is a banned database. We don't want this picture available. What to do? You can lock the account, you can take down the post, you can ban the account, and they just straight up ban the account. And here's why. It takes them too long to go through and manually find all the accounts that I've created that say like Rabbi Rothschild, et cetera. They know the only person who uses that little circle. I'm the only person who uses that little circle. So they know, all right, whenever this person or this is posted on the internet, boom, we're going to ban them for it. And, oh, no, this is just one. No, not even close. No, if anything, this is a positive thing for you. Just because people are like, yeah, hey, that's cool art. But no, it doesn't have anything to do with this one. I have a bunch of other accounts that have different pictures as well. All those accounts are fine. This one's fine. And at a certain point, I just wanted to look like a normal person's account. I so did. Oh man, I'm tired. Okay, I don't even know. Did we talk about what you want to talk about, or did I just go on? Oh no, we absolutely are. But you have to understand. I was just gonna say my body is shutting down. My mind is shutting down. I can feel myself just drunk. So if not, I'm gonna cut it short. But here's what I want you to do: come into the HPOS 10 Eden. We had 62 people in there. We may get some of those people to come back. But Jacob's gonna be in there. Isotropic's gonna be in there. And Joby Printing Bags is in there. Dude, Joby Printing Bags is your friend. Yeah, he loves that. He loves that. He just, I don't know. I think it's a sensitive subject to a lot of people. It is a sensitive subject to a lot of people. No, I understand you don't want that, and right, exactly. I absolutely get that. So you should know that I talked to who's our friend? Oh my God, Aspen. Yeah, wow, we got me. Good job. Everything's cool with him. I hope you know that. Yeah, exactly. And oh, I said to him, hey dog, I want to make you aware that my man Apollo, yeah, I'm sorry, again, my mind is shutting down. My man Apollo, no, I'm really, like literally, even like 10, like 1 minute ago, I even thought in my head, I haven't been this sleepy in like a long time. Okay, my man Apollo, at least I was going to say your name. I never got a chance to say the other guy's name. Aspen, okay. I said, you posted questionable content in his VC or his TG. Is there any way you can just like not do that? You know that that's like for work and stuff or professional. And he's like, yeah, I know, but it's fun. And I'm like, all right, well, I just want you to know that there are no hard feelings with my man Apollo. And if you think that there are hard feelings, there aren't. You just have to understand he has a Telegram to run, and he can't just be having crazy stuff in there all the time and then just he doesn't want to have, he doesn't, not only, he not only doesn't want to have to babysit it, he can't babysit it. So just because you think it's funny doesn't mean that it's appreciated at the given time. Maybe it's funny or appropriate for his PG, but not for yours. And he was like, no, I understand. And yeah, Apollo and I go way back, and I'm sure everything will be fine with him. And I said to him, all right, well, why did you leave the Crypto DJ's lounge? Or something like that. And he's like, oh, I was just being, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he was just like, everything's fine. He was really cool about it. And I even told him, like, well, thank you for being so cool about it. And I hope he doesn't do that to you again. If he does, let me know, and we can certainly perhaps talk to him, or, I mean, you do with him what you want. It's your place, but, oh man, am I still talking to you? Thank God, I thought I closed it. I did not mean to, if I did. I don't want to.
No, I appreciate that. Because it's supposed to be spring now. Yeah, daylight savings time.
They said spring. Fight back or something.
It's always good to see.
So here's the thing. If you look, this isn't a big deal, but if you look on your Crypto DJ launch thing, it says launching soon 10 months ago. That's never a good look for your coin. So I don't know if you have access to the accounts that posted that, but there's a Ryoshi deck from 10 months ago on YouTube. Is that your account? So what I'm saying is that, pardon me, if you, that's really powerful. Hold on. No, okay, then there you go. There you go. You answered the question.
A large mural of Dodger star Shohei Ohtani is unveiled in downtown LA. Fans in Little Tokyo to get a glimpse of the new mural starring Dodgers pitcher Shohei Ohtani. It's a tiger wall in the Yamaha Hotel and features two images of Ohtani pitching and hitting.
That's my favorite. I hate a lot.
LA Rising. Insane.
Because like if you see
Shohei's
swap,
climbing, we're
like
climbing,
swap,
got
and
MLB,
swap, you know about this, right?
The LA-based artist
A little
also
bit.
created the Kobe Bryant mural near Pershing Square. The
About the other
It's
exchange.
an augmented reality.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I know is that there are other exchanges.
San Pedro and Central.
Right, but we don't have
KFI News.
A man in Illinois has been arrested following a deadly stabbing spree.
So that's what makes yours, so let me understand. That's what makes yours different, is yours has NFTs and a token.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's what I think.
We have one that's in critical condition right now, and an additional.
Like, if you look like,
Wait, hold on, you don't give them, you don't give them to people though. They buy them like a normal NFT,
no,
right?
I know,
I understand. Okay, I just thank you for that differentiation.
yeah, I'm not giving away.
So how do you buy your NFT? Is it on Meta, OpenSea? Is that the goal? Is OpenSea the goal? Why not?
You gotta buy the tokens, it's gonna be on Friday swap and Friday.
Okay.
When you buy the token, you're able to pay gas in. So, say you buy 10 coins,
Can I sell them on OpenSea?
yeah,
Okay. Do you have gas on your coin? Yeah. So no. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so no tax. Okay, but yes, Jeff. Okay.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly
Okay.
in bonus bets. With DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. 68 hours after release. Eligibility deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
I'm just look, Apollo. I have to be so honest with you. I can't comprehend anything anymore. I'm gonna go to bed. If I were you, I would go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 meeting. They currently have 10 participants, and I'm gonna tell. Hey, 8:36. 8:36. I have a question. Will you please sleep in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email space? Just leave your phone on. Why? Oh, okay. Dude, then I'll play podcasts in there for your way. If you go in there, I'll be your DJ. You can't turn that down. So here's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Well, you won't this time. You're awake, and we'll listen to whatever you want. What would you listen to normally? No. How about this? How about you play your world event? Do you have to play your world events on your phone? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just play the radio. I know. No. Here's what I'm saying. We want to listen to what you're listening to. Play that. I mean, it's literally you just turn up the radio in your cab and have your phone on speaker. You don't turn your camera on or anything. Here's why. Well, because you live okay, we have someone who does truck simulator in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email space, and we watch that, and we talk about you, and everybody says, and when I say everybody, I mean Spring, and I mean Asmont, and I mean Billy Bags, and I mean 3 other people, a lot of people. Hold on. We had this conversation at the time that we think that you have an amazing opportunity to just do exactly what these truck simulators do, but you just do it on your phone So basically, what you do is you just take the phone and shoot it at the road for 8 hours, and you get 500 people at a time. Those truck drivers who do that on TikTok get huge numbers. Huge. I'll show you them right now. If you've never seen this, if you're like, you know how tired I am, but I'm going to show you right now, just so you see. You're like, well, I don't want to do it. I want you to see, just right now, at a given time. Now, I could be wrong, and maybe there aren't any truck drivers, but I've seen them before on here with a lot of people. And okay, so truck driver. I'm going to go to live. Oh, truck driver. Here's somebody right now. They have 192 people watching them. They're just driving a truck. Why can't you do this? There's no reason you can't. No, here. Okay, so here's the thing. Hold on, let me explain to you a few things. Because I understand what you're saying. So let me just, you're giving me excuses. I reject excuses, I embrace solutions. So I'm going to just tell you the solutions to all of these issues, and then you have all of the answers to your excuses and solutions to them. So here we go. Let's talk about the one I want to talk about the most, which is the issue of the camera being in the cab, particularly in an unsafe manner. You don't want to be fucking with the camera when you got a dog and you are driving an 18-wheeler. I understand that. Especially with how shitty these fucking phone holders are, they could make you scream. I get that. So let me explain to you. I know phone holders as well as any non-trucker because I have done so much streaming in a car at as fast as 118 miles an hour. And I can tell you, I've tried all of your traditional phone holders for a vehicle. There is one type of phone holder that is superior to all the others. It's one they make for stock car racing and truck drivers. So it's made for both. And it is a suction cup that goes on your windshield. That this suction cup, I'm telling you this, I tested it. It worked for 3 years on my glass. Didn't move once. Did not move once, and it was hanging completely vertically. I'm saying that this fucking suction cup, you're like, Rabbit, how is this suction cup so good? It's this really sturdy rubber and this like little lock they have on it, and the lock depressurizes this vacuum seal that when it sucks onto a window or onto a mirror, it won't come off unless you remove the valve. It's very easy though to remove, and there's no adhesive or anything. So when you're like, Rabbi, I don't want to be fucking with a camera because it's going to be bouncing around and all that other shit. I completely understand that 100%. And I'm letting you know that what I would use when I would do it is these truck driver or stock car suction cups, and they never fell down once. And also, I drove at 118 miles an hour. Now, that's not exactly doing what you're doing, but I'm just telling you, that isn't an issue anymore. If we couldn't overcome that issue, I would be fine with it. Like, oh, it's totally unsafe. I get it. Let's not worry about it. But I'm saying right now, there are a ton of people on here doing this. So if you wonder how they do it, they have this suction cup system. If you look at the reviews for it, it's amazing. Okay. So then if you're like, okay, well, what good is that going to give me? Dude, number one, you can tell people about your coin if you want. Number two, you will become an influencer. Even if you never show your face, which you don't want to, and I understand, you just point your truck forward. No one's going to know who you are. And if you can make it so your stuff isn't recorded, but people will give you money and you become an influencer. I mean, look, at a certain point, if you want your project to succeed, which I do, I mean, you hear the passion that I have for it, you are going to have to embrace some of these avenues in social media. So you're going to pick yours. I think yours is really Twitter Spaces. and Twitter Spaces, you have the ability to take your phone, shoot it out of the cab so no one knows who you are, and just talk with people. You can't beat that.
Let me put it like that. The technology is early 20th century.
Yeah.
Having a landline phone just for an emergency.
Wait, so you okay? So then you gave some other excuses or reasons. The other, hold on, I want to make sure we go through them. So one of them, the one that stuck out, I should have done this in the order of what you gave, but I was really excited for that one because the suction cup system is so good. It's not a system, it's just literally you just take the suction cup, put it on the glass, move this little, okay, you know what it is.
No, sir. I said this. No, my mother has not one but two landlines in her house to this day.
I'm literally
back to our grandparents' stuff. They're not going to.
You and I both know that you're giving me another excuse. No, in here. Okay. Dude, do you know how small this? Do you know how small this suction cup is? Dog, have you ever seen an Uber driver? Uber drivers have like 8 different things. And I reckon. Okay. Apollo. You want your coin to succeed. I want your coin to succeed. No, I understand. I'm saying the ways that you're going to be able to make this succeed are limited. Well, I understand that they're limited.
Absolutely. I remember having a landline during the earthquake and needing to use that to communicate. Of course.
Well, the question is, no one's asking you to have an iPad up there as well. Exactly. Why? Okay. And that has to be on your windshield? No, I don't believe that. You Hold on. I know, but I want to counter this. I know, but I'm actually learning about this too. It does keep a digital log, but am I correct that digital log is an RFID tag or some type of wireless tag? It doesn't have to make visual contact with an iPad in your cab. I don't believe that.
Right, I agree, and I think that if people are wanting to...
Gotcha. Hold on. I got you. I knew it. Oh, I got you. You don't want to do it. That's fine. And you're going to give me every excuse in the book until you do. I'm just saying, Doug, if you go on TikTok right now, these people are making money just driving trucks. And it's like, well, you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I know. It's the same shit you tell me when you're like, you could be running people's social media. I'm like, I know. Oh, no, I understand that. It's the, no, that's not why you do it. No, it's not that. Dog, no one's asking you to put the log thing on your windshield. And that's what, and, of course it will. Why can't that be on your passenger seat?
Give us an updated version of the landline phone or something like that. In the zombie apocalypse, it might come in.
I know. What? Okay. What code is it?
You gotta listen to me. I know you have ideas. I need to be able to
updates, anything happening.
have my log.
Absolutely. So we're going to continue this conversation, and there are some legitimate points to be made about keeping a landline
in contact with KFI 8640. We'll give you all the necessary information in an emergency. But this is about the landline phone. We got more to say. Just KFI 8640 everywhere. iHeartRadio app now.
Dog, I get what you're saying. All I'm saying is that, dog, I don't. Okay, you do that. Please do. Absolutely. Wait, hold on. You just kind of did. You told me. I know you don't. You're a straight shooter, but you did say that your thing on your scale had to be like you needed your iPad there. Oh, dog. This person has 152 people watching this. This person has 577. This person has 5,000. This one person, they're a truck driver. They have 5,000 people watching them. That's huge. You could. This person has 34. They're driving a truck. They have 3,400 people watching them.
Sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament and join $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most promising time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150
Did you send the pic?
in bonus bets.
Did you send the picture?
With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART.
Oh, don't do it while you're driving.
But I don't have much kind of bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply.
I understand. But when you said to me, Rabbi,
Today, black folks are still but there is something to do. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com.
I am.
This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
When we had the discussion a week ago, and you asked me something, there was the discussion, I said like 99% of coins fail, that you have to make your coin stand out in one way or another, and so we're just, right.
Social business to choose from. New games released anytime, anywhere. And each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the
Well, no, I get this. You don't want to stream. You're busy. You didn't tell me. Thank you. To what account?
The effects of fixing. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results include serious allergic reactions.
Just a moment, I'm looking for this.
If you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat, tell your doctor about
Okay, I found it.
such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change your stop.
Yeah, okay. And I get it. You have a lot there. But hold on. Let me say what I wanted to say. In front of the driver's side, you know that there's availability. The bigger issue here, and you should have just said it, or maybe you didn't. I didn't understand it. I didn't hear it. You don't want to stream your life. I get it. So that's as simple as that. You don't have to. Wait, what is this camera on your? What is this? I don't. Huh? Oh. Oh, really? That's super cool. Wait, I've done that. Hold on. I've done that. Hold on, I've done that. Using a camera to, well, I don't. That isn't the word for which I'm looking. It isn't profitable. Basically, it costs too much to drive a car in either the freeway or in residential neighborhoods in Orange County. Okay, well, I don't know about the cameras aspect so much, but I do know at least when it comes to the streaming of myself while driving, I've done that. And I've done it from a bunch of different angles. So that's why when you're like, I have 2 devices on my car, I'm like, dog, I used to have like 9. Now I understand, I'm not a commercial driver, so I don't advise that. I know it's very dangerous what I did, but I would even do it on the outside of the car with these suction cups, which is super dangerous. So if they could fly off and kill somebody, anyway, these things held like a, and I had a backup for them too. If the thing fell, I had a bungee cord around it, and then I had another rope around it. I didn't want to lose the camera, but I also didn't want it just to fly off and hit somebody. And it held very well. And it says it's guaranteed to hold up to 200 miles per hour on the outside of a NASCAR. That's how good this is. Anyway, Doug, you're telling me all this stuff, and I'm looking at 10 people on TikTok who are disagreeing with you, and tens of thousands of people. So I know you don't want to do it.
I said $50 to $60. It probably is probably more than that. Then if I told you, hey, you have to pay some $700 a month, fees, taxes, all that kind of stuff, for this landline that you will never probably use. You're only getting it for an emergency. So
that makes complete sense.
It's not a good enough argument for me to say, hey, I have this $700 insurance policy for technology, which is degrading in nature.
I get that. I get that. Look, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you, it can be done. They figure out a way how to do it. No, you. Right.
Cause people's bills to spike, and who knows when that's going to get remitted. So your $50 bill can easily shoot up to hundreds, if not thousands of dollars.
And I know part of this is generational in nature. I'm a Gen Xer. I grew up embracing this technology, this move from landlines to smartphones. I haven't cell phones to smartphones. I haven't had a landline this century, I'm pretty sure. And I know anyone younger than me, for the most part, they don't have landlines either. So this technology is going away. What I'm recommending is, as opposed to trying to save the landline technology, which is not
in the future, when dealing with me, here's what I want you to do. Get right to the heart of the reason. And in my opinion, the heart of the reason here is this. You should say, and I think this would have been clearer to me. Rabbi, I make my living with this. I don't want to live stream it. and I know I'm launching. But then you went into all kinds of excuses like, well, I can't get the suction. I have too many suction cups. Like all reasons. I've got an iPad and I've got too many things, and it's not possible. And I'm able to show you like 10 people who are. When it is possible, you don't want to do it. I get that. That's fine. When it comes to your token, there are ways for it to become successful. We'll just have to think of other ways. Hey, let's see. Did it change in the Telegram yet? No. Did you change the Telegram thing yet? Okay. Hey, now you're talking my style. I get that. I get that a lot better. Okay. Okay, absolutely. Dog, nobody's at no. You look. Oh my, you have said it. I get it. I've even like came back with the ways that I would have said it differently to me, but I still understand it. You get it. You're making it so clear. My man, I'm gonna go get some sleep. Meet me in the Harry Potter time. All I wanted you to do was just leave your phone in there, and we wanted to listen to what's going on with your radio. But I understand you don't want to do that, so that's okay. I will see you in Harry Potter Long Sonic if you'd ever like. Sounds good. All right.
I appreciate you, Rabbi. I need your help, though.
Okay.
The union representative driver says it wants bulletproof enclosures, emergency exits.
Did you change your Telegram? Did you change your Telegram biography? Okay, because I just said it hadn't updated for me. Let me leave and come back, and maybe it'll update. Be right back.
It also says it will be adding protective barriers to buses and taking other action. The bus driver in last week's crash has been released from the hospital. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Attorneys for the Church of Scientology say they want the judge presiding over a civil lawsuit with actress Leah Remini replaced. Court papers filed yesterday claimed the judge was prejudiced against the church and gave no reasons.
Apollo, can you hear me? You want to capitalize the Ian entrepreneur as well. Avid blockchain entrepreneur. Aside from that, it's amazing. And I think it's just it's like your business card, and that brings them in. And I don't know, I wasn't comparing Bitcoin Ass Visions with crypto degen funds. I had been adding so many different accounts to these. And the reason why I added so many different accounts is if I ever need to have the ability to stream in them, I needed to have the link. And instead of me being like, oh, now I got to go get the link and do the invite link and everything, I just figured, you know what, I'll just have them all join. And the fact that the link was in as much as profile just made me realize, wow, that's really convenient. But I bet it's really convenient for other people too. If you don't have the link in there, I wouldn't know that you had your own really successful lounge. You know what I mean? Wow, you have 200. Oh, you have 86 people. You have 86 people. That's pretty good. And I know. No, I'm 10 of them though. I think something like that. Something close. But nevertheless, you have 75 people who you have with whom you have a connection. That's an excellent contactless. Excellent. All right, my friend. You are, absolutely. All right, my friend. Oh, and I talked to, I think I already told you, but let me know if Ask Once sends anything else that you don't want in there. I'm sure he'll be cool, though. He said he would be. Excellent. And it was like normal?
Like nothing ever happened. Yeah, I never bought another.
Sure. Do you remember exactly what he?
It's free, but it's totally free.
Do you remember exactly what he posted?
Thousands of TV shows and movies. Finding the artists is never easier. Just open the app, and something good will already be playing. Because you're real humans who love TV as much as you love them. So you spend a lot less time scrolling, or time watching. That's why
It's inappropriate for your place. Yeah, it's
download the app, start streaming. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
right. Especially if you were just randomly to go in there and, you know, just kind of, it'd be surprising. Yeah, that's an excellent point. Good point. Alrighty, babies. You take care. Safe travels, my friend.
We need to talk tomorrow, though. Whenever you get to us, I can figure out slowly by slowly.
That's right. You are Artbooks.com, the place to find your nice.
I'm decorating. It's a good thing. I'm going from the
I know you already explained it to me, but goddamn it,
wall and
I heard so much.
No, you're okay. Absolutely. So I think we talked. You said the best way we probably could do it would be like $350, and you have to do it like 10 days in a row, which is something you could do. And it's a risk. You know it's a risk. I know it's a risk, but it's a big risk. I mean, it's not a big risk. It's a small risk for a big reward, and the big reward is a Twitter power account. When you have a Twitter power account, the world is your oyster. Alrighty, my friend. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You take care, Paul. Bye-bye, my friend. Yo, what is going on? Oh, I am here. I'm absolutely fucking exhausted now. Alright. How in the fuck are we gonna do this? Firstly, let's check Rumble. See if this shit's going. It's being a slut. Server error. Server error.
I'm Tiffany Hobbs with this week's Viral Load. We're going to be talking new viral stories that have been unearthed from years ago that have now gone viral, and everything in between on tonight's edition of the Viral Load. And we're going to start first by talking about something that Generation Z, the youngins, keep doing. Something that they keep doing that a lot of us outside of Generation Z might be a little annoyed with. What are they doing? They keep naming things. They always have to have some sort of buzz phrase or coin phrase to explain things that are generally mundane. The newest phrase for them, Herkle Durkle. Yes, you heard me right. Herkle Durkle. What is Herkle Durkle? You might say the same because when I saw this word, I had no clue. And I think that's the point because I'm not a Generation Zer. Herkle Durkle is the latest viral self-care trend started by Gen Z on their beloved TikTok. Herkle Durkle is a term that is Scottish. It originates from the Scottish words herkle, which means to crouch, and herklin, which means to stagger. And when you put the two together, you somehow get Urkel Durkel. And what it means is explained by a young lady named Chelsea Elisa, Rounded It Neutral on TikTok. She shared a video demonstrating what it is to Urkel Durkel. What was she doing that would require such a strange phrase, a strange title? She was staying in bed. That's it. Staying in bed. Staying in bed specifically past the time that you are supposed to get up. So, if you have some obligation, say you're supposed to get up at about 6:30 in the morning for work or whatever it might be, this is Generation Z, so school, I imagine, and you do not get up when your alarm gets off, or you just decide to snooze that alarm and lay in bed and lounge around, you are herkling and dirkling. It is viral. It is a self-care trend, as many trends have been started by Gen Zers. Another one, earthing. And this process is going outside. Simply going outside is earthing or re-earthing. You are going outside and getting out away from your technology or whatever it is, and it requires a term or a title. There's another one, and they keep coming up with these phrases to explain, again, things that are pretty mundane to you and I, but things that are somehow revolutionary to this generation. So, if you have a teenager, or you happen to be reading something, or watching something, or scrolling on TikTok, and you come across the phrase, Urkel Durkel, now you can be cool and tell them you know what it means. So if you stay in bed tomorrow, no longer, you are herkling and dirkling. And if you say that within my vicinity, we are going to have a huge problem. Second story, people are heartbroken. We'll switch gears. People are heartbroken by this new Netflix docu-series. It's a limited series, true crime series called The Program. You might have seen it. It's exposing the horrific truth about behavior modification camps. The series is hugely popular and has resulted in thousands of people online via Reddit and X, Twitter, and other social media platforms. This is where the viral or the virality of it all comes into play, engaging in conversation about their shock at what they're seeing or their direct experience with what they've been watching. The program follows a young woman named Catherine Kubler, who directed this series, and her former classmates at this academy called Ivy Ridge. It's a boarding school in upstate New York, marketed as being hopeful for troubled teenagers. However, Catherine Kubler and her classmates say that they were subjected to different forms of abuse, and that it was a horrendous experience that lasted anywhere from months to years. People are talking about this. It is going viral. The series has been out for a while now, months. But as more and more people watch it, as more and more people are comfortable opening up about whether they experienced it or not, then you're getting, again, thousands upon thousands of comments and reactions about this entire industry. And here's where the past comes into the present. Paris Hilton, socialite Paris Hilton, did a documentary in 2020. And in that documentary, she actually talks about her experience with one of the schools named in the program. This school is called Provo Canyon, and it's in Utah. And Paris Hilton went viral way back then in 2020, way back then, 4 years ago, about her experiences because people had no clue that she had gone through this. And now, because of the program doing so well, Paris Hilton's comments are coming again to the current time, to the present, and people are weighing again what they experienced, what these documentarians have experienced, and what Paris Hilton herself experienced, kind of against each other in this viral conversation online. So if you haven't seen the program, I highly encourage you do so. It is very interesting to watch. It's a cautionary tale If anything, you can share it again with those young Gen Zers in your life who might be headed in a behaviorally negative way as hopefully a deterrent. So they're making things go viral. If they're hurtling and dirkling on a weekend, maybe get them up to watch the program so it can all come full circle. Another story that has roots in earlier years that has come to the present deals with Jennifer Lopez. 20 plus years ago in 1998, Jennifer Lopez did an interview where she talked about actresses who were more popular than she was at the time. She was up and coming, and people were giving her platforms to speak. The platform that gave her this opportunity was called Movie Line Magazine. And Jennifer Lopez, back in 1998, talked about actresses Salma Hayek, Cameron Diaz, Claire Danes, Winona Ryder, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Madonna. And those comments 20 plus years ago are now going viral this week.
Because again, how are you, Jacob?
I found the article, shared it on X. It has been shared and reacted to thousands of times. And Jennifer Lopez is now being put in the position where she either has to ignore it or respond to it. She responded years ago when these comments came up, but this is before, again,
Can you repeat that?
So now it has new legs, and this generation who is able to find any story and make things go viral has latched onto it. And
now, when we say see people, who are we referencing?
Which included that certain actresses are only hot by association, that they're just lucky because they're models, that they're only sexy bombshells.
Are we okay? Are we talking? Are these the same people, or I guess? I mean, you're not going to know, but I basically want to know who are we including in this? Are we including Atlantis in this?
When we come back, we're going to talk about an actor who is very well known in the Marvel universe. He may not be that nice of a guy. It's KFI.
So I think that there are definitely different ways to think about it. The Phoenicians could be. There are more probably esoteric writings that they could be the Atlanteans. It could be the Greeks, perhaps. But I think that they could be the Phoenicians. I have on my bucket list to learn hieroglyphics. And it's not necessarily that difficult. It is just picture interpretation. But there are some things that you need to know. And that's the thing. That's the thing. Once this becomes a thing, and it's becoming a thing more and more, as you see, we had 62 people in here tonight. Jacob, how cool was that? And, you know, right. But still, we get to connect with them, and hopefully that increases the size of the community. But you should understand that for many a month did I go through this without one person. I didn't talk to anyone. No one commented on my videos. And if you mean to say, Rabbi, you mean not one person commented? No, they did. But I would see it 8 hours later. So it was like I didn't have any human interaction. So the fact that we have so many cameras going and communicate in so many different ways, and it's relatively easy to contact me whenever you need, that to me is a really exciting part of this project. And we have other people who now know about it. So that is cool to me. We have Passport Bitcoin who's in here. Passport Bitcoin, how you doing, Spot? Passport Bitcoin, living like a prison. Okay. Next up. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to This is a good question. I am going to go with Joe Rogan. And if you're like, oh, I'm sick of Joe Rogan. Dog, he has more content than most creators, and it's free. And when I play it, I don't get copyright strikes generally. And so if you know something that has as big a library, I know you're not completely. If anybody knows anybody has as big a library of interesting stuff, and I won't get a copyright strike, I'll listen to that all day long. I'm not against it. It's just, it's hard to find stuff. Yeah, you can. Art Bell Productions, and also Coast to Coast can get you from, who is it? It's called, hold on, it's the name. Oh, that's how he died, on Periscope? Wait, wait, you're talking Art Bell? Right. Oh, okay, so at the time of his death, he had a Periscope show, you're saying, right? I gotcha. Well, he's a legend. I'll tell you what is interesting. George Norrie has been doing the show now longer than Art Bell, but people still love Art Bell more. So you like Art Bell? Excellent. Well, yeah, we can listen to Art Bell. Dude, do you know about Mel's Hole? Oh my God. We're gonna listen to it. It's the best fucking story. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this, Jacob. My Hebrew becomes the best in the world. My Yiddish becomes the best in the world. Once I no longer have to focus on all these streams and staying afloat financially, and I have the means to be able to have the best tutors in the world, and et cetera, okay? Right now, my Hebrew needs work. I mean, frankly, my Yiddish needs work. And I could be working on that right now, but frankly, then I couldn't be streaming and have all these other discussions. But those are two of my exactly. And I've done that as well. Like I've taken Hebrew classes before, I've had Hebrew tutors, and I do well. And so I am the perfect person to like show someone how to start the language with really no background, but without going in more into that at this point. Those are things that I'd like to do once this gets big, to do classes and a more formalized fashion. Now, currently, I obviously I have other interests though. Here's the thing, like you know who Rabbi Mizrahi is. He's one of my favorite rabbis, and when I have a question about Torah, or someone has a question for me about Torah, I go to my colleagues. And if somebody comes to me, I'm going to say, go to Rabbi Mizrahi. He does that shit. But when somebody goes to him about the different alien races of the Galactic Federation, you don't want Rabbi Mizrahi's answer. You want Rabbi Rothschild's answer. What I'm trying to say is, we rabbis have certain focuses, and exactly, and his are more traditional, and mine are perhaps more progressive, but that doesn't mean that they're not both very important. And he's just one example. Exactly. Exactly. And the beautiful aspect of the term rabbi is it just means teacher. It's basically you go to this person to learn something. And it's quite an interesting aspect of life. Okay, so with that said, I wanted to say that there's a really interesting aspect. Like another thing you're not going to learn from Rabbi Mizrahi, but you were from Rabbi Rothschild, is about Mel's Hole. Now, I know the secrets of the world, meaning, like, you know, like, we'll talk to some extent. Like, Rabbi Mizrahi, I would love to hear him talk about life extension technology and time travel and how we get there with physics and faster than light propulsion, which is a thing through all kinds of ways, wormholes and plasma generators and all kinds of things that no one else, like, they just either don't know or they don't consider it halachically appropriate to be discussing in, you know, large groups. And that's what life is about, is speculation. That's how you get to hard facts, is someone needs to take a guess on what the future may hold. And it's almost pathetic at certain points what we're trying to do. So with that said, in getting the Mel's Hole, there's this fabulous story of Art Bell. Now, Art Bell has a story that I don't want to confuse you. I'm sure if you know Art Bell, you know the famous Area 51 caller, the person who flies over Area 51 and they allegedly get shot down. You know this caller? Okay, so Art Bell, and especially knowing how radio works, particularly because I didn't work in radio, but I had radio. I was a customer of radio, which is cool. I was a media director, and actually I was higher than that. I was managing director of from what was a startup to a multi-million-dollar organization. And so I learned a lot about media and marketing and all kinds of ways to make impressions on an audience. Well, one of the things of which I was always a fan is radio. And Art Bell would have this way of trying to improve his ratings. So every once in a while, he might put a caller in to just say something wacky or wild. And so there's this classic call of Art Bell has a caller who faxes in. Now imagine, you know what a fax machine is, right? I'm imagining I think you said you're a year older than I am, so you must know what a fax machine is, right? Okay, so he has someone fax in like a distress call or like a distress letter saying like, I'm going to be flying over Area 51, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, it's kind of a hoaxy call, and I don't want to play it right now because it's kind of short, but it's kind of long. The one I want to really get to is the one Mel's Hole. Okay, and why is this one fascinating to me? Because it is one of the aspects of life that I can't explain. When I say like I have the answers to the big questions, like is there a God? It depends how you define God at the end of the day. One person's God. Well, I mean, these are questions that people ask themselves. Is there a God? It depends how you define God. Some people define God as a secular energy. Other people define God as a spiritual energy. It depends how you define God. Okay, fine. People can get into that debate. We can go down that hole. Okay, but that's a big question. Another big question. Are we alone? There's a lot of evidence that shows we're not. Okay, fine. All these other things. One question, though, is this call, this Mel's Hole call. Now, this call, I'm going to give you the summary of it, and then we're going to listen to it, and it's absolutely fascinating. I know, like, there are some things that I don't know, to which I don't know the answer. I don't have a solid footing on Bigfoot yet. I don't want to totally dismiss it. I've been learning about it, Bigfoot, for 30 years specifically, and I just don't want to totally dismiss it. Some other things, chupacabra, and all these. It's just, there are all kinds of like questionable things out there. And, you know, when I'm 20 years old, I may say A has to be a certain way. And when I'm 30 years old, B must be a certain way. And when I'm 40 years old, perhaps I may say C is a certain way or back to A. Who knows? But at this point in my life, I realize that things can change when evidence is shown. All right. Well, there's this story of Mel Waters, who is living in rural Washington State, and he owns a piece of property, and he ends up calling Art Bell to talk about this piece of property. Oh, that's what it was. No, the Area 51 guy did not send in a fax. That's what it was. The Area 51 guy just called on the phone. He was like, "Hey, I'm flying over Area 51. You know, I wanted to call into Art Bell," and then he disappeared, and nobody ever knew what went. And there was always this like rumor, like maybe that was a real call. Okay, if that was a real call, fine. But if you know anything, you can't use a phone, especially when he did it in like 1994, and especially in rural Nevada. So it doesn't really make sense that this is a real call. Now, Mel's Hole has a lot of evidence that it does. Now, what is this like? Are these two calls related? No. It's just I'm letting you know that Art Bell would sometimes like, I don't want to say pay callers, but like maybe entice callers to tell a tall tale to make the show better. I'm not saying that. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that. I'm just gonna say I'm not saying that it's any different. It's any different than anyone else. But I can tell you this: I've called into Coast to Coast now about a half a dozen times and gotten through at least 4 or 5, and they don't. Well, I have been censored, but like they don't really censor you. They censored me because I tried to tell them about my 24/7 stream, and if you know what Coast Insider is, it kind of basically exactly, and so they cut me off. But like, and I get that. While I don't necessarily like it, I get it. Okay, with that said, I can tell you that like these are real people who call in. You know, I didn't know because there are some.
The program was started because of a shortage of psychologists and psychiatrists to keep up with growing mental health needs. UCI psychiatry professor Dr. Robert McCarran says the program will allow primary doctors to partner with patients who may be having issues.
I know you can't hear me. Apologies. I don't know if it's Discord that's going crazy on me or what.
McCarran says primary doctors will still refer out for more severe mental health conditions like schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. He says doctors will be trained during non-clinic hours, including weekends. In Orange County, Chris Atwood, KFI News.
A federal judge is allowing 2 U.S. representatives to sue some California cities for canceling their political rallies in 2021. The judge ruled that Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene could file a lawsuit against Riverside and Anaheim after their events were canceled. Gaetz and Greene say their First Amendment rights were violated. And officials are still determining a cost estimate for damages from the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says it'll take time.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I think Discord is doing something strange. I'm not exactly sure what, so just give me a second. I really want to tell you about this fucking Mel's Hole. It's amazing. Okay, so what I'm making you aware of is, just like we were saying, all talk show host callers or talk show hosts entice callers at a certain point, or do things to stoke the fire, so to speak. All right, well, I'm not saying that Mel Waters and Art Bell couldn't have had that relationship, but now I remember. Okay, so Mel Waters faxed Art Bell his story. Now, that was not unheard of for the show back then, to fax in a letter. And to really make sure he would read it, that might be something that you would do. So Art's going to read this letter, and it's like, hey, my name's Mel Waters, and I live in rural Washington, and all this crazy shit is happening in this hole on my property. And basically, Art Bell gets in connection with Mel, and over the course of like, I want to say like 3 years or something, Mel and Art developed a telephone relationship, but it wasn't like, hey, and this Friday we're gonna have Mel. No, it was like Mel would randomly call in, and it wasn't like, it didn't seem like it was scheduled or planned. All right, so what's so incredible about this fucking hole? And this is what's so fascinating to me. Oh, I hope you're still in here. Jacob, can you hear me? Excellent. This hole, well, it wasn't really big. It was about, I think, like maybe 2 or 3 meters apart, across. Exactly. It was a hole to nowhere. And to this day, we still don't know what it was. So here's what happens with this thing. What did you say? Okay, so, you know, there's like the theory like, well, maybe it's a cave system or something. But, and you listen to what Mel has done to try to figure out how to see how deep this thing is. So he develops a system where he puts like lifesavers at the end of a fishing wire, and the lifesavers would dissipate in the water if there was water at the bottom, if it were like a well. He takes this thing down like 80,000 feet of fishing wire, or some crazy amount of feet, which is like, if you know how much 80,000 feet of fishing wire is, it's not exactly, but it's something like, oh, I'm so tired. Is that it's close to 16 miles. That's a long way into the ground. And the thing is, I think that they said, they do the math in this thing, the deepest hole was only like, I don't know, it was like 2 miles or something. I don't know, it wasn't that. It wasn't, this thing is like way longer. Anyway, so you're going to, yeah, and it's like the size of a basketball. Like, it's small. It's just a pipe that goes, it's a pipe that goes into the ground that they built. Yeah, exactly. Let me see how deep that is, that Russian hole. Have you ever seen its cap?
No, I just read about it.
Yeah, so the Russians built this fucking hole in the ground that we know about. You're right. Okay, so it's called Kola Well. Oh, okay, it's 23,000 feet. So this thing, I think, is like, Mel's hole is like 4 times deeper or something like that. It's way deeper. Okay, now this hole, Kola Well, I guess, if it's the same well, now I don't know, I see shit on TikTok and stuff, and maybe, okay, so this is what it is, I think. Where did this, okay, so do you see what I'm showing you? Like, this is just like a little manhole. Do you know what I mean? Right, but isn't that scary as fuck that there's like a 4-mile deep hole that's like the size of a manhole? Like, literally, somebody could stuff you down there and like, you're gonna drop at incredible speed. Oh my god, that's so crazy creepy to me. Oh, that scares the shit out of me. Just a long pipe and you're falling the whole time, but it's like, you can't, oh my god, I don't know. That scares the shit out of me. I don't want to think about that. Anyway. Well, yeah, I would be too, but thinking about it, it's just going to rip off your flesh because you're going to be going at a pretty quick pace. Those Russians aren't going to let you just start sliding down. They're going to chuck you down so that you're going to have to like stick your arms out, and then I get what you're saying. You might Jackie Chan your way back up, but you know that they're going to be shooting bullets and shit in there to make sure that you're dead. Exactly. Stop. They're throwing alligators in there if they have the ability. All right, so that's the deepest hole, and they talk about that hole. And this one's like 4 times deeper or something. Anyway, this hole, I wish the hole was just deep. Then the hole gets some weird fucking stories to it, where it almost becomes paranormal. Now, when I say paranormal, is it really paranormal? I don't know. There are 2 stories about they discuss. One is a dog somebody threw a dog in there, and like the next day, like they threw a dead dog body. It showed up exactly. And then the other story is really weird. They took a sheep, or a sheep, I think, and put it on like a little platform and lowered it down, and they heard the sheep start to bleat like really loudly at a certain point, and then they pulled it up and it was like superheated or something like that had happened. I don't know, we'll have him tell it anyway. So I wish the story was just, hey, we have a really deep hole, and not that it had this weird ability, but that actually is consistent with what other stories have been. So anyway, Mel's got this hole, it's crazy. So I think Mel calls into the Art Bell show and tells him this is wild. Well, anyway, the feds show up to his house the next day, and he actually went off his property, went to the store or something, and as he was returning, I don't know where he went, wherever he went, he's returning, and they're like, yeah, you can't come on your land. He's like, what do you mean? I own this. And they say, there's been a plane crash, and the whole area has been marked off. He's like, a plane crash? Exactly. What do you mean? And they're like, we'll contact you when you can come back in the area. Well, it turns out he couldn't return for some time or something, and the government made an amazing deal with him. He'll say it, but it's something like he was making like $250,000 a month leasing his land to the government, and he would use that money in a really weird way. He moved to Australia and started a wombat refuge. You're like, what in the fuck? Wombat refuge? It's just like his passion were these little animals or something, and he spent like all the money on wombats. Anyway, he would come back to the United States and check things out on his land, and something happened. He was married or something at the time. Anyway, I don't know. You'll hear it from him, but basically, I'm giving you like this somewhat summary because it's interesting, but also I want to make sure you know kind of the points to be like, oh, that's where we're going to want to talk about this because this is wild. The other point before we started is the fact that he moves back to the United States and he gets beat up really badly in San Francisco, and he ends up losing that property. Something like that happens. And they haven't been able, when I say they, like researchers haven't been able to find the location since. No one knows who Mel Waters is. There isn't a Mel Waters who has existed in that area, at least in like the phone book, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's a made up person. That area of that too. Yeah, exactly. He didn't want to be that public on the radio or whatever, but I think it was something more like maybe there's some weird things about that area. There is, and I think they talk about this. I think it's in like Spokane, but I don't know. There's a whale tusk. Okay, whale tusk in a tree in someone's backyard. It's a whale tusk in a tree in Washington. Okay, this is wild. Washington, it's called you've heard of this? Here's the thing, there's something weird about it, where it's like hundreds of miles inland. Hold on. And it's Washington Tree, is it Tree of Life? Is that it? I know, I do that too. And that's why I'm saying there's more to it than that. I wouldn't just be like, oh, it's on the beach and there's like a tusk in it. No, there's something weird about this. Yeah, and you know what? It's weird that this isn't showing up. Okay, it's Ellensburg, whalebone tree. Here's the thing, Ellensburg is, you remember you said, well, a storm could have done that, which is true. But Ellensburg is. Let's see here. Ellensburg is like 500 miles inland. It's a long way from anywhere you're going to get whalebone. And it's just this weird whalebone that's. That's true. That's absolutely true. I'm not saying that it couldn't happen. I'm just saying there's weird stuff. There's some just weird stuff that goes on there. And I think they mentioned that, and so I wanted to make you aware of that. And then the other thing is they end up talking about this hole that these Native Americans, there's another hole. Native American tribe, apparently in like northern Nevada, has some kind of hole that they don't show everybody or something. I don't know. It's something, it's not, I don't know who has it. They discuss it. But basically, or maybe it's they don't have the hole, but it's something in their culture that there is a hole to the center of the earth or whatever. Anyway, with that, this is Mel Waters, and just give me a moment. You would, oh shit, you would please. I have to make some adjustments with this computer. As I do so, I'm going to do my best to continue perfecting my art of the stall. And if you're wondering, Rabbi, what is the art of the stall again? That's when I'm doing my best to put as little energy into entertaining the masses as possible as I multitask something else. Now that's to say that the masses aren't important, and that I love the masses, I am the masses, I'm from the masses. The only thing is, I'm not from Massachusetts. But aside from that, I don't think you could be any more a man of the people as I. And wait, you're incorrect on that. You're in a social setting 20 hours a day. So I know you say that, but there's more to it than that. Okay, this is... No, but if you were a true introvert, you would not be here. Hey, what is this? They dropped a camera in Mel's hole. What is this? This was 2 weeks ago. I know you can't see this, but let me see if you can hear it.
Another mystery buried deep in the hills of eastern Washington keeps resurfacing. A bottomless pit said to be a pathway to the paranormal.
Can you hear that?
Can you hear that?
They dropped a camera in Mel's hole, and what they captured shocked them.
Hold on, what the fuck?
Hold on, what the fuck?
I kind of love to hear myself when it's an echo because it's just it's fucking hilarious to me. All right, here we go. Hold on, how the fuck do I shut myself off in here? Okay. Here we go. Can you hear this?
Fellow Forrest Denise Whitaker heads east in search of the hole.
Jacob? Okay, excellent.
They dropped a camera in Mel's hole, and what they captured shocked the whole world. On Mel Waters' property in the Manistash Ridge west of Ellensburg, Washington, there's a peculiar hole in the ground that resembles a well, but it is not a well. It served as a trash dump for Mel and previous property owners, where everything from garbage to broken appliances and old tires found its way into the depths. Strangely, the hole never seemed to fill up, leading Mel to question its mysteries. Oddities starting to emerge. His dogs avoided it, his radio picked up bizarre signals, and there was no apparent bottom. You may have come across numerous stories and theories circulated about Mel's hole. In 2017, a team of researchers finally located the infamous hole. Yet, when they lowered a camera down, what they discovered caught them completely off guard. Their only option was to flee, realizing that their lives were at stake. Join us as we uncover the mystery of Mel's Hole and share the story of curious researchers who dared to find it and attempt to document the secrets hidden in its mysterious depths. Mel's Hole is a circular pit measuring 9 feet 9 inches in diameter.
Hold on, before we continue, I'm watching this right now, and the hole that they're showing, at least from what I know, Mel describes, did not look like this one. So maybe there are multiple holes. I want to hear how they prove that it's Mel's Hole. And this is a 24-minute video, but this might solve it right now. And it's only 2 weeks old, so maybe there's more to this.
It is surrounded by a stone retaining wall that descends about 15 feet before plunging into darkness.
Okay, that's true.
What's intriguing is that not only did Mel Waters and his wife deposit items into this mysterious void, but his neighbors also joined in and contributed to this peculiar pit for years before Mel arrived. In fact, Mel's neighbors claimed they couldn't recall a time when the hole didn't exist. Now, what baffles everyone is the absence of sound when objects are dropped into the hole. No echoes, no indication of a bottom. Mel Waters became curious and determined. He set out to uncover the mystery to determine the true depth of this mysterious pit. He was an enthusiastic fisherman who had numerous spools of fishing line. Attaching a 1-pound weight to the line, he lowered it down a hole. To his surprise, it descended 4,500 feet, the full length of the reel, without hitting the bottom. Undeterred, Mel reeled it up, replacing the weight with a roll of lifesavers, and sent it down again, hoping to discover water at the depths. However, the lifesavers were surface dry. Unyielding, Mel continued his quest, connecting spool after spool of fishing line, reaching depths of almost 10,000 feet with no sign of a bottom. Despite deploying lines totaling 80,000 feet, equivalent to over 15 miles, Mel's pursuit proved fruitless, as the mysterious hole withheld its signals. During his experiments, Mel observed a peculiar phenomenon. His dog steadfastly avoided the mysterious hole. Even when forced, the dogs resisted, digging in their feet as if sensing an unsettling force. Strikingly, the area surrounding the hole lacked any sign of wildlife or insects, despite birds casually flying around it. Intrigued by this, Mel inquired with neighbors about their dog's behavior near the hole, and they all shared the same behavior. As discussions unfolded, one neighbor shared a chilling story. He revealed that, not long ago, his dog had passed away. In an attempt to bid farewell, he disposed of the canine's body down the mysterious hole. To his astonishment, a few days later, he spotted the same dog running through a wooded area near the property. Identifying it by the familiar collar, he called out, but the dog inexplicably refused to respond. The dog acted as if he was in the dark about his owner's identity. Could it be a version from another dimension? Well, that's a theory. With bizarre stories accumulating and the fishing line going deeper, Mel found himself perplexed, way out of his depth. Mel needed assistance to uncover this mystery. In 1997, there was one place to turn to discuss the strange and be taken seriously. Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Broadcasting from the high desert of the great American Southwest, Art's show reached hundreds of stations worldwide with 10 million listeners. If anyone could shed light on Mel's situation, it was Art Bell and his audience. On February 21st, 1997, Mel sent a message to Art. A call followed, and Mel's Hole became a worldwide sensation. Throughout several shows, Mel Waters gradually unveiled more details about the mysterious hole. The positive aspect was that Mel received valuable advice from folks worldwide, suggesting the use of a laser for measurement or radar to assess the distance. The downside? Now millions were in the know about this hole, thanks to Mel's radio revelations. Clues dropped by Mel hinted at its location. The day after the initial broadcast, as Mel returned to his property, he found the entrance blocked. The U.S. military, yes, the government, had caught wind of the hole, and they wanted exclusive access. After the Friday night show, Mel noticed some helicopter activity around the property, and it continued the next day. Mel mentioned that the hole might affect the environment around it. Animals avoided it, but plants thrived. Radios acted strangely. Bring one near the hole, and the signal went staticky, picking up broadcasts from elsewhere. One day, Mel's radio started playing what he described as old-time music. Trying to change the channel, he ends up tuning into a baseball game. First baseman, he thinks, until he realizes the game was played in 1967, 30 years ago. In Art's initial conversation with Mel, the call stretches for about an hour before wrapping up. Mel was staying in Ellensburg, and he made the call from there. However, upon Mel's return to his property, he encounters a roadblock manned by armed military personnel and signs of heavy machinery being brought in. The reason given is a plane crash on the property, yet there's no report, no fire, no smoke. Despite this, Mel is denied access until a complete investigation of the supposed crash is conducted. When he requests to speak with the person in charge, a civilian-clad man informs him that the land might not be his anymore. Implicit threats of discovering a drug lab on the property if he doesn't comply. In defiance, Mel talks about going to the press. The man in charge dismisses his threats, saying, "Go ahead and talk. No one would believe it." However, Art Bell and his audience would indeed believe it. A few days later, Art calls Mel for an update. Mel reports that a neighbor witnessed a dark beam emerging from the hole, piercing through the clouds, a darkness unlike anything seen before. Now, I must say, Mel didn't witness this himself, but according to Art Bell and a bunch of callers, this part of Washington is a hot spot for UFO sightings, disappearances, and other paranormal happenings. The callers, they had their own takes on it. Some speculated the hole might be on the ley line, creating a portal to another dimension or maybe even through time. They believed anything tossed in there just vanished, possibly accumulating in a mysterious pile in an alternate reality. You know, a heap of garbage, old appliances, and unfortunate animals. And there was this one caller who floated the idea that it might be a tunnel to the hollow earth. Yep, like a subway. The theories kept pouring in. Art Bell, unable to access his property anymore, reached out to locals for more info. An elderly neighbor spilled the beans, mentioning that years ago there used to be stone columns around the hole. The audience was quick to remind Mel that calling into the show might be a mistake, as you know the government could be listening. The show concludes and Mel promises to return with an update. But on the day Mel was supposed to show up again, he's a no-show and doesn't pick up the phone. Now, the television crew went up to Ellensburg to dig into this. Guess what? No hole found. However, in the area they discovered loads of military blueprints and intel that strongly hinted the military had been or still was in the vicinity. Now would be 3 years before Mel claims he was offered a cool $3 million annually to lease his property, but with a catch. Sign a non-disclosure agreement, pack up, leave the country immediately, and never return. Mel takes the offer and sets up shop in Australia for 2 years. But you know, the heart wants what it wants, and Mel starts missing his family. So he decides to sneak back into the States for a visit. Now, he was warned against this, but Mel does it anyway. During this visit, Mel reaches out to Art Bell and agrees to spill the beans on the radio. But surprisingly, he never shows up. Mel explains that on the day he was supposed to be on air, he was on a bus heading to visit his nephew. But some kind of altercation breaks out, police are called, everyone gets questioned, and they shuffle onto a different bus. Then, as if life needed another curveball, Mel blacks out. The next memory Mel has is waking up in San Francisco, realizing a whopping 12 days have vanished. Here's where it gets eerie. He's in an alley, wallet and keys gone. His arm is throbbing, and upon inspection, he discovers needle holes and tape marks from an IV. As he regains consciousness, he tastes blood in his mouth and finds his back teeth missing. Now brace yourself. Mel never makes it back to the property. Legal troubles swoop in as he faces action for illegal construction, power lines, septic tanks, and paved roads. Mind you, he didn't put those there. The government occupied his property for 2 years. Despite that, Mel loses everything. Adding salt to the wound, a day or two after reaching out to Art's show, his bank account is empty. Now, plenty of folks call in, claiming it's all a hoax. But Art Bell, the master of tales, decides to let Mel spin his yarn. He does drop a nugget that a TV crew explored the area in search of the elusive hole. No luck on finding it, but they stumble upon signs of significant military activity. Adding a dash of intrigue, the no-fly zone inexplicably expands to cover the same territory. TerraServer, the pre-Google Earth mapping site, shows the whole area blacked out, a detail that checks out. Now, some callers suggest Mel might have found the blacked out map area and pretended it was his property. But TerraServer launched 6 months after Mel's first call, so he couldn't have known. Now here's a twist. A Native American tribe contacts Mel, inviting him to Nevada to assist in their research on another bottomless hole. They guide him there, and despite not going all the way up, there are discussions involving Native Americans, the Basque, and the Pit. The consensus is that everything is as it should be, with assurances that Mel isn't from CNN, FBI, or CIA. You know, the usual suspects. So off Mel goes, and he gets a first-hand look at the hole. Now, the burning question, what on earth is down there? The second hole isn't on the Indian reservation. It's on public land used by the Basques, an ethnic group hailing from the region between France and Spain. The Basque, settling in the U.S., particularly Nevada, since the mid-1800s, used this land for sheep herding. According to them, the hole has been there for at least 200 years, considered sacred. Measuring just over 9 feet wide, like Mel's, this hole takes a different aesthetic approach. While Mel's hole had a stone retaining wall, the second hole boasts a metal collar and lining that stretches as far as the eye can see. Here's where it gets peculiar. This hole radiates warmth, with heat palpable all around it. The metal collar is not your average metal. It's special. When Mel accidentally drops a tool on it, the impact is eerily silent. No sound, no vibrations, just a baffling absence of the expected. So Mel and the Basque begin their experiment. Their first test involved lowering a bucket of ice down the hole, about 1,000 feet deep, while keeping some ice at the surface as a control. When the surface ice melted, they retrieved the bucket. To their amazement, the ice in the bucket didn't melt at all. Even more perplexing, it was no longer cold to the touch, and it remained dry. The texture resembled large pieces of salt. Intrigued, they attempted to melt it over an open flame, but instead of melting, it caught fire, and not just a fleeting flame. This ice continued to burn for months. Subsequent experiments involved sending different amounts of ice down the hole. Interestingly, about 2/3 of the time, it melted normally. But 1/3 of the time, it underwent a mysterious transformation. At this point, one courageous Basque volunteered to descend into the hole, a notion met with unanimous agreement that it wasn't a good idea. Opting for an alternative, they decided to send a sheep down. Yes, a sheep. The outcome? Brace yourself. The sheep, seemingly aware of impending strangeness, resisted vehemently. As the crate containing the sheep was lowered to a depth of 1,000 feet, it abruptly stopped moving. The peculiar humming sensation enveloped the surroundings. They left the sheep down there for 30 minutes and then hoisted it back up. To their surprise, the crate and sheep appeared unchanged, yet upon closer inspection, the sheep was lifeless. The experience left them in awe, evoking a sense of the extraordinary, even bordering on the religious. The Basque, skilled in the art of butchering sheep, wasted no time conducting a swift autopsy on the enigmatic sheep brought to the table. Brace yourself for what unfolds. As they examined the sheep, an unnerving revelation surfaced. It appeared as though the sheep had been cooked from the inside out. The most striking observation was a colossal tumor dominating the sheep's body cavity. But here's where it takes a surreal turn. The tumor exhibited signs of life and began to move. Yes, you heard that right. To unravel the mystery, they decided to cut open the tumor. What they discovered inside left them utterly flabbergasted. Inside the tumor resided what Mel described as a fetal seal. Picture this, a creature reminiscent of a baby seal, tethered to the tumor by an umbilical cord, yet with eyes that resemble those of a human. They observed this seal-like creature crawl to the end of the table, and Mel sensed a yearning for the hole. Acting on intuition, he gently placed the creature near the edge. The creature, slimy to the touch, emitted a distinct smell of ozone. The men and the creature engaged in an unusual mutual observation for about 2 hours. Then, in a moment of finality, the seal creature cast a parting glance at the men and leaped into the mysterious hole. Now prior to Mel's journey to Nevada, he faced a grim prognosis, advanced esophageal cancer, leaving him with a mere 6 months to live. Yet, post this otherworldly encounter, Mel found himself miraculously cancer-free. His conviction? The magical seal held the key to his inexplicable recovery. Mel underwent a transformative experience that altered the very fabric of his being. As the radio show neared its end, a stern warning echoed across the airwaves. The actual roadway into Mel's hole was ominously present, but listeners were urged to steer clear, as venturing beyond that point might lead to ominous consequences, a potential disappearance into the unknown. Several months later, Mel returned to Coast, bringing with him the aftermath of a peculiar ice experiment. One of the Bosque individuals took the burning ice to his cabin for warmth. Little did he anticipate the bizarre consequences that awaited. The burning ice, continuously ablaze for months, leached moisture from the air, leaving the cabin in a perpetual state of dryness. The inhabitant experienced persistently parched skin and an unquenchable thirst. Even boiling water turned peculiar, as the steam was inexplicably drawn into the stove. Then, the unforeseen occurred. The stove crashed through the cabin floor, descending into the ground beneath, all while remaining warm. The pragmatic response? Patch up the floor and utilize the peculiar hole for warmth. However, this makeshift solution took a surreal turn weeks later when the entire cabin collapsed into dust. In the aftermath, the bewildered owner sought refuge with his brother. Returning to the cabin a month later, the perplexed cabin owner encountered a peculiar sight. The stove, once at the surface, now rested 5 feet underground. Astonishingly, the stove had unwittingly birthed a new baby bottomless hole, its creation marked by a flawlessly smooth surface. Attempts to retrieve the stove proved futile until the intervention of a massive crane, which successfully extricated the perplexing appliance from the depths below. Adding another layer to the enigma, the Bosque individuals revealed encounters with the entity, the magic seal discovered in the hole. Viewed as a benevolent presence, the magic seal assumed a spiritual significance for the Bosque, fostering a profound connection with the inexplicable forces at play. Strikingly colored birds, seemingly impervious to bullets, now circled the hole, a peculiar response to what only could be described as a spiritual experience. The Bosque, in their unique way, perceived the avian presence as a response to their encounter. In an astonishing revelation, the Bosque claimed that the magic seal communicated with them through a system of beeps and clicks over the radio, a language they purportedly understood. According to their belief, the creature conveyed warnings about the perilous nature of the ice, emphasizing its potential for catastrophic consequences if it fell into the wrong hands. Art, ever the Inquisitor, sought evidence of this communication, and the Bosque did not disappoint. They had recorded everything. For the next few hours, a few more theories are considered. Art manages to convince Mel to return to the show, promising to bring recordings, photos, videos, and every piece of evidence he can gather. Mel agrees to head back to Nevada for this mission. The call concludes and the show wraps up. Strangely, Mel goes silent. He doesn't answer Art's calls, and eventually the line is cut. 5 years passed, marking the conclusion of the Mel's Hole story, leaving behind a plethora of unanswered questions. Among Art Bell's memorable moments, Mel's Hole stands near the top. So how much of the tale can we confirm? Let's start with the hole's location. While Terra's server blacked out that part of Washington, Google Earth revealed it again. However, if the military truly took over the property, they would have likely concealed the hole. Despite years of searching, many locations emerged, but one on Google Maps stood out. Someone took the initiative to visit the location and document what was there. Now, during one of Mel's phone calls, he mentioned 2 old buildings on the property, and one eventually collapsed under snow. This lines up with the description pretty neatly. On the property, there's also something intriguing. A hole about 9 feet wide with a stone retaining wall, just as Mel described. His discovery stirred up quite the buzz online. However, the excitement faded as the hole turned out to be an old well with a definitive bottom. Many on the internet claim to have found Mel's hole, but the truth is it remains elusive, at least for now. Now let's talk about Mel, a character as complex as the mystery itself. Records don't show a male or Melvin Waters living in the area. Still, some speculate he used a pseudonym to safeguard his identity. Now here's a real blow to the story's credibility, the lack of pictures. In every call, Art presses Mel for photographs, but sometimes Mel claims he forgets to take them, which seems absurd. Another time, he argues that cameras don't function near the hole due to interference, or he does have pictures and recordings, but they're not readily available. He promises to send them when he can. In Mel's defense, he never monetizes anything. Even if this were a hoax, he could have made a fortune selling t-shirts, books, fake photographs, anything. People would have bought it just for the cool factor. Now, a common argument is that Mel's story became increasingly bizarre and eventually he couldn't keep up with it, leading him to abandon the hoax. However, he remained consistent with the facts over 5 years, and Art Bell, attempting numerous times to trip him up, couldn't succeed. Yet the hole itself poses a geological improbability. A hole many miles deep would be unstable, collapsing unless it's a bottomless gateway to another dimension, right? Unless it's that. But the truth remains elusive, and whether Mel's hole has believers, Art Bell might not have been one of them. Still, Art, being an entertainer, knew this was the kind of story his listeners loved, a legend that people still discuss 30 years later. In 2017, enthusiasts of the paranormal and those captivated by the legendary story of Mel's hole joined forces, armed with technologies like GoPro cameras, lights, and strings, eager to catch a glimpse into this mythical abyss. An unexpected turn led them to coordinates found in a Reddit post, guiding them to a random farm potentially linked to Mel's hole. Arriving at the site, they confronted the profound depth of the chasm, defying easy comprehension. Unable to fathom the bottom, they resorted to throwing rocks, adding an element of uncertainty to the mystique of this legendary hole. With binoculars, the team spotted a mysterious figure observing them from a distance. Yet, before a thorough review of their camera footage, an urgent sense pushed them to leave hastily. The discovery of a beetle down the vast hole marked a symbolic moment, emphasizing the profound depth of the unknown that endlessly captivates the human spirit. Beyond unraveling Mel's hole's mystery, the expedition delved into metaphorical layers, reflecting on the human fascination with the unknown, echoing themes of exploration, curiosity, and the timeless pursuit of mystery. What's your take on this? Let us know in the comments below and subscribe for more.
I just know where they were located or where an office is located, but 15,000 direct jobs.
Mercury and Venus, 2 hostile worlds that suffered very different fates. One very much alive and seething with treacherous forces of nature. The other, a planetary carcass, gouged by millions of highly oxidant impacts. Both demonstrate the true horrors of planets gone wrong. Mercury and Venus, the inner planets. Along with Earth and Mars, Mercury and Venus make up our inner solar system.
Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. These planets farthest from the Sun make up the gaseous outer worlds of the solar system. Over 4 billion years, the inner planets bound enough interstellar debris to become rock solid.
Why do we study planets? Why do we study astronomy at all? We someday need to go beyond the planet Earth if we expect to survive as a species for a very long time. And we need to know what's out there and what the nature of the universe is. We're studying worlds where things are exotic, but the basic processes of physics and chemistry at work are really the same that we see here on Earth.
Millions of miles separate us from our rocky cousins. But a tour around Venus and Mercury reveals a common DNA.
We can go to Mercury and Venus and really look at these as places, as worlds, with their own histories, and then contextualize our own planet's history.
Venus is the 6th largest planet in the solar system. At its closest, it is 26 million miles away from Earth. A year on Venus lasts 225 Earth days. And if you weighed 150 pounds on Earth, you'd weigh 136 on Venus. Venus, when the ancient Romans looked up, they were captivated by its commanding presence. They named the planet after their serene goddess of love and beauty.
It's such a beautiful presence in the sky. It seems obvious that the connection there.
Venus has long been considered our sister planet because of its closeness in composition, gravity, density, and size.
Venus and Earth are almost twins in a lot of ways. They're almost the same size. Venus is slightly smaller than Earth. So if Earth was a regulation basketball, Venus is a soccer ball, slightly smaller. And Venus is the closest planet to Earth. So for a long time it was thought of literally as a twin planet.
For ages, scientists thought this twin, like Earth, was a planet covered with deep oceans, lush rainforests, and had a climate that would give credibility to the notion that intelligent life could exist there.
Before the space age, people thought it might be very Earth-like on Venus. But the paradox is when we actually got to Venus and started exploring the conditions so different.
It turned out Venus was less of an exotic sister to Earth and more of an evil twin.
We're going to have two very similar planets in their sort of bulk properties, but they've evolved to such different states. And that creates an interesting problem in understanding planetary evolution, a sort of controlled experiment. Take these two similar planets and let them go for 4 billion years, and then why do they end up so different?
First, some of the basic differences. Venus has been hit hard with meteors. One so strong that some scientists think it may have reversed the planet's rotation.
Venus has a very slow rotation, and it has what we call a retrograde rotation. So it spins backwards compared to the direction of spin of all the other planets.
Because of this retrograde rotation, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. And the Venusian days are long ones. The amount of time from one sunrise to the next is about 8 Earth months. But the orbital pattern and long days aren't what make Venus so intolerable. In part, it's the wicked climate. With a surface temperature of 900 degrees Fahrenheit, Venus is the hottest planet in the solar system. Travelers there would have their trip cut short in no time.
It would take a matter of seconds. Maybe a second before they were roasted to death.
Jacob, can you hear me?
If you're an astronaut sitting on Venus without a spacesuit, then your skin's going to
Oh, you're in that. Okay.
You're going to cook this
So,
like
no,
a
cool.
and accept much faster.
The unforgiving heat wave is created by a process called the
So
Guinness.
that wasn't it. That was, they were like trying to debunk it, And I don't know if they necessarily are able to. And if they were, I still don't. I wouldn't know about that. Or so what did they say when they say I dropped the camera into the hole? What did they say happened? I forget. Okay. Imagine being a dream. You what? Yeah, I did too. That's fine. Yeah, I did too. It's just yeah, so they say they showed over 100 holes. They don't know what they're talking about. Okay. So well, I'm glad I wanted an answer to it, but I'm also glad to know that there isn't one. That was just a kind of it's like clickbait that they figured it out. They literally just took a whole bunch of pictures and said that they saw something at the very bottom or something. Mel's hole, 3 hours or something. For 3 hours. Well, that's what I'm saying. Now, what they said is, now this is just in a YouTube video. They showed, I'm just going to tell you what the person said in the YouTube comment. You must have shown 60 different pictures of Mel's, quote unquote, Mel's hole. Which one is the real Mel's hole? Once they start just showing you random holes, and they're not like, hey, we're walking out here right now, live on YouTube, and we want everybody to see, well, it's something. I don't know how to describe it. Well, you did, okay, here we go. First 3 calls. Now, this is old school Art Bell. If you like old school Art Bell, which I know you do, right? You like it?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, this is all you, baby. This goes out to my man, Jacob. Mel's hole. This is the first 3 calls. This has happened in 1997 and 2000. It's fucking wild. This whole story is still wild to me. And again, okay, here we go. It starts off really quietly. Okay. We're at 24 seconds, 25 seconds, 26 seconds, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, so they must have had like a 30-second delay. Here you go.
Art will be back live tomorrow night with his guest, best-selling author Dean Freed. And now, this hour from February 1997, enjoy the best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Well, all right. I have got Mel on the line. No thanks to all the Mel imitators on the special Mel line. I finally picked up the phone during the newscast and called Mel's number, and he was just coming in. So I've got Mel on the line. Mel's the guy with the never-ending cold, and we're going to ask him about it here in a moment. I have read that fax now twice on the air, and I've got a lot of follow-up faxes. Here's one entitled, Yet Another Mystery Hole in Eastern Washington. Art, you'll love this. It was sent to me a couple of days ago by email, and it's all about another one on the Indian reservation in Colville, where there is another mystery hole. But anyway, we'll get to that. All right. Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Yes, I am. Well, after I took the back, I'm living in town here now because of the building that came in that big school that we had up here last month. Yes. And so they put the everybody goes to the construction to dig into the hole. All right, when did you discover this hole? Well, the hole has always been there. We've been out there for a couple of years now, and the hole has been there since we've been there. It's been there. Previous owner there was quite elderly, and I'd say he was there for a good 30 years before we moved in.
Getting a bunch of money and sending 10% to Israel to help stop the homelessness.
Yes. The hole has been there, I assume. Nobody knows that, I guess. All right. How do you pronounce the name of your general?
Use a one.
Just place. That's right. And, I actually, right now, we're kind of calling first.
Is that what I said? Yes.
Gustav, my pimp, how you doing, baby? Oh, I'm glad you're here. Dog, guess what, Gustav? Guess how many people we had in the VC last night?
Yeah, I saw it.
62.
Nice.
That's a huge amount of people. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, why the fuck did 62 people randomly come into the VC? Apparently the coin launch, Jacob, what's the name of the other blockchain? It's the, what is it called? Base, that's it. Base token. So basically, HPOS launched on Base as well. And all these people came in here because they weren't aware that this was supposed to happen. The Base Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu coin went to $8 a coin. $8. And then rubbed.
Yeah, you want to hear a funny story?
Sure.
You remember Solana, there was a big coin also?
Yeah.
Big one?
Yeah.
And Steven Squishes also, you remember that one?
I think so.
Yeah, I did big back with that, and then I thought, oh, save the profits and buy the new money into the strong.
Oh, wow. So you did the Solana one?
Yeah, I was in Solana one very early. I got them back to 120K and went back to 6 million market cap to sell.
Wow.
I was invested like $300 and then I showed the other card,
I gotcha. Well, last night we had a bunch of really confused people, and it ended up being a good thing overall that it happened. We got new members of the community. Yeah, but initially, no one knew what was going on. They thought the coin had essentially been hacked. There were many people who asked me yesterday, or at least were throwing around the rumor that the account had been hacked. Am I wrong, Jacob? They were very upset. And it was like, we're just here for the ride. We didn't know anything about this.
I was angry also because they told me I told you about the account pretty fast also.
Wow. How long was the life of the coin?
Days, 3 days.
Oh.
Yes, still in chat. People who are you know the game.
Yep. So then what happened? They kept making promises they couldn't keep in the chat, and then eventually the chat went dark.
I think this chat is still open, but no one is talking.
I gotcha.
So Solana very fast.
Well, I can see that.
So the people from yesterday hopefully converted into real also.
I think some of them did because they came in here and saw that we're a very consistent coin and they were not going anywhere.
What do you mean?
Can you see I'm setting something up on Instagram? Can you see I'm setting this up on Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm setting up a robot. This is very cool. I did a presentation on this yesterday. So basically this is a timered robot that at a given time, this thing just automatically presses buttons for me. So watch this. When I hit play, watch my hands. My hands are up here, and it will click everything that I need on the screen for me. Hella convenient. You're absolutely right. One of these days, baby. One of these days. So I have been using this system now for like 2.5 years to just stream automatically on Instagram. So this thing goes every couple hours. It just automatically uploads to Instagram, and it makes a really nice chronological timeline. So you can go back every single day for the last like 2.5 years on Instagram and see what I was doing in chronological order, as opposed to YouTube, which is just a mismatch and displays it any way they want, which doesn't make any sense to anybody. But don't get me started on how shitty YouTube is. But yeah, this is wild shit. Gustav, how is your dog? Excellent.
Yesterday we made some chicken heart.
Chicken heart. Ooh, that's a treat.
I gave him chicken heart with rice.
Did he like it?
Yeah, of course. It's actually small, so it's all wet when I was cooking.
Sure. That's known as salivating. You have your salivary glands salivating.
Yeah, I trained to like when I said wait, wait, and look at me like Mr. Cool guys, you know.
Yes, I do. All right. If you can see this one that's posting to Instagram, if you, oh, is that your dog? Oh, your dog looks so sweet. What's your dog's name, Jacob? Jacob, what's your dog's name? Sadie. Beautiful dog. What a sweetie. Oh, sweet. Oh, Sadie's a sweetie. Look at Sadie's little bed. Sadie looks very comfortable. I think I get a lot of feedback when I speak into Jacob's phone. I can hear it. Now I know what everyone is referencing. That's okay. She's a beautiful dog, Sadie. Oh, she's beautiful. Did she shed a lot? Yeah, I imagine so. Extra sheds then. Yeah, I imagine so. But she's worth the sacrifice. Oh, that's good. Excellent. Alrighty, Gustav. How is your shit? How is your coffee? How is your cigarette?
Still enjoying it.
Amazing, amazing. So you drink black coffee, any cream, no sugar, but any cream. Do you use any cream? Do you use any cream? Just black coffee. Like Army Man coffee, is that what you said? Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I get that reference. Yeah. I was gonna say, just like someone in the army, right? You answered that correctly. That's amazing. So do you make it in a pot or do you make it like, I imagine it's not instant, so you make it in a pot? Oh, nice. Do you have Keurig there? Do you have Keurig there? Like the little pods? It's a company, it's like a coffee company. They make little pods. You put it in a machine and it makes coffee. Okay. Oh yeah, please do. Yeah, I'd love to see that. Okay, so I imagine, is it just a, well, you'll send it to me, but is it just a, like a metal coffee pot?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm familiar. Yeah, excellent. Well, that's old school. That's tough, but it works. It works very well. Now, is your coffee grounded, or do you have to ground it yourself? Oh, there you go. Excellent. What kind do you get? Is it like an Arabica? Is it Colombian? What kind of coffee is it? Is it Colombian? Is it Arabica? Oh, Africa has good coffee. I've had African coffee. It's good. Excellent. Do you like tea?
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments. Take it as prescribed and help you live healthy with HIV. And get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk it out.
Excellent. I heard you. Apologies. Sometimes Discord needs a second to connect. I don't know why. Oh, let's talk about that. It depends on the tea, and it depends on my mood. If I'm in I like green tea, and I can get into where I drink green tea a lot. I also like green tea, I like cold green tea as well. I can also get into like a chamomile before bed, and like that sleepy time tea. That's good stuff. Or whatever they consider. And then I can get into mint teas now, or spearmint especially. The teas that I don't really enjoy that much are like kind of just like black teas. I can get into them, but they're not my favorite. Chai is really big, and then the iced tea can be good depending. And then they make, I don't know if you've had this, it's kind of a United States thing, but they make sweet tea, which is tea with a lot of water, or a lot of sugar in it. And then there's another thing that they make that can be really good for you, but it also can be dangerous if you don't watch it. It's sun tea, where you take a bunch of tea bags and put them in like a pitcher and put it out in the sun. And there's something about the sun brewing the tea that makes it different. Have you ever had sun tea? Well, it's a thing. But yeah, I can get down on some tea. Sun tea is a southern thing? Yeah. Sun tea and sweet tea are kind of southern things. And I'm trying to think if I've ever had sun tea or sweet tea. I've seen sun tea, but I'm not a huge tea drinker. And sweet tea is kind of, it's more of a southern thing, and I'm just not super huge into it. Now, what is pretty good is like that brisk tea. If you know what brisk tea is, it's like, I think it comes in a can. It's like a Lipton. That's good stuff. Yeah. Oh, all right. So a 1 liter, it comes in like a 2 liter or 1 liter bottle, like a. Oh yeah. Yeah. And don't they make different flavors of it too? Exactly. Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. They make. I like raspberry tea. That's good stuff. I don't know if I've ever had the brisk one, but in general I do. And but honestly, I don't drink tea that much. But that's basically my method. I'm trying to think of any other tea out there. But when it comes to coffee, do you like iced coffee, Gustav? Definitely, same here. I love iced coffee, and I could almost drink iced coffee and then like suck on the ice like a second meal. I just like the taste of coffee. I like coffee and ice cream. I like iced coffee. I like cold coffee in addition to hot coffee. Do you like coffee ice cream? Yeah, same here. And while I don't get it that often, and it's not the first thing I will choose, it is quite a nice little aperitif or a little aperitif. What is it after? It's a dessert essentially. An aperitif is a drink, but basically it's a nice little way to end a meal. Coffee, ice cream, like I guess what would we call it? It's a. I want to know what's an aperitif. And that's like a drink. It is. Yeah. A tournée. Let's see here. Drink. Traditionally, no, that's something different. No, it's aperitif drinks. Hey, you do what you need to do. Wow, you have to go get a passport. That's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, that we have Dutch citizens and our embassy is not here.
Oh, you're Dutch? You're Dutch and you live in Armenia? No way. So you're really like, you're from the Netherlands? Oh, no shit. Dude, I'll Google it right now. Oh, it's after. Okay, so an aperitif, it's like a low alcohol volume spirit. Now, what's the name of your town? New what? Spell it. New Almelo. New Almelo City. Oh, just Almelo City. Ooh, this looks pretty. Oh, that's beautiful. You know, I'm part Dutch. Dog, I don't know anything about it, but I know I'm Dutch. I can tell you. Damn, that's pretty impressive. Yo, dude. Dog, do you know what the Hague is? Do you know what the Hague is? Yes, you do. It's like the International Court of Justice. Yeah, that. It's very scary. Well, because if I understand correctly, there's something about the Hague. It means the hedge or something. And what it is, from what I understand, the reason they gave it that name, there's some kind of like medieval tradition of this count that used to have this land where it was like everything within the hedge was safe. Everything outside of the hedge was not. There's something to this. Now, when I say this, it means I have to look it up more, but meaning, okay, the Hague meaning in English. It means, no, it means the hedge. What does the Hague mean? Here it is. The root word of hedge is much older. It appears in the Old English language and German Hek and Dutch Haag to mean enclosure, as in the name of the Dutch city, The Hague, or more formally Gravenhaag, meaning the Count's Hedge. So there's something about it being called the Count's Hedge. Why is the Hague called the Count's Hedge? There's something like really not nice about this. I know you have to go, so I'm going to let you go in a second. But just a moment. You guys... Yeah, and it's a very deep meaning. It's a very deep meaning. It's a scary meaning. Okay, so they say something... Exactly. It's 100% that shit. All right. So it says... Okay, so here... Oh, this is what it was. Yes, I knew it. Okay, it's a hunting lodge. If you know what a hunting lodge is, sometimes they do human hunting. All right, so for real, dog, human hunting is a thing. Yes, the movie is the most dangerous game. Yeah, and that was based on real stories of human hunting. Sure.
I'm sure also I should things on Twitter that our project, some things from Solana.
Sure.
You get this crazy videos all the time, like on Twitter, crazy scary videos all out in your camera and Twitter, yes, like people dying or something.
Sure.
Or fighting each other. And sometimes I see such things, bro. Like I use the pain I have for people when I see what people are doing to each other.
That they want you to do that. It
yesterday I saw a video of the baby is screaming, she slaps the baby in the face. It's like 2 people old baby, and then she picks up the baby and throws it hard on the ground like crazy shit. Slams the baby on the ground, and then I look at her and I say, fuck these people, man, let them die. I don't want to work to live in this world. Like I get really sad.
Absolutely.
And when I smell all such things, and the rich and the rich, they are totally disconnected from all emotions, nor spiritual from the living shit.
All right, so the Hague is known as the Count's it's really known as Grabenzande, the Count Sands. From this hunting lodge, the Binnenhof, the inner court, containing the present-day Parliament buildings grew. So basically, there's this idea. The original medieval name in Old Dutch was de Hague, meaning something like the enclosure or inside the hedge. It started off as a hunting lodge of the counts, in Dutch singular, Graf, plural Graven, of Holland, who resided in the nearby town called Gravenzande, the Count's Sands. I think it's Gravenzande. Anyway, from this hunting lodge, the Binnenhof, the inner court containing the present-day Parliament buildings grew, as did the adjacent village where the servants of the nobility lived. Even though in name it was a village, it had city features like mayors and aldermen, moats, and markets. All right, so basically, there's something to this inner court, though. The reason why they call it the inner court, it's like we're protected and you're not, is what they're saying with that. And the fact is, it's called The Hague, and everybody's like, oh, okay, that's fine. Like, nowhere else does shit get a name like that. No one else is like the something. Like, nobody's like, oh, it's the Paris or the London. No, but for some reason, this is The Hague. You're 100% right. And so a perfect name for it is like the courtyard, or basically like this is where we're protected. And okay, so there's something else to this, and I'll let you go. We can look it up another time. Dog, we're gonna build a complete replica of The Hague in China. You know what they do in China is they build these replica cities in like 2 weeks. Yeah, dude, we'll just make them really nice when they do it. All right, so the story behind the...
I saw a video about the new thing in China. They just run over people with their cars. Saw that?
No, what is this?
It's an American guy who lives in China. His videos always about all the things in China and all the things. It's very interesting. I can send you a link now.
Yeah, do it.
And this guy is a good guy, I think.
Okay, to what account did you send it? Excellent, excellent. Okay, just a moment. Yes, sir. I'm gonna look it up right now. What you sent me. They do this to dehumanize people, so that you no longer empathize with people, so that when you hear we're going to war, it's like, okay, and you don't think of the casualties that can take place. Okay, it's murder season in China. That's what you want me to watch? Okay, we're watching this. Just one moment. Hold on a second, though. I'm telling you this. And I mean this, Gustav, because I care about you and your family and everything. This is 11 minutes long. We're going to watch it together. Then you got to help your son with his passport, okay? Deal. Here we go.
Is something that I cannot show. But I'll try my best to put at least some of it up on the screen. But fair warning, if you're squeamish, or if you're afraid of the truth, snapping the rose tint off of those glasses of yours, perhaps give this one a skip. There's something about March 19th this year in China, and it has kicked off China's annual murder season. At about 8 p.m. on March 19th in the Dongcheng district of China's capital, Beijing, a black car intentionally sped into the bike lane, sending people flying, leaving a mess of dead and injured cyclists and pedestrians. When confronted, the driver simply started screaming at the crowd. Police at the scene were telling people to delete any videos they took of the incident from their mobile phones. This is according to a Beijing-based report.
Hey,
So, like, I 9 years ago, I was from business, I was part-time. And if you want to cross the road from something to a race game or softball game, you just run over. And life has no value in time.
This is a tough important topic to cover. Before we get stuck in, let's lighten the mood with a data broker map. Deep within the corporate offices of a data broker, something is happening behind closed doors. We're here to annoy you. Fill in your mail. You cannot escape to data brokers and data brokers that summons to other people. But there is a way to get your name and personal information recovered.
yeah, so let me say this. They do this. Okay, just like with anything, what does this push? It pushes the self-driving car, because the idea with the self-driving car, you can avoid this. So you watch, this will start becoming more and more common in the United States, where someone just drives down a boardwalk. This has happened in the United States, and they've had these discussions before. And then also you'll see a bunch of events where old people will start hitting people, and there'll be a national discussion. Should there be an age limit to driving? You watch, they're pushing the, I don't think there should be. I feel as if you should get to a certain level, and then if you can test through every year, that's fine. There's no reason why, if you're completely fine to drive, like mentally and everything, that we should stop you, in my opinion. But you could be right that they may eventually stop everyone.
The crazy thing is that the car can get a big weapon.
Oh, definitely. So that's what they're doing, is basically taking it away from you.
In Germany, I lived also in Germany, there was a time that it was for old people, they called them ghost riders, and they would go on the autobahn, like where the cars go fast, they have their road, and drive just in a different direction.
That happens around here all the time.
Yeah, driving is different on the reversal direction.
Yes, I unfortunately know firsthand.
Do they do it purposefully?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So, right, exactly. So these are two different scenarios. In Jacob's, it's old people who have lost their functions to be able to know and drive correctly. But in Gustav's, these are old people who just have a death wish and don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, there are many old men who are not.
Right.
I think that's also personality too. Where that turns like you don't know where you're going, so you
Yeah.
Definitely could be a thing.
Rampage is killing the distros. It genuinely upsets me. A few months ago, a despicable bastard intentionally ran over and young school children on their way to school in China, killing little children for crying out loud.
We gotta look out for everybody else too, not just ourselves. You don't go for it.
You know, you're right about saying a car can really be a weapon. You can kill 10 people in a car and then drive away and get away with it. Right.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're aware that me telling you about this, even if I don't show it, is not something that YouTube allows. And I get it. This isn't exactly cheery subject matter, and these scenes are incredibly graphic. Even if I don't show them to you, describing them makes this video ineligible for monetization on YouTube. But you know what? That's okay. I sometimes have to cover the difficult topics that no one else will. In fact, my videos are often demonetized or simply cannot be
traumatized.
Welcome to my world, baby.
That's okay, because I don't do this for the money. I genuinely want China to change for the better.
Word.
And the only way things will ever change is if we discuss what's wrong. A squeaky wheel will never be repaired, and a crying child will never be fed unless someone hears it. So let's talk about it. Oh, and I can't stress enough just how grateful I am to those of you who support me on Patreon for allowing me the luxury of taking the financial hit when discussing these difficult topics. So the 19th seems to have been a breaking point. Not only did we see those two mass murders, but also a suspicious bus accident where the driver drove into the wall of a tunnel, killing 13 passengers. We also saw a man go crazy and start attacking people randomly with a sickle outside a hospital in Guangzhou. Speaking of hospitals, an intern at Nanning Hospital committed suicide, the second suicide in that hospital in the same week. Also on the 19th in Shanxi province, a suspicious and deadly explosion ripped through a winery. I mean, these things, all of them happened on a single day. And that's not to mention the murder of a 16-year-old that happened the night before. Look, I could go on. This has been a very murderous and crazy month in China. But why? Well, it seems that after the two sessions finished, and the two sessions is this large government meeting that happens once a year in China, where the top communists tell the country what's best for them and remind everyone that they have no say whatsoever in what the government does. Anyway, after this event, a large number of intentional killings of innocent pedestrians by cars suddenly escalated across China. If you're in WeChat groups like I am, you would have seen a sharp increase in the sharing of footage of people being run over. Like this video, where a disgruntled woman crashed into these women and a delivery driver outside the gates of Jiaxi Veterans Hospital. Seriously, every day I'm seeing a horrific scene of people being run over. These stories almost never make the news unless it's too big to cover up, like the Beijing one. The WeChat videos are also very quickly censored and removed, but because there are people out there who genuinely want change in China, who genuinely care about the Chinese people and the victims of these crimes, who save these videos before they get deleted or censored, the truth cannot so easily be buried. So, why are there so many cowardly attacks against innocent civilians and children in China? It's a phenomenon known as revenge against society. People in China cannot vent their frustrations. You cannot protest in China. You cannot criticize the government. The government is constantly feeding people BS propaganda about how China is the best, most amazing, powerful, advanced, and safe country in the world. And that the government cares about the people. It's all a false dream. If you're down on your luck in China, you're screwed. You have no legal recourse when you're fired or get scammed out of your life savings by a government-linked real estate scam, bogus investment. When people get disillusioned, they realize that in fact, society and the government doesn't actually give a shit about them. When people realize that in fact they have no recourse or control over their destiny, they feel cheated. They start to look around and resent their fellow citizens, who they see as unfairly doing well. They especially look at the opportunities young children have in comparison to their poor lot that life has served them. They start to seek revenge. This is why kindergarten stabbings became a uniquely Chinese phenomenon, so much so that guards armed with human restraint devices specifically trained to subdue knife-wielding maniacs are now posted outside every single...
That's crazy. So China doesn't have school shootings, they have school stabbings. So that's the next thing about which we have to worry. Some motherfucker coming in with a machete. I've seen this before in China. To have a knife in your house, it's on a chain, and you can only have it in your kitchen. How crazy is that? Oh my word, it's crazy. It's dystopian.
The more the economy in China struggles, the more these revenge against society attacks will increase. China is not a safe utopia that the CCP propagandists would have you believe. China faces its own unique public safety more money on policing and controlling the public in China than they do on their own military. Pretending that these problems don't
Wait,
exist
what did they just say?
inconvenience to your propaganda
What did they
is a
just say? Hold on.
disservice to the victims of these brutal and
How much do they
senseless
spend on
murders
something more than their own military?
that faces its own unique public safety challenges, and in fact spend more money on policing and controlling.
Wow, China spends more on police. China spends more on police than it does on its own military, and China has the largest military on earth.
The public in China than they do on their own military.
Yeah, India overtook China. What you were saying, okay. I think Gustav is thinking you said it's the largest population, and you're saying the largest police population. I would imagine as well, just because of the budget that they have. If their budget for their police presence is larger than the budget of their military, and they have the largest military in the world, it's almost safe to assume that that's the largest police budget in the world, but we can't confirm that.
Pretending that these problems don't exist because it's an inconvenience to your propaganda is a disservice.
We can. We'll confirm it after this video.
Senseless murders happening on a more and more frequent basis in China. I hope you've learned something, and at least now you're armed with the knowledge that China isn't as safe as state media shills and honeymoon-faced tourists would have you believe. Take it from me, I lived in China for 14 years. I have Chinese family, Chinese friends. I'm married to a Chinese doctor. I have a half Chinese child. I'm heavily invested in seeing that the people of China live an improved life. I want to see positive changes for my friends and family who live in China. I want to see the end of this disgusting situation where these revenge against society attacks happen, where all the compassion and goodness is being forced out of people, where somebody in trouble will be lying on the side of the road, or who's been injured, or is in need of help and is ignored. I want to see these things change, and this is the reason why I make these videos. Anyway, I hope that you can join me on Friday for my live show where we have a little bit of...
Oh, that was very interesting. Thank you for sharing that, Gustav. So China does have.
For years I worked there, and he got that back about the correspondence of all Chinese using under China, good restaurant, for example, they go and take the work from the trash. The way we did go to trash, like use like more than 10 times.
Yes.
They put it in the trash, and then new clients come, and they go in, take the wood, burn, and it's all up. They take it again and put it in, they prepare it again for cooking.
They just keep using it. China has the highest number of police officers in the world, standing at about 1.6 million officers in the country's police force. The primary law enforcement unit in China is the Ministry of Public Security, also known by its acronym MPS. There are few things in the world that scare the shit out of me more than the Ministry of Public Security of China. Like, I was just thinking about this. Can you imagine? Okay, imagine you go to China for whatever reason and you make a mistake and you fuck up and you end up in a Chinese jail. And like nobody is going to care about you anymore. All right, on top of that, imagine if tensions break down between the United States and China what kind of treatment you'll get there. And like, you don't know if you're ever going to get out. I'm sure there are a lot of Americans who are in China right now. And I mean, I don't know a single one of them, but I'm sure there's a good population there that, I don't know, what do they have the death penalty on Americans? I don't think they do. But here we go. We're going to look this up. How many Chinese, how many Americans? How many Americans are locked up in Chinese jails? It looks like it's like 200 just randomly detained people, which is really sad. Anyway, I'm glad that you, Gustav, are not in a Ministry of Public Security gulag or whatever the fuck these things are. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Now, I'm telling you right now, you need to get the fuck out of this goddamn Twitter, Telegram, BC, because you have a son, and he needs a passport to move far, far away from you. But come back whenever you want.
I will come back tonight. I was washing my face.
Oh, you okay? Hey, come back whenever you want. You're more than welcome all the time, okay?
I wish you a nice day, guys.
Hey, you as well, baby. Take care, and best wishes with your son. We're excited to, hopefully everything goes really smoothly. At least in the United States, that is a bit of a process to get that done. Sometimes you have to go back a couple times. So good, best wishes with it. Excellent. Take care, my friend. Take care, Gustav. As always, it's a pleasure to see you. Take care, baby. Man, I love Gustav. He's the man. Take care, baby. Hit me with it. Yeah, I've heard about this. Talk to me about it. Okay, so the way that I got into this, there's this band called Saint Germain that they do this like house music, and I started to learn about them a little bit then, and I think it got me interested in this, where there's some kind of story or lore that somehow, I don't know, is this that, let's see here, he's a time traveler? Gonna have to get more into this one. Okay, constantly. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so I remember learning about him and doing something with alchemy. And wow, he was a very accomplished individual. Oh, there's something to this. No, what is that? I'll have to check on more on this. So I thought this might have some kind of family tie to Vlad the Impaler, or is it not Vlad the Impaler, but exactly, yeah, it had something to do with Transylvania. Oh yeah, it was Vlad the Impaler. But I'm looking here. There's something. Vlad the Impaler. Blah 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 blah. He life and career. No, I do too. They're very interesting. Historical career. I thought I saw something in here too about it. Dutch Republic, death. Becoming theosophy. I don't know, these guys, it's very interesting to me. Okay. See, Theosophist. Okay. These Theosophic societies are very interesting to me. Esoterica, Ascended Master, Telepathy, I can get down with all that. Theosophical Society, I can get down with all that. New Age, I can get down with all that. There's some other things with which I can't get down, but that's okay. Okay, yeah, now I kind of remember this now. That this guy was reincarnated in a whole bunch of like famous historical figures, right? So how was he able to be all these different people? Like he would have had to have lived like tens of thousands of years. Saint Germain. Right, but what I'm saying is like at least the Theosophists, according to the Theosophical Society, not to be confused with the United Lodge of Theosophists, and the Ascended Master Teaching, Saint Germain was incarnated as the following. And then they name like 10, like everybody from Francis Brown to Christopher Columbus to Roger Bacon to Merlin to Proclus to Plato. Like I can't get down on all that stuff. But maybe there's something to it. I don't know. All I know is that I haven't slept in 2 days and I need to get some sleep. So here is back to Mel's hole, my friend. Excellent. You too, but stay here. You got to listen to Mel's hole, my man. Fall asleep to it.
I used to be pretty close to a professional shark fisherman. I had a couple of huge fishing reels, went out there and started letting the line down. I figure after one, did you waste the line? Oh yeah, there's in fact the original line is still down there. I've just been adding to the line and keeping track of how much line I've used. So I've not reeled it in. How much weight is it? There's a 1 pound weight at the bottom. 1 pound weight, 1 pound weight. It's a triangular 1 pound weight. So that's at the bottom of it. First, so in other words, it's going to have kind of like a plumb bob. Exactly. In fact, I had to rig across the center of it there, and it goes straight down to the center there. And occasionally I try to move the line there, but when you're moving that much line, you really can't do a whole lot with it. But it seems to, there seems to be, it's not resting against anything at this point here. It continues to go down freely. So when I was out there earlier, I let out a little bit more line. And so you actually went out there tonight after I read that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Well, it's not too bad out here right now. It's only about 25 degrees, so it's not too cold.
Have you ever heard anything coming from any sounds or anything?
Well, the normal thing to do is kind of like yell into it there, to see an echo, and I've never heard an echo come out of that thing at all. It's one of the first things I noticed about it. As usual, I brought some dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing, and went back to the Suburban and hung out over there. So it was kind of if I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just dig their feet, and they do not want to go anywhere near the hole. And so that's, I don't know.
Well, you've got miles and miles of,
yeah, I think, well, I'm measuring it by feet. I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles it is. I assume it's a fair number of miles, though.
Well, 5,280 feet is a mile, so you really think you've got 80,000?
Yes, yeah, I get line 5,000 yards of pools. And so I've gone through that many.
Well, you have got a hole then that goes, well, you can't say to the center of the earth, but you've got a hole that goes miles and miles and miles into the earth. I would think a university would be out there, boom, just like that.
Well, my wife does work for a local university here, and we've been talking to them about it. One of the things is they find it quite incredible that I've let that much line into the ground, but that's what I'm doing.
Have you ever thought of winding it all back up again?
Well, when I let out the first 1,500 yards of line, I reeled all of that back in, and I wanted to know if I hit water down there, because that's a lot of feet.
You bet.
That's 4,500 feet. I was on a line. Did I hit water? So what I did is I sent down a load of lifesavers.
Lifesavers?
Yeah, so when it hits the water, the lifesavers will dissolve.
That's true. Oh, I see. So they're very smart.
Yeah, the old shark fisherman's trick there. We used to send our bait out on a balloon attached to a roll of lifesavers. The bait would go out into the ocean on the tide, and then eventually the lifesavers would melt and the bait would fall to the bottom. You couldn't cast a big old mackerel out there that far,
So, what do you got any guesses?
I have no idea. I thought it could have been a mine shaft, but the thing about it is the surface part of it's been very well cared for. It's built a very lovely wall around it. And
all right, tell me about the nature of the side of the walls. In other words, you must be able to look down far enough, at least, to examine the side of the walls.
Sure. It is stone for about 15 feet down, and then after that, it's soil, dirt, and then, further down rock, so I can only see to the extent of, really powerful flashlight and front halogen lights out there to try to get a better look down there, but the visibility really isn't there. You cannot see much after a while, but it's a retaining wall. It's about a 3.5 foot retaining wall, and it goes down about 15 feet, and then
well, I'll tell you this one. No matter how powerful a light, and I was even thinking about a laser, when you're talking about 80,000 feet, forget it.
No, they should have some technology that can give me an idea of how deep this thing is. I mean, obviously, with the old fishing line method is only going to go so far.
What we need here is a volunteer. Real, I'm serious. Somebody who would be willing to be lowered into this hole.
Well, to be honest, I don't even know if there's any cares out there.
I wouldn't know about that either.
Or what kind of pressures we're dealing with. These are things that are totally beyond my grasp in terms of knowledge about these things. But
working on this?
Well, we've been out there for a couple of years, I guess about 4 years now. But this project here with letting down the line has only been since last summer here. It was just, I said, well, how come this thing isn't filling up?
Well, sure.
And then, I talked to the neighbors around there, which are, on when you're out there in the country, neighbors are pretty far away, but they all know the hole out there.
They all know about it. So it's like,
because they all bring their trash out.
So the local legend of the hole.
Yeah, this could be an apocryphal story, but one guy claims he threw his departed canine down into the hole.
Really?
And he swears, well, the story is the guy that did it swears the dog actually came back to him. And he was a hunter. The story is that he was a hunter, and he was out there hunting, and he saw the same dog, he had the same collar, he had the same little metal thing on his collar there, and he said it was the same dog. And he says he threw the dog into the hole. But I know that's not my dog. It's not my.
It's not your story, but it's a story of a resurrected dog.
This is as you can well imagine, this is all Native American land around here. And so one of the lines of inquiries I'd like to make is, is there anything about this hole in regards to the Native Americans? That's something I haven't really pursued right now.
If you had a fatal disease, Mel, would you jump in the hole?
I would.
You would?
Actually, it is in my will. Should I meet my demise,
that you would be thrown in the hole?
Disposed into the well.
I'm not sure the health department would allow that.
Well, one of the things that I thought about later on, what if this is like contaminating our water, And, we've had, I'm sure you do this out there too.
Well,
water check all the time.
Well, yeah, no personal offense to you, Mel, but if there was a possible contamination problem, I'm sure you're a clean guy.
Yeah.
But, as you deteriorated, you would possibly produce E. coli or something horrible in the local water supply.
Well, again, so far it hasn't. The water around that area is absolutely pure water. It is,
And so nothing thrown down, all the old junk and trash, and nothing has polluted the water.
No, I can't speak for everything that's been thrown down there, but none of that's been showing up in the water that people draw from the wells. The water is as clean as it's ever been up there. We get water that comes off the Cascades or something.
Yeah.
It's just really great. It's really wonderful water.
Mel, you wouldn't be pulling my leg.
No, I'm not. And one of the reasons that I went out to the property tonight, other than just something that weighs heavily on my mind, I was afraid that after I sent the bags out, that there'd be people around there because it's.
Well, there may be, but we have not identified specifically where it is.
Well, as far as I could tell, too many big holes like that around, and so at least the people in my neck of the woods are familiar with it. And I kind of almost expect to see a small party of people.
Well, there may be. Now, come daylight, there may be. But remember, folks, this is private property. This is Mel's.
It is posted too.
Oh, it is. All right. Well, there you are. So without knowing exactly where it is, I wouldn't look for that to occur. But there is going to be substantial curiosity about down Mel.
Well, I think I've let you know as much as I know about it. I certainly want to find out more. I'm mostly curious. I was mostly curious about the depth of it. How deep is the deepest hole anyone has ever found?
Well, I've never heard of anything deeper than this.
I thought maybe this would be like Guinness World Book of Records type hole here. And as far as things that I thought it would be like. Could have been like an old mine.
Well, now here's a couple things to think about. I've heard as you go down into the earth, Mel, that it gets hotter. Ooh. Right? So you would think that your fishing line with a weight on it at some point would melt or, something, but there's still weight on it, huh?
Yeah. The line is not moving freely. I mean, it still falls under its own weight.
Oh, that's amazing. Let's let some of the audience ask you questions.
Okay, I think I can do that.
All right, because I just might be missing something. Now, West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's got the hole in Washington.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have any questions for Mel? Hello. Okay, well, I guess that guy gave up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello. Oh, you guys.
Yes, now.
I did well. I mean, sort of.
Well, I would call it that.
All right. Well, thank you. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Mel?
Yes, Mel.
Oh. Mel. I wanted to talk to Art. I'm on the wrong line.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sorry. That's the 222 line?
1222 is first time caller line.
That's what I thought I was calling.
Well, that's what you got. But I mean, we're talking with Mel right now. I'm trying to. He's got the hole. He's from Washington.
Okay. I just have something for Art.
All right. Well, call me back when we're in the open lines. Wildcard line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hi, Dave.
Yeah, I was listening to this. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I just want to let you know, I looked up in the encyclopedia, and the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest hole we know about.
That's in the ocean, right?
Right, it's 36,000 feet.
So this is, well, it's certainly over double that already.
Right. And it also says on the timing that with current technology, we can only go down to 1,500 feet.
Wow. That's great. That is great.
So you got something here that already qualifies for Guinness.
That is wonderful. Oh gosh, I like that. That's great. Did you said 1,600 feet?
That's what they said, yeah. 1,620 feet is that current technology.
Wow.
All right. Thank you very much for that information. So already, we now learned that you may have a Guinness qualifying hole there, no question about it. But I want to know, inquiring minds want to know, I would think, even if we just had somebody lowered past the 1,600 foot mark to see what's down there.
That would be cool, but it wouldn't be me.
You wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't go down and go.
At least not while you're still alive.
No, yeah, then I will, but I can't get it for the time being. No.
All right, East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
No.
All right. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas, all right.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you would like somebody to be lowered down into the hole.
That's right.
I would be willing to do that.
See, there you go, sir, a volunteer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously under certain conditions.
Like what?
Just a cage for one.
A cage?
Yeah, just in the event that there's some kind of weird subterranean thing eating all of this garbage down there. Obviously, I would want to be in some kind of a cage.
Well, what makes you think, though, that anything that could gobble up, say, a refrigerator,
wouldn't get the cage? Well, I would have obviously a very powerful light, and I'd be able to see it at some point before it's too late.
So we'd have radio contact with you, and we could hear you scream at least.
Yeah.
What's your
up button.
And up button?
And the instant up button. On back up. It's like a high speed.
And you could take a camera with you.
Yeah.
With a light and show us everything as it
Yeah, I've got a pretty adventurous nature to me anyway. So plus I have a very appealing draw to the supernatural. Anyway, my personality.
Well, nobody's saying there's anything supernatural about this, but
well, the dog story would indicate.
Well, that's true.
Well, everyone's dogs are scared of the hole.
Yeah.
Not just my dog.
No, that's a very good point. In other words, other dogs won't go anywhere near the hole, huh?
Yeah, my dogs will follow me everywhere. I mean, no matter where I go, they're,
except
to the west.
Now,
is this possibly at a grid point on the planet?
I wouldn't call about grid points, other than I didn't know
anything about the grid
point. Yes, thank you, sir, for most, and I've heard about grid points, but I would have no way of knowing where they are and whether this is one of them. I wouldn't know. Now, this is just a hole. And he's right. There was something a little paranormal about it when you consider the dog story. I tell you. Now hold on, all right? Stand by. We'll be right back to you. Well, here's somebody from Las Vegas. Mike suggests that we throw a cat down the hole. Listen to the cat scream as it goes down. It's a horrible idea. I don't know about people who do that, throw down cats. Oh, man. And you hear the echo sort of going down. I'm not for that at all. All right, Mel, here comes some more people. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel with a hole.
Art, why don't you have somebody, I know you're connected with somebody that's got radar available. Radar would be the way to go to find out the depth.
Well, would radar go down a hole
Absolutely.
without hitting the sides?
You need a fancy radar to do it.
You mean like a, what about sonar? No, I guess
No, sonar you couldn't use because you don't have anything for the medium to go through, like underwater for sonar.
Yeah.
But radar would definitely work.
In other
I'm
words,
just curious if you call a government agency.
well, wouldn't radar return a hit from the sides of the hole and bounce around down?
No. Unidirectional radar. What do you use when you're driving down a highway?
Well, you use radar, but
Exactly.
that's out in the open. That's not in. I don't know enough about radar to know if that would work, but it's a good idea.
Well, I've used it for years.
All right,
We've tried it.
all right. That's how about a cop's radar?
I'm not sure if they'll return an echo off of that. Possible.
All right.
Well, we'll tell you how fast the hole is going.
That's cute, Mel. Wild card line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
This is pretty funny. Good evening, Mel. Hi. My name is Barry. I'm just skipping and jumping away from you down here in Yakima.
All right.
And I'm awful surprised I haven't heard of this before now.
Well, now, Mel hasn't made this public as far as I know. Have you, Mel?
No, it's just on my land.
But I mean, wait. This is the first public announcement of the whole.
As far as I know, there's no newspaper account on the Daily Record.
Well, there will be now. There will be now.
Well, as usual, you've heard here first, folks, on our show. Before I get serious, I just wanted to kind of point things up there and ask if you considered making a contract with the refuse collection department from Yakima County before I make a feeling on that. I read an article in the paper how they wanted to close down our local dump out here, and I almost seriously suggested.
Listen, here's another possibility for you. You know that I live near an area where there's supposed to be a high-level nuclear dump. Now, if this is really, in effect, a bottomless pit, you may have something that the U.S. government wants.
So I could, rent this thing out.
You're damn right.
And move away.
They're very possible.
Anyway, I wanted to mention here, we've got many mediums of technology, and the gentleman who suggested radar, I think, is on something. Say for instance that Guinness was, came out, they're pretty thorough with their investigation before they're going to print it. Yeah, but anyways, maybe the way to go is to have someone lower in a sensors package, with something that measures for noxious gases, temperature, and I'm sure they could focus the radar, probably pencil thin, and just hook it up to a supply of cable and lower it down. That'd be awful interesting.
Look, I'd be interested, even if we don't get hold of the guy from Austin, to lower a camera and a light down.
When I was out there this evening, it's kind of a sort of a full moon out there. And one of the things that occurred to me is maybe this has some sort of astronomical type thing.
What do you mean, though?
Well, it's like, how, the various pyramids and things in Egypt, were supposed to be lined up on various star systems or whatever.
Well, like where the moonlight was shining into the hole?
Well, no, but I just, happened to notice, the whole moon, and all of a sudden it just sort of put two and two together there.
You never felt drawn to the hole, personally, have you? I mean, in terms of,
you mean in terms of sort of spiritual involvement, or
no, suicide? No, suicide.
No. I keep the lid on it there because it's an attractive nuisance. You don't want local kids there climbing on the wall and falling in.
There's actually no way of knowing whether people have gone in. Because you'd be gone.
Not in my
down with the refrigerator.
Again, if I could find out something from the local Native Americans on, maybe with some sort of aerial thing, or
and you could drop a big rock and you can hear it going down, probably bouncing off the walls or something, but you never hear a splash.
You never hear a splash. I've even taken old television tubes, picture tubes.
You dropped picture tubes?
Yeah, I've dropped. I hate to say this here, I've dropped more than one of them down there. And, I've never heard it implode or anything. Nothing.
EPA, you probably shouldn't say that on the air.
Well,
they'll come and get you for that. I mean, TV tubes.
Well, it is mine.
It's your own property, I know, but these days, Mel, doesn't make any difference. I mean, tomorrow morning you'll have to wake up, there'll be tanks in Boutros Ghali.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Let's take Clark, Sarasota.
Sarasota Park.
Let's throw Mike and let's say stone.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, he's the cat. Okay. I do have a question, Janelle. You're a fisherman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever felt a tug on the line, and if you did, what would you do?
Well, I don't have a hook on it. There's just a large, there's 1 pound weight.
Yeah, but she's saying if something obviously was pulling on that line.
What would I do?
I'd run.
Yeah.
I'd seal that damn thing up and I'd never get near it again.
Yeah, I'd put the lid down on it at that point there and say, that's it, just dump it closed.
And at any point, did you ever pull up the weight and look at it?
Yeah, I asked that too.
So, the first series of letting down line, when I got about 4,500 feet down there, I had a roll of lifesavers down on the bottom to determine if there was any water down there. And of course, if there was water, the lifesavers would melt. And I didn't do that. But since that time, I've let the line continuously go down. I've just spliced off to the end of the line.
Yeah, just trying to find out where the bottom is.
Yeah, that was my main question. Like, how deep is this thing? Where does it go? It goes to the earth, but how far does it go before it'll stop?
All right, thank you, ma'am. I think that a light and a video camera. I mean, Mel, you could have a special. As you got down past, what did they say was the deepest hole? 1,600 feet? 1,600 feet. As you got down past 1,600 feet, you'd have a network special on your hands, Mel.
That would be good. I'm thinking about putting up a web page on it there. I'm getting one of those.
What's his name? Rivera would come.
and they lowered him into the hole.
Only if we were all lucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, this is Terry from Bremerton.
Hello, Terry. Oh, you're up in Washington again. Yeah.
You're right. Well, I was wondering about how much does 15 miles of fishing line weigh? I have no idea. I'm just letting that sucker go down. I have not really. What if you've already hit the bottom and you got a pound of fishing line on it? That's right. Letting it down. Yeah, I should weigh one of those spools because I'm getting them in 5,000 yard spools. Yeah. And so I should weigh a spool and sort of deduct the cost of the spool itself and see what that would add up to in terms of how much that weighs.
So in other words, it could have hit bottom some time ago, and simply the pure weight of the line.
Right. It doesn't feel like it is reached bottom there. There's no slack in the line.
But even so, well, there might not be with that much weight. But even if that's true, caller, think about it. He's still got the deepest hole ever heard of in the world.
Yeah, he does. But
the weight of the line would keep pulling the line down.
Yeah, but there would be so much line down there by then. But
well, what pound test line is it?
I'm using 20 pound, like
20 pounds.
More
Do you
so
think
much
you have
higher.
20 pounds of line on it already?
Pardon me?
Do you think you have 20 pounds of line in the
Oh,
hole already?
I'm sure there's more line than that.
Great, brother.
You know, we're talking,
there must be a lot of
we
tension.
got 20 spools of line.
On that.
Yeah.
20 spools of line on there.
Wow.
And it's still hanging on there. You know, that weight continues to go down. I don't know if there's a way of weighing that thing, you know, as it is.
Yeah, I was just interested in how much the line would weigh itself.
I don't know. I could probably do that. You know, get one of those hanging scales.
Sure.
And the spring operating stuff, just sort of knot it off up there.
Yeah, why not? It's worth a try. And the other thing that's worth a try, I suppose, although you'd be cranking for a long time, would be to crank it back up again.
Well, no, I could just weigh like one spool of line, multiply it. I think I'm up to about like 18 spools of line right now. So, you know, it wouldn't be too hard to get the whole weight on it.
All right. You will report back to us on that?
Yeah, I can, sure, definitely.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes.
Hi, where are you?
I'm down in Washington.
Yes, Washington again. Yes.
I was wondering, what was the Mel said that he had a triangular 1 pound weight on the end of the line.
Right.
Yeah, I was wondering what elements was that weight, or is that weight composed? It's a standard lead fishing weight. You know, you were talking earlier, Al was talking earlier about the heat when you get deep into.
Well, I was speculating. You know, I saw the movie with Pat Boone about the 30% of the Earth. It's supposed to get hot when you go down, right?
Yeah, and also, what about the magnetism? You know, that's the scientific consistency.
The magnetism?
Yeah.
You're off into a territory that I can't answer. Mel, you're gonna contact your wife works for a university,
a local university.
Have they? I mean, did she tell them about this? And if so, what did they say?
Well, the people she talked to, because I nag her about it occasionally, say, you know, they're telling her, you don't want to hold it that deep, you know.
So in other words, they don't believe her.
No. So, what I'm trying to do is, you know, kind of entice them out there and just bring something out there to measure how deep it is.
Well, Mel, would you be willing to talk to, like, newspaper people or television people? They're crazy. They'd send someone down there.
Well, I know I'm talking to a lot of people on the phone right now and on the radio, but I'm not sure. I don't want to have a TV crew and you know.
So you're not sure you want that kind of publicity?
No, you know, I mean, you know, I'd be happy to, you know, like I say, you know, I could put together a website on it and keep people, you know, informed about what's going on, because, you know, I'm sort of making this my...
People would accuse you of going to the well one time too many.
That's probably true.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there. That is absolutely amazing. Art. That's Ken from Scottsdale.
Yes, sir.
And one thing I wanted to mention about that, you mentioned about a car that is falling, family falling from the sky.
The Chevrolet, yeah.
Right. I recall reading about many incidents in England and throughout Europe of nuts, raining nuts of different kinds, like Brazil nuts and hazelnuts.
Sometimes it rains nuts on my program. Listen, we're not talking about things falling from the sky right now. We're talking about a hole.
Right, I know. Well, it was open lines a minute ago. Now
well, I've switched it because I have Mel.
Oh, well, anyway, as far as the hole goes, isn't it possible there could be like an aquifer or something, and there's water or something?
Mel has not found any water at all. He lowered lifesavers in, and the lifesavers came back, and that was how far, Mel?
4,500 feet.
4,500 feet, and the lifesavers came back intact, right?
Oh, yeah, they were absolutely fine. They weren't dissolved. They were just perfect.
Pretty definitive. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hi.
Mel?
Hi.
Hi, this is
first of all, if he's putting line down the well.
Wait a minute, sir. We've got to stop this because people are going to call it a well. There's never been any water found in this hole.
Okay, a hole.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If he started out with a 1 pound weight and he starts adding fish line to it,
right,
then the amount of weight down the hole increases. All right, now, if he knows the weight of the line on a per foot basis, as he puts more weight down the hole, if he could measure the total strain on the top of or load on the top of the line, he would know if any of that line was draped on anything. See, the thing is, once he gets a fair amount of line down there,
that's a good point.
The 1 pound weight on the end is insignificant. And he wouldn't even, it could be hung up on something or laying on the bottom or something and he would never know it.
Yeah, but he put lifesavers down 4,500 feet. So even if what you're saying is true, this is still by a long shot the deepest hole ever.
Well, that assumes it's even that deep. The one thought you had that I thought was very valid was the temperature as you go farther down into the ground.
Well, that's what I think that's right, isn't it?
Oh yes, of course. By the time it's down 4,000 feet in the ground, the temperature would probably be well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
If the 100, well, the monofilament and the lead would certainly survive 100 degrees just fine. You're probably right. That is interesting. Mel, I say that we got to put a person down there, a volunteer,
not a cat.
No, not a cat, no cats, but a person, maybe like a media person, one of these anchors from maybe one of the Seattle Como stations or something, lower them down.
Oh boy. Again, I'm intrigued. Again, I've been running line down there for quite a while, and I don't think I've hit bottom. The weight seems to be hanging plumb over there, and like I said, we've been throwing things down there for a long time, and this hole has not filled up. I don't know. Maybe it's getting incinerated down there. I don't know.
All right, and you would swear on all that is sacred to you that what you have told us is the absolute, unadulterated truth.
This is my hole, and this is the truth about it.
It's an amazing story, Mel. Who else besides your wife, the people you've tried to talk to at the university, and yourself? I guess your neighbors know about the hole?
Oh yeah, there's probably good. Oh well, in terms, not families, but individuals, probably good 20 people that use the hole regularly
to throw junk into.
Yeah. It's always been done.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I used to like to throw stuff off bridges and stuff like that, and into holes just to hear it hit bottom.
Never heard anything good. I mean, if you hit the side, of course, but if you just drop it straight down,
yeah, 9.5 feet.
Oh, great.
9.5 feet is certainly large enough so that if you got the center and dropped it straight down, it would go straight down, right?
Yeah, you can just lean right over there and get it going straight down. And as far as anything I can see, visually, with the halogens and flashlights,
the light just fades away into blackness.
You've got nothing after a while. You can see as far as the beam will go, and that's it.
Does anybody have any theories about? You said a dog was thrown into the hole,
yeah,
dead, and then came back alive again, right?
The story is the guy was out hunting and he saw his dog, and he knew it was his dog, as it was the same dog, it had the same collar, it had the same tag on it, and all the things.
That's cool, man. Does anybody have any theories about what properties would be in the hole to resurrect a canine?
Gosh, I'd like to think this is something like really benign, like cows have gone down there. I haven't heard any cows coming back, or at least that you would know. But I don't.
Well, it's not the creator. Well, look, we're out of time. Mel, you get the honors from near the hole in Washington State.
From the hole is
everyone from coast to coast. And beyond. Thank you, Mel.
Stay tuned for more of the best of Art Bell with Mel Waters coming up after these messages.
Let's go next to Charles on the wild card line. Charles, go ahead.
And we talked about it Friday night, Saturday morning, last hour. Now, a lot of you might not have heard that last hour, so I've got Mel, and there's an update. It may be the deepest hole anywhere in the ground. It may go on forever, for all we know. I'll catch you up here in a moment. I received the following facts. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Guinness Ridge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anyone can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we've put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes here, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up. So I got curious, actually obsessed, began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole, as far as I can tell. There's nothing else particularly strange about it, except for 2 other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds won't sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator, and we never heard it hit bottom, no crash, splash, or crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. Wondering if this, based on my measurements thus far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Well, you know me, I get a fax like this, and I jump right on. So I called Mel. In the middle of the night, we put him on the air. Last hour of the show last week. And we got the story of Mel's Hole. But now, Mel's Hole Part 2. I get the following facts earlier today. Art, you're receiving this fax simultaneously with a fax I attempted to send you earlier today. Much has developed since the first fax. I'll try to explain as rationally as possible what has transpired since my earlier fax. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel that were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow gear had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their threat. I asked one of the guards what's going on. He said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I know there's no smoke. I don't see any in the distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban and let me know that I won't have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow gear, the lack of smoke, and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property, and that it would be very easy to find a drug lab on my property. Well, I got the drift. I asked if I could leave. He said, sure, don't go back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, may not contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, And he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up to the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a bead of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black. Like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. So there you have it. There actually is more. Here is from the state of Washington. Here's Mel. Mel. Hello, Art Bell. Hi. When I got this second fax from you, I called you up, and you were totally freaked out.
Oh my God, I was. I tell you, I feel a lot better now. Let me tell you, but
yeah, you were just a pile of nerves when I talked to you. Now, what? Explain again. You went up to your property. You were going to examine the hole because we were talking about it. I'm sure you had interest. So, and they stopped you there, huh?
Yeah. Well, I originally after the show on Friday night, I went out there and in the evening and noticed there was some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day. And so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program.
All right.
And I think...
I'm really sorry I brought this on for you. It certainly wasn't intentional.
When we talked yesterday, you felt that probably the best thing to do is to be public in this matter. And
that's right. Your best protection is to be public, Mel.
Well, anyway, so there was a lot of activity around there. And, I've had some thoughts about this. And if they knew where the hole was, I would imagine that they could take some readings of the depth of the hole from, like, satellite.
I don't know about that. I'm sure they have a way to measure it from the ground. I'm not sure about satellite.
Well, we did have a lot of hovering up there in the air, I'll tell you that. So we did have that situation.
And they stopped you, right? In other words, there was a barrier there?
Well, it was on, I get a little confused about days. I guess it's now Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's right.
But since what they had originally there was a barrier, not a barrier, but just armed soldiers, basically. Armed soldiers. Since then, they've erected some further down the road. Basically, there's the road, there's the access road, and then finally kind of meander into some property. They now have Jersey barriers at the road. What are those? Jersey barriers. Those are they're kind of like big chunks of concrete.
Oh, like the bomb barriers they have at the White House.
More or less. So you could squeeze maybe one vehicle through there, but it's definitely being controlled over there.
Now this is your property, right? You got the deed to this property.
This is mine in the bank.
Well, you're in the bank. We're all the same situation. So they were like on your own property. They're claiming there was a plane that.
Yeah, but that was the thing. I said, well, where's the smoke? I seen plane crashes before. There's got to be smoke. And again, I had to talk to the officer in charge there. I figured, when there's military types that come up, and I don't know, maybe he was just dressed in civilian clothes because of the nature of what happened there. But they told me that I won't be able to go out there until the accident's been investigated. And I was insistent about my property rights, and he seemed to indicate that this might not necessarily be my property in regards to the drug lab. So, but the problem is I do have a sort of a lab on the property. But
no, wait a minute. You have a sort of lab? What kind of lab?
Well, I work working in the alternative health field here on a property. That's one of the reasons that this has all come out now. I imported plant life from northern Nevada. They were Native American plants that the Indians used there for treatment of various illnesses, mostly cold and flu. Anyway, so we, because of the nature of
This message was sponsored by Gilead
the climate is very similar to northern Nevada, we thought we could cultivate these plants and then use it as a cure. It's a very effective cure. It's not a narcotic. No, it's not narcotic.
Well, then what the hell are they talking about drug lab?
Well, there is a lab there. I mean, and
Well, yeah, but there's no, you're not breaking out crack or methamphetamine or anything.
yeah, but if they had, for instance, if they found like it was a drug lab, they can seize my property.
So it was their way of telling you, listen, brother, stay away, let's do what we're doing. Or, you know, we might find a drug lab here, then it wouldn't be your property anymore, you might even be in jail.
Yeah, so, and they're clearly letting me know my feeling was that they were in control.
So what have we got? We got some kind of national security role now or some what?
Well, excuse me, I thought by now they made a lot of determinations about it. It sounds like something they want. Today on my answering machine, I had a message from my real estate agent. Oh, and he says that he had someone who was very interested rather explicitly my property. And was making me a very generous offer. Now, I haven't gotten back to it, but I think we can put two and two together here. Somebody wants to get their hands on my property.
So what are you going to do now? Are you going to accept the quote generous offer and get out of this with your skin intact and a few bucks, or are you going to fight?
Well, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get back to my agent today. I wanted to sit down and think about it before I did anything. I don't know what their so-called very generous offer is. But on one side, you have a possible drug lab, and on the other side, you have a very generous offer. And so I would kind of be curious to know what their generous offer was.
Well, that's a carrot stick approach, no question about it.
Yeah, they're working me both ends here, I think. And, like I say, I feel a lot calmer about this now than I did before. It was
yeah, you were almost panicked, weren't you?
Yeah. It was just a little bit too much.
All right, you did some measurements. People were asking about the weight of the line that you were putting into the hole. And so, what have you determined?
Yeah, I did some real quick and dirty work here with this here. First of all, when I was out there on the weekend, I was able to actually measure or weigh the line that's in the hole. And basically, I tied it onto one of these little fisherman's scales, okay? All right? You know, it's a little spring-operated thing there. But I had a weight on that, including the 1 pound sinker on there. It looks like it weighs about 17, 18 pounds.
What does?
The line that's in the hole.
In totality?
Yeah, the entire weight of the line. Basically, the line weighs 10 ounces for every 1,000 yards.
Okay, so 17 or 18 pounds.
Yeah.
It's a 20-pound test line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got 1 pound down at the end of it, tied on the end of it, right?
That's right.
So
one of the things is and this has become a moot point at this point, but if I drop much more line down there, and based on what your caller said, this line will break at probably at the top of the line, because that's where all the pressure will be. So
but you believe you're down 80,000 feet?
Yeah, without a doubt.
80,000?
Eight with what is that? 4 zeros on there.
Well, it's a mile, 5,280 feet.
Yeah, that's believe me, I haven't done the math on there. I always forget how long a mile it is. But
how long have you owned this property with a hole?
We've had the property for about 4 years now. You know, the guy that had it there had been there for a long time. I believe he's been there for over 40 years. It's very rustic. I think I might have indicated to you, we do not have electricity there. We do not have phone service.
Not just raw property, right?
Well, we have some buildings in the house, big structures. All of those were basically damaged with the heavy snowfall.
All right, no, that's right. Recent snowfall. Now hold on, we'll be back after the bottom of the hour, right? Stay right there. I'm Mark Bell, and this is CBC.
Stay with George Norrie.
In a moment, Rich Martini joined us. His latest work is called Close Encounters of the Flip Side Kind of a Fun Home. Next on Coast to Coast AM.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to stop. You can stock up all you find at the grocery store or crowds and
Now back to Mel. And Mel, a lot of this audience would not have heard, but there was another little bit of a legend of the hole. Apparently, at some point, somebody threw a dead dog into the hole, right?
Oh yeah, I was telling you about that before the other night, and people throw everything in there. There's cows falling down the hole. There's sheep, whatever you name it's gone down there. One guy threw his old hunting dog down into the hole. I guess it was one area. And the story that I heard was that the hunter was out there hunting one day, and he saw his old hunted dog. He looked exactly the same. In fact, was wearing the same collar and the same tags on it. So he was absolutely, the story is, they were like, absolutely believe the dog came back somehow.
And you believed it to the degree that you changed your will so that when you die, they were going to throw your body into the hole, right?
When I'm gone, I'm going to the hole.
Oh, well, but maybe not now, huh?
Well, that's a matter for conjecture. Today, I didn't have a chance to mention this. After finding out, the story about the black bee, the other day, I thought I'd go out there and do some more research amongst my neighbors who, they have.
That makes sense. You can't go on property, might as well talk to the
neighbors.
Yeah,
sure. So, buy a cup of coffee and find out a few things here. Anyway, I had talked to one gentleman who's really quite elderly, who's lived in the area for a long time, and he said that originally, this is going way back, so this must go back about 40, 50, maybe longer, that there was a series of, around the hole, there was a series of stone columns. I said, stone columns? And,
stone columns?
Yeah. And so I asked him, could he sketch out a little how the property looks there, maybe he could place the stone columns on it, So, I drew it on the napkin there, and it's very interesting. So I had my power book with me, and I pulled up a picture of Stonehenge. That's exactly what the thing looked like. You're kidding. He says that they had these, pillars lined up, just like that. Because it wasn't, it didn't have that thing on the top, they had some, things on top of the pillars of Stonehenge.
Oh, that's really odd. Listen, you can't get photographs, Mel. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I asked you about photographs. They won't let you close enough to take any photographs.
I was afraid to take pictures of the guards, to be honest with you.
No, I understand. How about a drawing, Mel? Can you get us a drawing?
Yeah, I could do that. I had a question for you. The night that I talked to you, said you got another fax about another anomalous hole.
That's right.
Colville area?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. I've got that fax. And I'll try and get to it.
Okay. On Sunday, I listened to your show a bit, and you had Linda on talking about HARP.
That's right. Project HARP.
Now, HARP is supposed to look for
underground tunnels and such. Yes,
right.
Now, maybe it's looking at your hole. Who knows? Here's a fax for you. The following is a theory regarding Mel's property. 1. Imagine 2 naturally occurring iron veins just happening to reach toward the Earth's surface around help me pronounce it. Manastash, Washington. There is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high voltage electricity deep in the Earth. What is the bottom of the hole on Mel's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Martin built. The Earth could have its own, in effect, time machine. Over the centuries, through various quakes and so forth, all of the soil above the portal would have fallen into the bottom and been launched into some other time. This explains the lack of echoes and the apparent depth of the hole. Tell Mel to lower a clock down there.
Let me tell you, I was over at the university library today, and I wanted to find out a little bit more about our geology.
And one of the things I found out is the crust, on average, on the Earth is about 20 miles deep. Okay. Now, underneath the crust, and this is something that a lot of people don't know about, there's something known as moho discontinuity. The what? The moho, M-O-H-O discontinuity. What is that? It's named for a guy named Mohorovic. He was a Croatian seismologist. But I don't know much about seismology, but I'll tell you what I know about this continuity. P waves, and I guess those are seismic waves, through this discontinuity, move faster than they do through the rest of the Earth. They like speed up. Okay. Normally they go like 7 kilometers per second. These are going like 8 kilometers per second when they go through there. And it's believed that it has to do with a chemical difference in the type in that area of Earth. So you've got the crust, you have the moho discontinuity, then you have the mantle. And so that region is very, very little known, as you can well imagine, because you really can't get to it, at least not yet. And they really, the scientists really don't understand that. But we have this thing that goes on underneath the crust that is very, very peculiar. And I just thought I might mention that.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. That's very interesting. All I know is we had all kinds of cool plans. I mean, we were going to, Mel, I'm telling you, I've got volunteers who are willing to go down in your hole. But now that's obviously not going to occur because they have your hole. I mean, this is outrageous. This is your property.
Yeah, it is my property. That's the incredible thing. I could not step 1 inch onto my property. My deepest incursion only got me onto the access road. And that's the guy, I was kept way away from that thing.
How far is it from the access road where you were stopped to the hole?
Oh, gosh, you'd have to travel, I would say from the access road kind of, it's very hilly ground over there, so you kind of have to go around all of those spots there. You might go about 1.5 miles or more. You can't even see the little light valley that I'm in.
Before you began dropping this monofilament line into the hole with a weight, you threw an entire refrigerator down this hole, and then listened and listened and listened and never heard a thing.
Nothing. Again, the refrigerator, I didn't hear anything. I expected, something that massive, and I expected something. But I thrown things there that I knew would make interesting sounds, like television tubes, picture tubes.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah, those are my favorites. And I couldn't get an explosion or anything out of them. So I have not heard anything actually touch bottom in that thing.
It's almost impossible, it seems.
If the hole right now, I don't know, 15, 16, 17 miles. How long would it take for the sound to travel back? It is hitting bottom. Let's say it's hitting bottom at, say, 15 miles. How long would it take? Or would I hear it at all? Those are things, I don't know.
I don't think so. You don't hear things that occur. Well, on the other hand, though, it's a channeled.
It sure is.
I don't know the physics involved in such a deep hole. Have you ever heard of any other holes?
No. That's why I was curious about the Colville hole. I did find out that actually its deepest mine is like 2.3 miles into the Earth.
So this is way, way beyond anything that anybody's ever heard of.
Yeah, but that's a mine. That's a mine structure. Another thing I was curious about was that channel that they built underneath the English Channel.
Oh, yes.
France. How deep is it? Not how deep it is, but how long is it? Is it several miles? Or,
I almost rode on it. It's funny you should mention. I almost rode on it last time I was in London. But I didn't. So I don't exactly know. I saw the entrance to it, and I rode right by the entrance to it.
I would be leery of going into that thing.
Well, then you certainly wouldn't want to go in. Would you go in this hole? Your hole, if you could?
I anticipate what will be going down into the hole in the future will be federal prisoners, I imagine. We'll be going down there on a non-voluntary basis, I assume, because, if we're talking to the government here, which is obviously the government's interest in this, they have every piece of technology they've ever wanted. They could send down cameras, they could send down whatever they want. So, I assume at some point if they determine that it was safe for a human being to go down, they'll send a person down, and they take air readings with good air, bad air, find out what's going on. I'd say that they would do that. I'm just like a ordinary little guy here who doesn't have a lot of technology and it's
Well, how would you like to get a whole bunch of citizens together, Mel, and go marching on that property and challenge their authority to take your property like that?
Well, we talked about that over coffee with the guy that told me about the stones out there. We're pretty. We're big on property rights here.
Yeah, this is your home, not theirs.
And we're very militant about that. How can they do that here? The truth is, if they say a plane crashed on property, and I have any evidence of that. But I expect to see some smoke. But if they're telling people this is an accident scene, we got some investigation, FAA and all that business there.
All right, did they tell you what kind of airplane, civilian, military, or what? No. All right. Are there any reports? After all, you can check on plane crashes, right?
Well, first of all, over here, if a kid throws a snowball at your car, they're trying to make a newspaper.
So there should have been big news if the plane went down.
Oh, you bet. We've had planes go down here before. We've had planes go down, on the other side of the mountain. Makes a newspaper here. It's a big deal.
All right, well, look. But then instead of a crowd of civilians, maybe that was a bad idea. How about a crowd of media? I could get Seattle media by your side and go marching right up to that group. Right up to the barrier.
And then I end up being a convicted drug cooker. But that's
They actually said that to you.
Those were almost verbatim the exact words they said. We could find a drug lab on this property if you get my drift. Just very easily.
All right. Mel, let's take a few calls, see if anybody has any ideas. This one has me stumped. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello there.
Yes, Robert in Milwaukee.
Hi, Robert.
Art, just had a thought connecting Stephen Greer at CSETI with what he said concerning interplanetary travel. And drew a connection to the cloning. I find it very interesting that the scientists say they're not going to consider cloning humans.
Oh, baloney. That's a bunch of crap. Don't listen to that. Excuse me for a second, Mel. On the subject of cloning, all day I've been listening to this drivel from the scientists about the cloning thing, that we're not going to do it. Oh, well, yes, this technology will allow cloning, but we're not going to do it. That is utter garbage. And when we get around to talking about cloning, which we will, we're going to talk about it in an entirely different vein, because unless you are naive beyond belief, spending your time talking about whether we should or shouldn't, will or won't, is baloney, because we will. I guess you could say, should we? But we will, I guarantee we're going to clone. Anyway, that is not tonight's subject or the moment's subject. Mel's Hole is first time caller line. You're on the air.
Hey, Mel?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi there.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Oregon. My name's Pete.
All right, Pete.
Okay, where in Oregon are you? Corvallis?
Corvallis, okay, I know what that is, sure.
Okay, yeah, I was listening to the show on I guess it's delayed broadcast. That's where I was listening to earlier stuff.
No, this is about Mel's Hole. Go ahead, sir.
And, yeah, I was just saying to Mel that you need to get in contact with just about every media person that you can think of.
Well, he's done that with me, and I agree with you. I just said to Mel that he should take, like an army of cameras out there. But he's afraid that he's going to end up in jail. Now, he's got a point. Suppose the army of cameras with Mel in tow arrive, and there's feds there saying, sorry, this is a crime scene. Is this Mel Waters? Well, you're under arrest, Mel.
Well, I have to tell you that as far as what I believe is now that the surface of the hole there has been, there's a lot of snow on the property has been covered up with snow. I think that's what the yellow gear was there for, to groom it all, so you can't see it from the air.
Well, I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
And two,
if the military's out there, if there was a plane crash, I think that the media would want to know what kind of plane it was, who was flying it.
I will.
Well, you see, the thing is, I'm the one that's saying that there was a plane crash.
Yeah. Now I'll tell you something. And for what it's worth, if it was a civilian airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. If it was a regular military airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. But there are some type of aircraft that crash, Mel, that, believe me, it does not make the news. We have them out here. They crash, and you see the military cordon off miles of area, and there's no news about it at all. This secret aircraft that fly and crash. But I don't think that's what happened there, and neither do you.
No, I don't believe that anything crashed there, because I didn't have the smell of smoke. I didn't see any smoke. It was a beautiful, clear day. I mean, if there was it wasn't particularly windy. If there was a crash, to be evidence that there'd be smoke.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would be very cautious, Mel, about accepting a generous offer for the property with a hole, because you know what? No matter what else, Mel, your hole is worth millions of dollars. If it's what you say it is, if it's as deep as you say it is, then you could fence property and sell tickets.
Well, I think I also mentioned that they actually moved onto the property several mobile, one of those like temporary buildings. Actually moved that onto the property.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of the neighbors said he saw almost like a parade of these things going out there, like 3-4 of them, plus some generator equipment there too.
How long after the broadcast did this parade begin?
Well, it was Saturday night. I was out there pretty late.
And we did the broadcast between I think 3 and 4 o'clock Pacific time Saturday morning.
Yeah, so I got some sleep. I went out there in the evening and did my weighing of the line in the hole, and that's when I saw the first helicopter out there. And that was a very strange experience. I actually looked up at this thing here for about 20 minutes. There were more helicopters out there Saturday morning early, several of them coming in and out. That was Saturday morning. That was Sunday morning. And then by today, the chronology is getting real confusing for me. But
now, yesterday, I guess, really.
Yeah. I lost a day in Sherrard. But what they saw was actually some mobile buildings being moved onto the property. Apparently some generators that are going to have no power or phone on the property. We use cell phone if we need to call, and we used to use solar out there too.
Well, I feel in a way guilty, Mel, but your original facts got me going. And there was no way not to follow up on that, and I guess once we aired that, it was too late. It was a done deal.
Well, when I originally approached this thing here, what I wanted to do is just, get some good ideas about the nature of this thing. I guess I was pretty naive about it.
All right, Mel, one thing I've got to ask you.
Yeah.
Don't think me rude, but no, I've got to ask, Mel.
Yeah.
That's not a drug lab you've got out there, is it?
No. We are working with Native American plants that Native Americans use in making what they this was a Northern Nevada doctor back in World War I time who found the cure for the flu. He gave this stuff to his. He was a military doctor. Gave it to the people under his command.
All right, Mel. Hold on. We're going to do a break here at the top of the hour. We'll be back to you, Mel Waters, the guy with the endless hole, is my guest. We will start taking some calls. Anybody have any advice for Mel or thoughts on all of this? Yikes. CBC in action. All right, back now to Mel and the dilemma of the endless hole. Mel, are you there?
I am here, Art.
All right, there are some people with questions. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Just just that, just after beginning to explore this thing here, with the help of your audience and, further questioning, people, that live around in my area here, asking them, really, do you remember anything strange about the hole in particular?
Well, I would say a resurrected dog would be pretty good.
It just becomes more and more mysterious. I have no way of understanding it.
I would say a darker than dark beam that seems to go straight up into the sky would be pretty strange.
That to me was utterly fascinating. It's like, the hole itself is dark, but for it to send out darkness, into the sky, to me was just
I couldn't begin to explain it.
I mean, it was the way he describes it. It was just.
All right. Well, let's bring some people on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello, where are you?
Hello,
Philip. How are you doing?
Great. Love your show.
Thank you.
What type of work do you do for a living? Well, I am a retired person. I get no criminal record of any kind. Pardon me? No criminal record or anything? No criminal record. I'm a lawyer and get a local group of citizens and press and militia. And that's the good reason why we need the militia in this country, is prevent this type of situation from happening. The government coming in, taking over your property, threatening your life. I would call it bluff. I don't see how they can.
Well, that's easy to say, from a distance. I'm not sure I'd call it bluff. I've got to be honest. Look, if you have property, sir, and you're trying to get on it, they had it all roped off, and they said, go away, we can...
I would come back with a gun.
What?
And they haul in a bunch of...
Then, you'd be a dead martyr. You take a gun up to a military...
I have friends with me, and, I would not go up this alone.
Oh, I see.
But they're not going to drag me in a bunch of military trailers to examine a drug lab.
Well,
I
agree with you. So they're obviously after the secret of the hole. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Dan from San Diego.
Hi, Stan.
I have a question there for Mel. If there is going like any way that you could charter a plane that can do a flight through your property?
I suppose I could do that. There is a small airport here in Ellensburg, and I'm sure that can be, arranged for. What I'd be interested in is if actually planes can fly over that area, and I suppose I'll try to find that out.
To get some photographs.
Yeah, but again, I do believe that the hole itself has been covered over with the surrounding snow. They probably did a really nice job with what they brought in there, keeping it invisible from the air. That was my speculation. When they brought the yellow gear out, was to kind of dress it up a little bit there so that anyone casually going over there wouldn't notice anything. That's just my opinion.
Okay, and another thing is, I got a little assumption of why none of the animals want to go by there.
Why?
Maybe they did the operation and the dead dog, and it's one of them not do it.
Maybe. That's pure conjecture. Who knows? But no animals will go near it.
The observation that I made was my dogs and other people's dogs, that come visit. They will go there. If I put them on a leash and try to drag them there, they'll dig their feet in there, and it just will not budge.
You know what, Mel? I once was on a trip with my family we used to go to Florida, drive Florida into it, and we once got near a slaughterhouse, and on one of our stops. And man, I had a golden retriever, and that golden wouldn't get anywhere. He did the same thing. He dug his feet in, and I don't care how you pull, he wouldn't get it. He could smell the death.
Well, when I was in college, I had brought from school a human skull and brought it home, put on a coffee table. My cat walked into the room, and he saw that thing, and the cat literally jumped backwards and got 8 feet.
I bet.
When he saw that, how did the cat know?
They sense these things. There's something about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Scott from Washington.
Yes, sir. Oh, hi, Scott, Washington.
And not only concerned with it, only been over on my side of the mountain for a little while, but born and bred in Yakima and a graduate of Central Washington University. Spent a lot of time in Ellensburg.
Yeah.
In fact, I sat around with one of my old professors who was one of these guys who has been living in the area for, forever. And he actually had told me rumors one morning over coffee, sitting down in one of the little restaurants about a great big hole that nobody knew the bottom of. Wow. We'd actually heard of this. This was back, 1990, 1989. Sometime about there. We even heard that. And the one thing, and it really surprises me, this guy that would say, well, you could go to the media up there. What a lot of people don't realize, Art, and I think that most people don't realize, is he lives about, depending on where the hole is, between 5 to 10 miles away from one of the largest military reservations in the Pacific Northwest, possibly the Western United States. The Yakima Firing Center is where they did all of the training for Desert Storm. They have a bunch of satellite dishes up there that theoretically don't exist, that they use for talking to satellites that aren't there, and all sorts of things, very interesting things go on up there. And so something like this, a hole appearing within spitting distance of this military reservation, it doesn't really surprise me a whole lot that they have trucks and stuff out there, like.
Hey, Mel, do we know how long that hole has actually been there? I mean, I can probably trace this hole back, from, actual recollection, to for a solid 40 years before I got there, and the previous owner said it was there, the next owner back. Before that, I don't know if anyone owned the property. I suppose I could check on that to see, from the records there, if there's been any, ownership of it, or was, whatever. But I can trace it back for a good solid 40 years at least, from the verbatim accounts from the previous owner. Again, I don't really know. I would venture to say that given the nature of it, that has been there for a very, very long time. I'm talking, not just decades there. I mean, how can this thing just be there? It has to be ancient.
Well, the best is figuring out what it is. We're all of us local here. We're going to keep tuned in to see if there's anything. Were you driving back across the mountains to hang out with the
Well, I've just been out here for just a couple of years. I decided to retire out here and pursue, my interest in alternative health. And, this is what I get. All right, well, it's turned into a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, about that hole.
Yes, sir.
There was a Rod Sterling thing I saw on the TNT, I think about 4 years ago. He was hosting it. It was like, must have been early 80s, late 70s. And there were reenactments of like these true occurrences.
Yeah.
And there was a whole story about a boy. It looked like it took place in, like when they still rode horses or something. And a boy woke up with his dog missing or something. And he went looking for his dog and fell into a hole, except, he didn't fall in. He hung onto the edge and crawled out and went and told his dad. And his dad went out there and they heard noises coming out of it. And so they didn't think it was the dog making the noises because it sounded real spooky and stuff. So he went to town and got a bunch of guys to go out there with him. And I guess a bunch of guys went out there and they thought, well, let's lower a rope in and somebody's going to have to go down on it. Sure. And so the dad said, well, I'll do it since, you're looking for your dog and stuff. And they lowered him down and he made this scream, deadly scream. And so they brought him up, and I guess after they brought him up, he went clinically insane for the rest of his life.
All right, well, I hope you're not in any danger of going clinically insane, Mel. I hope not. But you sounded close to being discombobulated when I spoke with you. When was that? Was that Sunday afternoon?
Sunday evening? Something like that. Yeah,
when you called me up and you were just a wreck.
Yeah, I was
my body was doing things that I couldn't explain it. It was I was a wreck.
What do you think about the idea of you're not even going out, but sending the media out?
I could do that as in terms of, saying, I think there's something interesting going on over there, and, send them out there, and what I assume that'll happen is if they did go, if they thought it was a valid story, they'll say, look, we're conducting military exercises on this land here, and there's nothing for you to see, and I think that would be it. And this guy was clear to me. He said, look, and I asked him, I said, look, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. And he said, hey, don't believe anyway. You can tell them anything you want. Why are they going to believe you?
All right. Well, first time going online, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Maxine in Southern California.
Hi, Maxine.
I am very interested in the conversation that's been going on with Mel. I heard the program the other night, and he's really in a big dilemma.
Well, he is now. And I feel somewhat responsible.
I understand that. The first thing you need to do is get a good lawyer. Somebody that's prominent like that, because I can't recall his name, Spence from Wyoming.
Jerry Spence.
Jerry Spence, somebody like that. And maybe your listeners could do a writing to Janet Reno, the president or the vice president, on his behalf. Keep him in the background, because with the power they've got, they could just wrap him up and we might never hear from him again.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm going to have to stay in touch with you, Mel, to be sure that you don't meet some...
Well, they're working from both sides here, as far as I can tell.
What it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, I guess it's like the Godfather. They want to make me an offer I can't refuse.
There's a lot of armchair soldiers out there, Mel, and they're going to say, what's the matter with you? You've got to get in there and fight. Tell them to go to hell. But the fact of the matter is, if I were in your situation, I might be very disinclined to fight. I might be much more inclined to take a, quote, generous offer and get out from under while I can.
If I get to, if I actually get to talk to my position of authority once to sit down and talk turkey, and I'm not talking about my real estate agent, I'm gonna honestly ask for like a relocation to another country is what I'm gonna do.
You want to be sent out of the country?
Yeah, I'd like to be sent to like Australia, for instance, like where Stan Dale is,
Be an expatriate.
So yeah, some place that's geologically sound.
Yeah, okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's still an American at this moment.
Hi, my name is Brad. I'm calling from Lexington, Kentucky.
Hi, Brad.
Hi. When I heard about this hole, it kind of reminded me of the story with the hole they dug. I think it was in Europe or
Scandinavia.
They lowered a microphone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was an Associated Press story, and they lowered a microphone in, and they heard the screaming, agonized sounds of thousands of people in agony, they said. That was an actual AP story. Now, it may have turned out to have been not true, but AP ran that story.
So, I don't know, I mean, maybe it's the entrance to hell. I don't know.
No, there isn't even an echo that comes out of this. I mean, you don't even hear
that was coming, and as far as the animals don't want to go near it,
But he says there's not a sound. I mean, it's totally dead, right, Mel?
Yeah, I mean, unless you hit the side of the thing there, when you drop something in, it's like close to the surface. You hear it there. But after a certain point, you wouldn't hear anything anyway.
Now, when you dropped a refrigerator, and I'm curious how you can drop a refrigerator, right? 9 feet 9 inches, pretty good size. Yeah. But how do you get the fridge in the middle to drop it so that you don't slam it into the sides?
Well, you get like one of your buddies over there, and you get it over there on its, so it's like leaning over on its back, and you slide it over on the stone wall, and just kind of give it a shove, and it just sort of goes straight down.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not too difficult. I mean, we've been throwing stuff in that, that hole of all sorts of descriptions here, and believe me, we've done it. I mean, it's a cow is a pretty big thing, but people have got cows down in there, so you just about throw anything down.
Actually, almost disgusting.
Yes.
In fact, the bottom of the hole, if there is a bottom to the damn thing, must be truly disgusting. A mixture of horrible things of earth that should not have been thrown in there. Mel, can you hold on?
Oh, yeah, I'll be
right. Well, we'll do one more half hour, and we'll be right back. It is a strange and wonderful world out there. Is it not? Stay right there.
And so I explained what this class is about, and then 2 years later, I did another therapy session with physical therapy out there in California. And you don't have to count. And it was 2 years later, but it was like 20 seconds later in this classroom.
Tonight on Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell is an encore presentation featuring the best of Art Bell and his guest, Mel Waters, the story of Mel's Hole, in bottomless pit in Washington State. Art will be back live tomorrow night with his guest, best-selling author Dean Koontz.
It absolutely is. Good morning, everybody. Mel is my guest. She's got a hole. Mel's hole, we call it. And now let's go back and give him a little challenge, all right? Mel, are you there? I'm here. All right. I've got a couple of faxes here that are not kind, Mel. They say this man is lying. His voice is shaking so much. He's stuttering. He's searching for words. He's in a bind because you're paying attention to his fable, his made-up story that I'm saying. And you have to come up with something that would keep you from finding out about his lie. So here's another one that says, Mel's hoax. Aren't you falling for another one? Well, I am a little naive, and I like stories like yours, Mel, and so I do tend to go for them. Do you swear that this is absolutely the truth?
Well, look, I would have rather have talked or called or faxed or anything in regards to this subject at all.
Yeah, people need to understand. You faxed me, but I'm the one who called you.
I would have preferred, to be honest with you, to be there tomorrow morning, letting a little more line down into the hole, and just going along my merry way.
And then getting you on the air stopped all that, and plus put the idiots there that are there taking hold of your...
when you have a situation about belief, what you believe in and what you don't believe in. A couple of days ago, we had this guy shoot a bunch of people in the Empire State Building.
That's right.
The Empire State Building's been there for like 60 years or whatever. And today I heard that they put metal detectors in the Empire State Building. Now, for 60 years, people believed that the Empire State Building was a safe place to be. That was belief. And in one day, people no longer believe. But beliefs change. And that's how I view belief. Should they've had a metal detector on it for 60 years?
All right, let me ask you this. You have neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
They know about the hole.
They've been there. They put their trash in it.
They put their trash in it. Would any of your neighbors talk, or do you think they're scared now too?
I'd be happy to talk to them and see if they want to talk to you.
All right.
And, I'd be happy. If they want to talk, I'll fax you a phone number.
That's great, Mel. We'll work on that one. That's at least one other angle to approach this with. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Where are you, please?
I'm in Cameron, Texas.
All right.
How wide is that hole?
It's 9 3/4 feet.
9 3/4 feet.
9 feet,
That's
9
the diameter.
9 feet, 9 inches in diameter.
Okay, Mel, to the library, why don't you go tomorrow, and I think a network book, the whole United States, and there's one called The Sound of the Cold by William Reed, and there's one called The Hollow Earth by Dr. Raymond Bernard.
Okay.
And I'll guarantee you that'll open your eyes, because the earth is hollow. They never proved the earth is solid, and it's opposed, it's totally 100% hole, and it's about 1,400 miles wide. And people can't see it across it. They don't realize they're going into the earth. But Apple birds flew 1,700 miles inside the earth, and they shut it up. So the government's up to something here.
All right, as a matter of fact, here's the facts, Mel, saying, regarding the hole, it sounds to me like the government's going to take the hole and give Mel the shaft.
That is what it sounds like.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Well,
another fantastic story, Art.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
I have a friend of mine who also believes in the Hollow River story. And I've read 2 scriptures in the Bible, which I won't quote because I think you don't like to talk about that. But there's one that talks about making graven images of things.
Yeah.
And that would be even things that are under the earth. And then there's a...
Well, what are you driving at?
Well, there are scriptures in the Bible that also allude to a hollow earth.
Oh.
And so there's one in Revelation that talks about they were looking all around to try and find somebody who was worthy to open the scrolls and seals or something. And even under the earth, no one was found.
All right, Mel, are you a religious person?
I wouldn't categorize myself as a religious person.
So then you don't necessarily feel there's any religious significance to the whole.
I'm starting to believe that there's some supernatural significance to the whole.
The dog part and the other thing about the beam of the blackness, that certainly would lead in that direction. But on the other hand, things that we don't understand now seem as magic.
Yeah, they do. And so those are things that I cannot understand. And so I have to say I don't understand it.
All right, look here. Do you want any help from your representative? In other words, it may be that your state senator or your local representative, congressional representative, would help you out. And we could help you out with that too. In other words, fight power with power. That's an idea from John in Redding, California, and it's not a bad one necessarily.
Well, my local congressman is Doc Hastings out here, and he is one of those guys that believes in property rights and so forth. So that would be an avenue. Again, this is an opportunity for me to gain as much information as I'm also disseminating, and I'm going to have to make a decision. When I go in one direction or go in another direction, that will be it. There's not going to be a point where I can take it back.
All right, well, here's another one for you to consider. I've got connections at Strange Universe, Hard Copy, all those kinds of shows. I could have those people in contact with you in 2 seconds flat, Mel, once you decide which way you want to go. Believe me, I can have either media power or a government power representation to help you out here. Honestly, again, I'm going to have to, the main thing I have to do is decide, is this tantalizing enough for me to move forward and, say, well, I want to claim this as my own, I want to deal with it on my own basis, do I want to get out of it, do I want to get in trouble, these are the considerations that I have here. All right, here's somebody saying, what about your local sheriff? Now, that is an idea. They're usually pretty friendly guys. Do you have a good local sheriff?
We have a local police department here, and we have a sheriff's department. And they're all great. They're all wonderful people. Every last one is a great guy. But I don't know. I don't even know how I would approach this here. My property is being illegally used. By
no question about it. And you have the deed, right? You can prove this.
Oh, I can prove it's my property. What I don't know is, how can the government use your property? At what point they develop an authority to use your property? Let's say a plane crashed there, which is what I was told. Well, then they'd have the right to, salvage the plane, do whatever they're going to do.
All right, now let me
establish a right to it.
All right, here's Daryl in Rancho Mirage who says, kidding aside, Mel's hole, if in fact he is sitting on top of an access point to an extraordinary depth, he's also right on top of a whole bunch of trouble. The potential military scientific significance can go as deep as one's imagination allows. One thing is for sure, the government doesn't have this kind of response to retrieve an old refrigerator. I think Mel better get an attorney presto if he doesn't have one already. Remember, if they accuse him of a drug-related violation, they can RICO that property in a flash.
That is exactly what I believe. And again, I have something on the property. I have an old prowler trailer out there, been gutted. And it's where I do a lot of the work I do with the plants they have. You know, I have solvents there, I have alcohol there, I have drying equipment out there, and you know, it would take us 30 seconds to make it look like a methamphetamine lab or whatever it is. I mean, it just, you know, it's already my lab. I mean, that's where I do my work.
No, I hear you. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello. Where are you?
I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Reno. Okay. Speak up good and loud for us.
I'm sorry, but I just feel like you've got somebody there that's got quite an imagination.
Well, you're talking to him, so I mean, I've just said the same thing to him. Some of the faxes that I've been receiving are saying that obviously people don't believe.
I just hope that you don't get all wound up in this.
Well, I get wound up in all kinds of things, dear. I'm not going to stop. That's what I do. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just.
But I mean, if you doubt some part of Mel's story, go ahead and say so to Mel. He's here.
No, I think that you're looking for some kind of notoriety for some reason, and I think that you think everybody is pretty gullible that is listening to our Bill's program, and that you're taking unfair advantage of.
All right, you've got to remember, dear, I called him.
But didn't he originally
fax me? Yes, he did. He faxed me with information. As a matter of fact, I read facts at the beginning of the program with Mel tonight, and I read it over there. So he didn't anticipate that I would call him. He didn't ask me to call him, and I had to look up at the top of the fax to get the fax ID to call him. So that's the truth of the matter. I have no way of knowing, of course, whether Mel's weaving us a story or not, except his word, and I can't imagine why he lied.
To be honest with you, and you know, since you're from Reno, and if I wanted to be on the air talking about something, I'd much rather talk about my work with Indian herbal remedies. That would be the thing that I would prefer to be talking about. It just so happens that the materials I'm working from are from northern Nevada, from your local Indians out there, and they're the ones that provided me with a line of research that I'm doing. I have, you know, this whole thing is secondary, you know, but if I had a topic I really wanted to speak about,
it would be that. All right, I understand. All right, east of the Rockies, you are on the air with Mel. Hello.
Will, WTDY, Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes.
Hello, fella.
Fine.
Allegedly scientists, allegedly anti-religion scientists, with billions of U.S. dollar profits.
What does this have to do with
these future derivatives markets?
All right, well, I don't know where he's always going all over the place where it has nothing to do with our topic. First on our line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Phil from the
Yeah, hi there.
I just think the last call, have a lot of information about. But I have two questions here. Number one, is he called a psychic by any chance?
You know, that is a thought. I mean, it's
look, when after, you know, if I decide, you know, to basically take the money and run,
yeah,
I still want to know what's down there. I want some mechanism to know. I mean, my original line of inquiry really was, is this the deepest hole around? I mean, that was my original question I put forward. And, you know, I think I got an answer to that. But now I'd like to know, what the heck is this thing? You know, that's where I'm coming from now. And one way or another, I mean, I think I'm at the point where I'm open up. My beliefs are such that if we had a psychic look at it, or a remote viewer, whatever, that I would be willing to accept, you know, what they have to say about this. You know, if they looked into it and saw what was at the bottom or what was going on over there, I think at this point I can accept that. Boy, I tell you what, I've had to accept in the last couple of days here, I can accept anything at this point.
All right, thank you.
I know I do like this psychic, and I know I'm going to be asking her tomorrow.
All right, thanks, dear.
Can I ask a second question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what do you think the odds are of someone going ahead and finding out who he is and calling him maybe that. And
Well, we've had his full name on the air for one thing.
yeah, I know.
All right. So Mel, what do you think the odds are that somebody will? I mean, obviously, as a result of the first broadcast, look what's happened. So the media may descend on you, Mel.
They very well could, and as the guy said at the road here, says, we already know where you're at. So,
well, what are you going to do as the media? I mean, suppose tomorrow KOMO or one of the big Seattle broadcasters comes to you and says, look, we got a camera crew. We'll tell us where the property is. We want to go out and investigate.
I suppose that if they wanted to go there, I would lead them to the access road. So say, here, I'm out of here. You take a look, you talk to these guys, and you find out what's going on. And and then I'll watch it on the news tonight. But you won't find anywhere near that.
I hear you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes, sir. This is the Skip and Second KTE.
Yes.
A couple things for you, sir. The hole that he is talking about is 80,000 feet, so that's a 15.15 miles deep. Sounds right. The Mother Robostick discontinuity talking about in an international geophysical year. I believe that's back in the early 80s, maybe the 50s. I'm getting so I don't remember now. It's called IGGY, the International Geophysical Year, where all the world's population took part. Checking the depth of the shelf underneath the ocean and the molten mass down to the core and so on, how deep it was. There was a discontinuity, it wasn't even. And that's why it's called a discontinuity. It made that so Mother Rothschild. Exactly. Your wound stuff, was developed for surgery, for smashed spleens and kidneys. It made the glue skin better than anything else.
Yeah, well, trust me, it works real well, sir. Thank you very much. It even glues carts into rats. I don't want to talk about it. First on Caller Line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Oh, I think we just missed him. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Mel. Good morning.
Hi, Art and Mel.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions and comments. Mel, I don't know if anybody's asked you yet, but have you ever seen a UFO out around in that area on your property?
Good question.
Out here, you're liable to see all sorts of things, and I myself have not seen anything personally. I mean, this is one of those areas that they can get pretty remote in a hurry. Ellensburg is like 30 miles away on either side from the nearest town.
Matter of fact, Mel, I've got a lot of confirmation about faxes and phone calls. People saying it is a very weird area.
Yep.
And they've heard stories there about holes. So, this is not that far out. A lot of people are saying, yes, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in that area. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Fred from Sitka.
Sitka, Alaska, all right?
Yeah, and just like say that, I thought the days of you'll just disappear ended with the Reagan administration, and Art, very disappointed that you will not be coming to Sitka on your Alaska cruise.
Well,
you're going to be missing out there.
We're hitting quite a few cities, sir, but Sitka is not one of them. Sorry about that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
This is Paul in Kansas City, and I want to tell Mel that I believe him entirely. And I think the Jerry Spence idea is a great idea, and it's probably a good story for Linda Moulton Howe to go check out.
I've already given it to Linda, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's great. And I think if he's told over 10 million people on the air that he's been threatened that they're going to falsely accuse him of having a drug farm out there or something, and he got a really good lawyer like Jerry Spence, they would never be able to follow through on that, especially if he had a bunch of media attention like Strange Universe and stuff out there.
Well, that was another idea. There's a whole bunch of ideas here on the table.
Yeah, I really think you should go for it. And I totally disagree with that lady who thinks he just wants attention.
All right, well, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I did call Mel, folks. That's the truth. Yeah, he faxed me, but I'm the guy who dug out the number and called him. He didn't really want to go on the air, for the record. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Finally, I got through. Hello, Ari. Hello, Mel. How are you?
Okay.
Mel, now with this poll and these people who are on your land, you have to understand they are listening
to this radio program right now.
I'm absolutely certain.
And you also have to understand these are military spooks. They are doing whatever they're doing right now. And anything that you do through the standard channels, like getting a lawyer or anything along those lines, is going to serve only as a delay tactic. I would suggest to you that you do some research. If it was a plane crash, there is radar coverage of that area, I'm certain.
Oh yeah.
There would be a record of it somewhere.
Well, unless
if it's an airplane crash, where's the NTSB?
Well, yes, sir. Wait a minute. Hold on. Look, I live out here in Nevada, and I can tell you because there's been some experimental planes that crashed out here. And A, it does not get into the media. B, the military cordons off the entire area, and trust me, you don't get anywhere near it. I know personally that's true.
All you need to do is contact one of the air traffic controllers for the area and find out if there's any record of anything in that area at that time. You can also find out, if it's an air crash, where's the NTSB? If it has anything to do with drugs, where's the DEA or the drug task force for that area, whatever it might be called. If there is anything to do with anything else as far as the geological properties of the area, you can find all this information out from USGS. You can get satellite photos and infrared. You can get anything you want.
Yeah, these are all good ideas. Although I think the plane crash story is an obvious falsehood. It's a lie. And, Mel, again, they told you, look, they can find a drug lab there. So the plane crash story was obviously a cover. And the story about the lab was obviously a threat. Yeah. Plain and simple. So, my friend, I don't know what you're going to do now.
And I guess I'm going to think about it. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to call the realtor tomorrow for one and ask him. I would prefer not to talk to him, but talk to someone,
I would ask them too, who is making the offer? They have to tell you who's making the offer.
Sure. Well, you see, this property is not for sale. I don't have a listing out there.
Well, yeah, but you can make an offer on anything.
I suppose you could.
Yeah, you can get a realtor and make an offer, and they will come and give you that offer. So, look, I don't know what else to say or do, Mel. If there's any way I can help you, if there's any media contacts or political contacts I can supply you with that will help when you decide what you're going to do, come to me. If there are any significant further developments that you want, or if you get some neighbors who want to come on the air, yeah, I'll put them on. If you get any drawings, I'll put them up on the website. I'll do whatever I can do to help you, and I feel a little guilty about having solicited you on the air in the first place and causing all this.
Well, look, I'm pretty rattled about this, I have to say, and I'm usually a bit more articulate than I have been, and so I apologize for that. This is a really stressful situation.
No, I understand. People are just nasty, Mel. That's all.
No, that's fine, and I generally find that usually the people that are most well-spoken are generally the ones that you really have to watch out for. I think that's always a good thing to bear in mind. And so, I got some thinking to do about this, Art, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. I think overall, I've moved forward in this in terms of actually being able to resolve this within my mind, and I think for that it was good. Quite honestly, your involvement with this may not, it may be happening now because of your involvement, but it could be happening a year from now without your involvement.
Yeah, and everybody out there ought to consider, something like this could happen to anybody.
10 million people, or how many are out there? They know about this.
Mel, we're out of time. Stay in touch, my friend.
I'll keep in touch.
All right, take care. That's Mel and the story of Mel's Hole, and that's the latest. When there's more, you'll hear about it right here. This is CBC. One of of the greatest stories ever told was told on this program. How long ago was it? God, I don't even remember now. About a hole in the ground that had no end, or no end that anybody could find. It was the damnedest story you ever heard in your whole life. Anybody remember Mel's Hole? Well, guess who I've got on? Mel, is it you?
It is him.
I can't believe it, Mel.
Yes, indeed.
Listen, brother, I just spent an hour red-faced, embarrassed, because I thought the Blair Witch Project was real. And I really thought it was real, Mel. I really thought it was real. I mean, I've still got the hook in my mouth here. And so I guess the first question I had to ask you is, how long ago, Mel, did we do the shows that we did?
Oh, gosh, this must have been about, I'm going to say 97.
97. Well, it was one of the greatest stories, no doubt, ever told. In fact, it spurred all kinds of things. Television crews went up to Ellensburg, Washington.
I know it. I heard many things. And,
so I must begin by asking you, before I go forward any further with you tonight at all, Mel, is Mel's Hole, the story of Mel's Hole, another Blair Witch Project?
I will not drop any bombshells on you in regards to this being Blair Witch Project. This is not the Blair Witch Project.
Real as a heart.
My life, my property. I may end up telling you things that will maybe I haven't seen the Blair Witch Project. I don't know anything about that, but I will say that I can tell you some pretty scary things.
Yeah, I know you can. All right, so anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way here at the beginning before my face goes.
No, this is not that.
All right, well, back in '97, I forget. Did I get like a fax from you?
I sent you a fax way back then.
Is that how it began?
Basically, I was just curious about this hole on my property. And I knew with your big audience that somebody might be able to return some information to me. I tried to do a little research on the tests of various holes and so forth, and mines and all of those sort of things. And,
well, all right.
And so it's basically picking your audience's brain is what I was doing at the time.
Well, we were picking yours. It's the damnedest story I ever heard. Let's, radio, you have time. Let's tell a lot of the audience, would not have been around then and would not have ever heard this story. And I've never heard one like it in my life. So if you would.
Oh, sure. I'll recap.
Especially after all these years, it would be good to see if your story now fits your story then.
Okay, well, sure. Well, basically, this all started. I sent artifacts that, I had this property, or had this property. Well, I'm going to get that later on.
But you owned the property at the time, right?
Yeah, it was actually my wife's property.
Okay, was it an empty property essentially?
We had some outbuildings on there, a couple of trailers. There was really unimproved land, but while I could, I was living there. It was really I left the property.
Okay, so you lived in a trailer on the property?
Yeah.
Okay. And then there was another trailer or two on the property?
Yeah, there were several outbuildings out there, and I had basically was doing a lot of research in various Indian herbal medicine and so forth. I grew various.
I remember that.
And that was my thing. Actually, I used to spend a lot of time going to Nevada, dealing with the various bands of Indians down there, because the herbs that they use are the ones that I've been researching. You might talk a little bit about that too.
Sure.
Because I think you might find that interesting as well.
All right, now the location of this is near Ellensburg.
It's on the Manastash Ridge, which is a little bit south of Ellensburg, but it's the prominent mountains surrounding the Ellensburg area there. Ellensburg is a little town basically in the center of Washington State, right off of I-90.
Right.
And it's a very nice little place.
Yeah, I hear you. How long have you been living there?
Oh, we've been there for several years. I married this woman in Ellensburg, and we lived there for a while, and then we kind of got broken up.
Well, at the time that you faxed me, you simply said, I don't even remember the fax, but you said there was a hole on your property, into which, I guess for years, people had been dumping stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I didn't tell you about, one of the things that regularly was dumped in the hole, was a little Mexican fellow used to come around about once a week with like a big stake bed truck full of tires that he used to dump in there. And the guy used to pick them up at the various used tire places. And I guess, it cost money to dispose of tires, right?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, yeah, they do, because they have these big yards where they have these tire fires, but in the state.
Well, I don't know. He'd pick them up from, wherever had them, if they were too bald, he used his retreads or whatever. This guy, little Mexican guy, would pick them up, bring them over. He must have dumped like thousands and thousands of tires.
Now, let's describe the hole. Was the hole just a hole in the ground, or was it a well?
Well, no, if you look at it, if you were walking up to it, you'd think, this is kind of interesting looking well. What it was about 9 feet across. And there was stonework around it. I don't know when the stonework got put into it, but it was sort of...
it was round then?
Yes, it was perfectly round.
And you're saying it was not a 9 feet in diameter?
The diameter of it was 9 feet. And so what I did is I built a metal cover for the top, so when it wasn't being used as a little garbage disposal, for lack of a better term, it was covered up. I didn't want any problems. People falling into it, kids falling into it, whatever.
Oh yeah, you could be charged with some crime or something.
Well, yeah. I begin to wonder now if they would have ever been heard from again if the head got into it.
I don't think so. You just hear a scream, disappearing.
Yeah, just kind of going on into infinity. But I'd written to you. I said I basically let like 80,000 feet worth of monofilament fishing line.
But there's even more before that. I mean, you said that people were throwing like dead cows.
Cows. I used to love, one of my favorite things to tuck in there was like television tubes. And I'd throw television tubes, the picture tubes down there. And
it was big enough so you could drop it. In other words, the hole, I take it, for as far as one could see or hear, went straight down. It must have.
If I would hold something over like towards the center of the hole, I could go all the way to the center because going by 9 feet across, that's more than 4.5 feet across. But
sure.
If I held something out like the size of a picture tube, 19-inch picture tube from an old TV set, drop that in there, I would never hear it hit anything. It would just fall.
And fall, and fall, and fall.
And that's what made me curious, is that how come, I didn't hear a splash.
No crash.
No crashing, no, I could hear something if I didn't get things like dead center there, and if it spun. And
if it would hit size, yeah.
But then eventually that sound would give up too, so.
By the way, going back, do you have any idea what this hole originally was? Was it anything? Was it something that anybody dug, do you think? Was it something that was naturally always there? Or what do you think it was?
As far as I can determine, and everyone that I had spoken with, so that hole has always been associated with that property. One person that I talked to says, well, as far as we know, the hole there, your property's been there as long as the whalebone has been the tree out there in Ellensburg. Ellensburg is a strange place. You got a tree out in Ellensburg, in someone's yard.
Yes.
There's a whalebone jaw growing out of the tree.
What?
Yeah, the jaw of a whalebone. It's like embedded in the tree.
telling me the truth?
Yeah, you can go to. Yeah, in fact, I was familiar with it because I used to walk there, see it. You can see the tree, but you could actually go to the Yakima Herald newspaper. You can see a picture of it.
How close? That's Central Washington.
Yes.
That's not the ocean.
Yes. No, the ocean is good. The Puget Sound is good 90 miles away.
90 miles. So how could there be a whale bone growing out of a tree?
There you go. But the whale bone's been there like for 100 years. And people tell me the ones I talk to, well, your hole's been there as long. I mean, Ellensburg doesn't go back much further than, I'd say 150 years. So I mean, that's, as a town,
So that hole was probably there long.
Way before that. Other people held the property, and, I don't know at what point did, the rockery get built around it, but it's kind of like, it looks nice.
So you're telling me like thousands of tires, refrigerated, even dead cows,
dead animals, dead dogs, whatever.
It's like you didn't have to burn trash.
Oh no, and we were kind of what I would say is sort of ecologically sensible people there, so we don't really generate a lot of garbage or trash or anything. But yes, we did put our household trash in there if we didn't use it for compost or things like that. Yeah.
Right.
So we threw a lot of stuff in there.
So after years and years, you finally got, and I understand, incredibly curious about how deep this damn thing really was.
It was just one of those moments that, all of a sudden you say, good grief, I got to get to the bottom of this, right? So to speak. And so I used to, when I lived in California, I used to do a lot of shark fishing, and so I had some of those big old, reel type fishing poles. And so, the first thing I did was empty. It must have been about. It could have been about 1,200 yards of fishing line down there.
What did you do? Did you take a rod, or how did you load?
Well, yeah, the first adventure that I had with this, and this was kind of, before the obsession began with finding out more about this, is that I basically sat down into the hole from just my big shark fishing hole, a fishing weight, and next to the fishing weight I also had a roll of lifesavers. And the reason I had the lifesavers at the end is that if I hit water, this old shark fisherman's trick, if I hit water, the lifesavers would melt.
Well, sure.
Yeah. See, we used to do that when we go fishing.
Yeah, in other words, it would be so far down that anything else you would put down there, I see, would obviously be dry by the time you got it back up again.
Yeah. I just emptied the fishing hole, and then when I got to the end of the line, I just let it sit there for a while, and it takes a little while for the little lifesavers to melt. But that's how we would determine that it was wet down. It was wet down there. That hit water.
So how much initial line did you have on that first?
It was, I'm going, through trying to remember what these, big 10 reels held, but there was like, there must have been about 1,200 yards on there.
1,200 yards?
1,200 yards. That would have been about 3,600 feet at least. That was the first expedition into the hole.
So you let it all the way out?
That's right.
Could you feel at any point like the weight? Of course, I suppose at some point when you get that much line reeled out, you've got weight, period. But could you still sense the weight at the end of that line as you were letting it?
Oh yeah. At that distance, you can actually move the line. You could move it, laterally, side to side. But it was kind of an effort. You can actually, if you could actually get a swing to it, but it was really hard. I mean, you think about that. You're trying to swing something that's 3,600 feet. It's difficult.
And as you let it down, you didn't feel any turns or twists or
no twist, no obstruction. Basically, I let the line go down freely with the weight on. I had 1 pound fishing weight at the end of this line, and basically it went down and down and down and down and down. You know, it's at the same pace basically. And so, yeah, that's at that point there, when I got the line, you know, when I got all the line up there, I looked at my
You must have been scratching your head saying, how many feet was that again?
That was 3,600.
3,600 feet. I guess there are holes that go down 3,600 feet. I'm not an expert on holes, but
that's a little bit more than half a mile, right?
Yeah. And so I guess there are holes that maybe go that deep down.
That's right.
But that is where the story continues. So hold on, Mel. This is Mel of Mel's Hole, back in the U.S. from Australia. But then again, that's another story entirely. You're just beginning to hear this one. So, with a fishing reel originally down 3,600 feet, no bottom. But that is not the end of this story. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
17 years ago, yo, bang about in the picture, take a long why is this person being in my what to do with me? And when you ask them,
after the program we did with Mel, and the one we're doing now, I found out quickly that there was an abiding, gigantic fascination for this kind of thing. I mean, people, I guess, I don't know exactly what the fascination is. Frankly, I really don't know. All I know is I had thousands of emails and faxes from people wanting to know about this hole and telling me, in fact, about other holes. Mel's Hole is not the only deep mystery hole in the world. Mel, there are others. People have told me about them, but yours is quite spectacular, to be sure. But there's some fascination, and you must have felt it when you got down 3,600 feet. You must have been saying to yourself, what the hell?
Well, yeah, at that point there, it became kind of a question to find out how far this will go down. So basically, when it hit 3,600 feet, came up with dry lifesaver candies.
Right.
I said, well, I'm going to need more fishing line than this. So basically, I let out the 3,600 feet, let another 3,600 feet in from a similar reel. So down at that point to 36, that's 7,200 feet.
So you're down you're like a mile and a half down.
Over a mile at that point there. And I was still going, it was still going down. At that point there, the line is still going down, I'm going down.
Now, a number of people said after that first show that after a while, the weight on the end of the line would be insignificant with reference to the weight of the line itself.
Yes, and in fact, I quite in fact recall that, and I was curious about it myself. And the best I could do was, and I was going to bring up all the line I had let down at the point that we talked about this.
Yeah, you'd be cranking.
I would want to get like some sort of motor-driven winch at that point to deal with that. I didn't want to or deal with that. But anyway, I did is just attached, looped it around one of those spring fisherman's nails, put your tackle box there, kind of try to get a weight on that thing there. And I think when I weighed it was like 17, 18, somewhere around there, 17, 18.
17 or 18.
Yeah, I don't have this written down, so I don't remember exactly, but the combined weight of the weight that I had on there plus the weight of all the line that went into the hole, when I took the final, reading of line, it was about 17, 18 pounds of line down there. That's a lot. When you think about monofilament fishing line, that stuff, when you have, like, even if you have spool, it's pretty insignificant stuff, but when you got that much out there, it's going to weigh a lot.
Oh, well, sure.
And
how
much? What was the final total of how much you got down?
Oh, I got down exactly at the point that I'd given up putting line in there. When I contacted you, I had 80,000 feet worth of line down.
80,000 feet.
80. And I don't know, that translates to like, what, 15 miles worth of line?
Oh.
80,000 feet. And
is there any way that you could be sure? Now, eventually, did you reel all that back in again?
No. No, I did not bring that line back up again there.
So you never saw the lifesavers from that far down?
No. There were lifesavers at the end of it for sure, because I just left the center to go down there. But it was only, it was just because it was already there. But I never brought it up. Not 80,000 feet worth. No.
And how far down again? I'm sorry, one more time.
80,000.
80,000 feet.
That's 80 with 3 other zeros. 80,000 feet.
God, you must have been going out and buy fishing line.
Oh yeah, well I would buy it in like if you ever go, I don't know if you're a fisherman, Art, but
no, I'm not. That's why I'm struggling a little bit.
If you go to a professional fishing store where fishermen buy their stuff, they sell the line in they have the line there in huge bullets. These things are like about a foot across. They're big old things there. They will fill each fisherman's reel from that.
I got you.
So
you bought the whole boat.
I would buy both of line, is what I did. I said, I'm going to need this much here, I figure I'll get a good deal on the line by the whole darn thing. That was my way of doing that.
Were you telling anybody about this when you were doing this? I mean,
when I was doing that? When I was doing, well, I think a couple of people knew that. I didn't, when I went to buy a fishing line, I didn't tell them that I was going to, use this to measure the hole on my property. They don't really care what you do with the fishing line. I mean, as far as they know.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, by fishing, fishing line there, they just have a lot of reels, so I think that was the thing there. So, no, I didn't have any problem with that. The only thing that really differed at that point in how I dealt with the line is that instead of when I exhausted the 2 fishing poles worth of line, I hooked the line up to what is known in fishing as an outrigger, which is kind of like a short little fishing pole that you would have. It was like about 1.5 feet long, and it went through that. I swivel it over to the side if I needed to, but it didn't. I was going. It wasn't like going down to the middle of the hole. It was halfway to the side and let it go down from there. So I would let the line go through the outriggers, basically.
How could there be a hole? I mean, even if you had hit bottom, at 80,000 feet, how could there be a hole?
Let's say it stopped running at 50,000 feet. If the line stopped running at 50,000 feet, and I got a reading at 50,000 feet, it stopped. I said, well, that's a deep hole, 50,000 feet.
But 80,000 and no stop.
Yeah, it had stopped at that point. Well, I
had anything ever come out of that hole?
About the only thing that we kind of think came out of it is some guy who had a hunting dog that passed away. The dog died. He put the dog in the hole, threw the dog in the hole, and it was the belief of several people that the dog came back from the dead.
And out of the hole.
They didn't see it from the hole. They saw the dog. Out, go around town and, in the area and stuff. And,
so then you're telling me the guy threw his dead dog in the hole, and then the same dog was seen later around.
That's right. In fact, there was one other...
well, I always wondered, Mel, you once told me, when you died,
yes,
you wanted to be thrown in a hole.
That was in my will, and that's how I wanted my remains to be dealt with.
Or reverently dropped, I guess.
Well, I was willing to take that journey. I thought it would be a great journey. I believe when I wrote to you, the hole was kind of my dogs wouldn't go anywhere near it, things like that. It kind of had a weird feeling.
Yeah, well, maybe they knew another dog got caught.
Well, that could be it, but it was a weird
just an eerie sense about it. And, I thought about that too. After I talked to him, what was, and actually I would get kind of a strange feeling too. I'm going to kind of describe the feeling to you. All right, please. Sensation that you got there. Have you ever been surprised by the moon? It's like you go out, you look out the window, and the moon is up there, and it's like for a second you don't realize it's the moon. Sure, you get that eerie sense, and then your brain puts together that it is the moon. Yeah, sure, that's happened to everybody. You get, but that feeling, it's like you got that feeling a lot around the hole there. You felt that feeling. It was that kind of feeling that you would have. You get that sense that you were constantly surprised by the moon. During the day or during the night, it didn't matter if the moon was in, the moon was out, it didn't matter. That was the sensation. And I finally was able to nail it down. It occurred to me, and I said, that's the same feeling I used to get, when I was at my property. It was that strange feeling.
Well, you said there was one other thing, too, that happened with that hole that was unusual, besides the story about the dog.
There's a lot of unusual things about it. There's a specific unusual thing that you know about it.
Well,
the one thing that it was said, are we talking about the thing where people would see like the dark black shaft of light coming out of it?
No, but tell me about that.
Well, this was something again that was told to me, but it was people said that from time to time, what they would see when they would look over towards the property, or if they were on my property, looking at that way, they would see like a shaft as black as black that they'd ever seen coming out of the hole and extending up into the sky. It was like just
that is weird.
Yeah. That is a totally and
let me ask you this, Mel. It's pretty wide, level 9 feet. Can you take a real high-powered light?
Yes, I did shine lights down there, and really didn't get very far with the lights that I had.
I would presume you would see the sides of the
I could see down to the sides, and I could see where the rockwork went down several feet, ran out. And then it was, the masonry work around there, where it was like dirt or rocky below that. But I could see that, I could definitely see that far. But
I guess the light would just flat disappear.
Yeah, you just run out of light. And I'm not sure if I had one of those huge, 250,000 candle light power. I don't know how far it would have gone down.
I've got a 6 million candle power light.
Yeah,
I mean, even that would just poop out.
I mean, those kind of things are cool to like shoot to the sky.
I rather found them useful for pointing at photographers hanging around.
Oh, those are, I've had similar uses of them.
Yeah, they take their video cameras and they split.
Yeah, especially if they have the night vision on,
So then, you were so much of a believer in, I don't know, dare I say, the power of the whole?
Yeah.
That you wanted to be,
Yeah, but I wanted to be, when I died, my body was supposed to be put into the hole.
And I take it your real reason, if I were to ask you for that, is because of the dog story.
Absolutely. And it was just such a strange thing. I have talked to people about what the whole actually is. I mean, not the people that know what it is, but
and there are
speculated.
There are people who know what it is.
Oh, absolutely. But I cannot go to the people that had my property and say, look, why don't you just pass up there and tell me what it is? They're not going to tell me.
All right. What happened was that you came on my program
Yes.
Maybe your biggest mistake.
Yes.
You told this whole story and innocently, that's right, absolutely innocently. And then it was like the next day or a couple of days, or how long was it?
It was you know, I talked the day I sent you the fax. I sent you the fax, and then I sent the fax, and I believe you read the fax that evening. And then I went out to the property just to think, oh, good grief, I'm gonna have a bunch of people down there, you know.
Yep.
And so I went out there, and then I came back home. I wasn't living at the property there because one of our dwelling units there got caved in from the snowstorm there, you know, some of these little tin shacks where you don't hold up to, I don't know, when you get 2 feet of snow on top. So we moved, you know, I had rented an apartment in Ellensburg. And so, you know, I went back to the apartment that night. That's when I talked to you. I don't remember.
All right. And then it was a day or two or whatever. You went back to the property.
Oh, yeah.
After the show.
Yeah, what happened is that it was like the following day, I went I went back to my property, and there were, I sound like a lunatic here, but there was like armed people on my property. I couldn't get in. There was barricades there. There was already a whole bunch of yellow gear, your earth moving equipment was at my property.
Oh, yes.
And I was basically told that there was an airplane accident there, an airplane crashed on the property, and that I could go in there. And,
you told them it was your property.
Oh yeah. And in fact, I think they knew it was my property. I mean, there was no, I don't know, this is my property. So, we have to deal with the situation. But I didn't see any smoke. I didn't see any evidence of plane crash or anything. But they were not going to let me onto my property. So I decided, well, I'm going to go back to town at that point there. It's okay with this stuff that's going on. And I believe I had talked to you again at that point there. And we
you did. I remember you called me that night and you said, my God, there's armed people up there. Yeah. And I let me in.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
And so, again, all this time here, what I have is a situation where my property was taken over, and why they were out there, how come they chose to go to my particular property that they knew was there.
Well, obviously, there's only one answer.
Yeah.
And it's that you were on this program talking about it.
That's right. But, for someone to have that incredible level of mobilization, curiosity, wherewithal, and all these things here to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is a big production.
Well,
they wanted this.
Maybe a hole of this kind justifies that kind of big production. I mean, maybe there's something. I can imagine there's something really unusual, special that
there has been some property that someone was highly interested in, that they thought was very valuable to have, and that they had to have. That makes sense, doesn't it?
They, to you, meaning the government. Were these government employees?
I had, at the property, I had both civilian and military people that were there.
Yeah, that would be.
But I got to tell you something. I mean, I was in the Army many years ago, and I know the green, the uniform looks like, and the fatigues and so forth. But I got to tell you something. When I think about it, there, I couldn't tell you which Army they were.
Which Army?
Yeah, I mean, all I knew is they were in military uniforms. Okay, I couldn't tell you if they were U.S. I couldn't tell you if they were German. I didn't tell you what they were.
Did they have sidearms? Did they have?
They all had weapons. Everyone there had weapons.
As well as like semi-automatic weapons or automatic weapons.
Exactly. From what I could tell, they all had fully automatic weapons.
Fully automatic weapons.
Yes.
Well, that's really intimidating. I've been in countries where I've encountered people with fully automatic weapons who frowned at me, and I didn't like it.
You went to Israel. You got used to seeing people
everywhere you go.
Everywhere you go.
Israel, that's right.
Mel,
hold on. We'll be right here. This is Coast to Coast AM. for Mel's Hole fame, and Mel, somebody just sent me a really interesting fax. Okay, somebody named Scarlett. It says, how far is Mel's Hole from the place where Dr. Reed has had his encounter with the alien? You know, and that never hit me until I just got this fax. They are similar areas, I think.
Indeed. Also, not far from where my property was. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, is where they found Kennewick Man.
Kennewick Man, yes, right.
So
that's a very unusual area up there.
Yeah, I was talking with my nephew about how peculiar Ellensburg is. I mean, it's a little town, about 12,000 people, half of them college students, actually more than half of them college students. They basically got about 6,000 locals there. Pretty small place.
All right. Let me stop you. And when you and I last spoke, your encounter with those strange folks up there, and you had another encounter with them, and they made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
Yeah. Well, first they intimidated the hell out of me because basically they said, look, one of the civilian fellows there said, hey, we could find a drug lab out here and we could put you out of business in a hurry, I'm talking about that.
I remember, yes.
And for all intents and purposes, it sure as heck didn't look like I had a drug lab out there. I had a lot of strange non-native plants growing there, none of them, I have to say, of narcotic nature. These are just your typical desert, high desert type plants. And they basically said, hey, we can shut you down, and you don't have to worry about all of this. Ultimately, they did make me an offer that I could not refuse, and I will tell you the offer that they made me. It had to do with going to Australia, and I needed money to go to Australia, and I wanted to continue my research in medicinal plants. And so we put together a very interesting package and a very interesting lease on the land. This party.
Well, as a matter of fact, you told, did you tell me you were going to Australia? Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yeah, you told me that they had made you an offer for the land, essentially, which was going to be, if I recall correctly, leasing it
in perpetuity.
In other words, forever, or for your life anyway.
That's exactly.
And so then you were off to Australia with a parcel of money.
I'll tell you, they basically gave me $250,000 a month for the property.
$250,000 a month, my God! And so you were, and I know you were in Australia because you sent me a number of emails, which I did mention to my audience from Australia. I mean, there was no question where it was from. They were from Australia.
No, I was set up in Australia. I had I actually for a good while lived out there in Perth, which I loved living in Perth.
In Perth?
Oh, it's wonderful. I loved Australia. Oh,
well, I thought, here's Mel, gone to Australia. I had no idea you were getting that much money. Obviously set for life.
Oh, I'll tell you, it was great. I built some facilities out there in the off the outback, basically, where I can grow the various plants that I was allowed to bring with me and cultivate them over there. And we also did a fair amount of wombat rescue out there, which was very gratifying. And
wombat rescue?
Yeah, they're native marsupials out there, kind of good sized critter out there, but a lot of them were becoming endangered. And I can tell you this right now, the wombats now, I believe to some degree with the work that I had done out there, they're making a comeback out there.
Well, that's wonderful. But Mel, what the hell happened? In other words, here you were in Australia with all this money, and now you're back here and you've fallen on hard times.
So, I'll tell you, I accepted their offers, but I was basically, I was to leave town. I left town. I was actually told to leave my car and wait at the rest stop when I was get off the road outside of Ellensburg, and I was taken to the airport, and then taken to Australia. And so I left the country. I had my 2 dogs with me, and
They wanted to be damn sure you were going to Australia.
I took my dogs. I was set up there. I already had, there was an account already set up for me. The complex paperwork that was involved in, moving as a resident in Australia was all taken care of for me. I mean, it was a piece of cake. They made the arrangements, and so there was some cooperation on the Australian government's part.
Holy smokes. I know they can do this kind of thing, but I mean, it tells you how important this hole must be.
They were basically willing to give me $3 million a year for the use of the property, and basically non-disclosure on certain aspects. And I can only disclose as much as I can disclose. And there's a lot of things I don't know.
Well, listen, I can survive with that. Take the money and run. Hell yeah.
Hey, to me, it was fine.
On the one hand, you got the guys with the automatic weapons, and on the other hand, you got the guys with the money and the ticket.
Yeah. So
not a hard choice.
No. I 99 of 100 people in the same situation would take it. I do.
And I don't blame you for 1 second. And so you went to Australia.
It was wonderful. I loved it. I did a lot of good work out there.
Yeah, well, what happened? What happened, Mel? I mean,
a number of things happened there, and I'll tell you one of the things was I did continue my work with herbs. I had some incredible successes out there with some of the things that I'd actually. I'm going to go out on a limb on this, but some of the things that I had imported from my property out there to Australia.
They usually don't like that stuff.
Pardon?
They usually don't like that stuff.
Oh, but we had found some of the plants that I'd grown out there had some very remarkable properties. And
you think that would have anything to do with the area where they were originally?
Absolutely.
Near the hole.
Absolutely, because I had other plants there that were not native to the whole property that did not have similar results. So I know that growing in proximity of the hole, and we did a lot of cultivation there. I grew a lot of. One of the reasons for being where I was in Central Washington was the type of climate that was there was very conducive to growing the various things I did. I tried to find similar conditions out there in Australia as well.
Yeah, but when I say, Mel, what happened? I mean, how did you go from being relatively rich and well off in Australia? Now you're back here, not well off.
I'm back here, and as you recall, I was making an appearance on the show, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. You sent me.
I told you I was going to be in town. We got in touch, and I actually talked to you here on the stage.
I promoted. I said, Mel's got hold of me. He's in the States. He's going to come on the show. And then, of course, you were a no-show.
Well, I'm going to relate to you the chain of events that occurred.
Please.
From the day that I was supposed to appear on the show,
right?
As much as I can remember, bring it up to date until now.
All right.
Okay, on the day that I was going to be on the show, I helped my nephew move from his apartment. Right? We got him a place down in the Olympia area. Right? And so, we moved him down there and all of that. We got him down here, and then I was going to, basically, we had to return the truck back to the Tacoma area. So I got them all settled here. I got up to Tacoma, returned the truck, and I was going to take the bus down to Olympia. Just take the transit. There's a bus that runs from Tacoma to Olympia. So I got on the bus, going down there. And I got on the bus, and there was an altercation on the bus. There was fighting. There was commotion going on. Anyway, we pulled into the, and some of your listeners might actually remember this, but if they were on the bus, so they might have heard of it. But we pulled into the 512 parking ride, and some apparent transit people got on the bus, and they wanted to ask questions about what happened on the bus. And I got off the bus, and I said, I talked to these guys here, but I have to get them back. I have to get back to Olympia here because we're going to do all of this here. And so they said, that's no problem. We're going to, we've got the transit bus here. We'll just take you back to Olympia. I says, okay, that's the last thing I remember.
The last thing you remember?
About,
what do you mean?
Was it about 12 days later, I found myself in San Francisco.
Somebody did what to you?
I had no idea at that point. I found myself in San Francisco, in a pretty rough part of town, in an alley. These bums were basically trying to wake me up.
Holy mackerel!
They were trying to get me to sing. I remember this. They were trying to get me to sing On the Road Again because I sort of looked like Willie Nelson. And,
No, are you sure?
This is exactly what happened.
And you lost how many days?
12 days.
From an altercation on a bus.
That I was told that they wanted to talk to me about it. They were willing to take me back to Olympia from there. So, I got onto the little transit van. That's the last thing I remember.
So 12 days gone when you, God knows what, were knocked out or kept in some kind of coma or...
When I woke up there, I had nothing on me. I had no identification. I had no wallet. I had no keys. I had clothes I had when I was, moving. They were still as grubby and filthy as, after you move, you get all grubby and filthy. I was in my clothes. I oriented myself down there. I looked around. I noticed there was pain in my arm. I rolled up my sleeve. It looked like, I'm looking at my elbow now here. It looked like, what would you say, an IV was taped to my skin.
Yeah.
There was still the residue of tape.
Oh,
my arms.
Yeah, I understand. So, obviously, somebody kept you out for 12 days for some reason.
And I listened to the first part of your show. And, you were talking about teeth.
Yeah.
All of my back teeth have been removed.
What?
I have no back teeth.
You have no back teeth?
None.
You don't mean like...
molars.
You're not talking about wisdom teeth. You're talking about...
None. No back teeth. Not on top, not on bottom.
Why would they take your teeth
I
out?
have no idea, Art. The next thing I got in touch with my nephew. I said, look, I'm down here, and he gets me a Greyhound ticket to pick up at the bus station over there. Get on the bus.
You were broke?
And nothing. I had nothing. That was it. I had no, he gets me on the bus. I take the bus back. And he told me he was just absolutely frantic, because I called the collection down there. And
I was frantic too. I couldn't figure out what happened to you.
So what happened is there I am, looked like something had occurred to me there. I had no teeth there. I had no idea why I had no teeth. Back, I had front teeth.
Were there scars where your teeth had been, in other words, if there had been recent surgery or?
Oh yeah. In fact, at the time there, I was still bleeding from the back of the mouth. I could still taste blood in the back of my mouth there. So it was pretty ugly.
Well, you were screwing with somebody you should have been screwing with.
Well, I would think that the easy answer would be is that it had something to do with I'm going to get on the air and blah blah blah, and say this and that.
In other words, since I had promoted the show.
Yeah, but that's really not it.
If that is it, then you could be in danger now.
Well, I don't believe that was it because there's a lot of things that I was doing. I got myself in trouble.
Yeah, but Mel, if you think about the fact that look what happened after the first time you came on my show.
Yeah.
Then look what happened after I promoted years later that you were going to be on my show again.
Yeah.
And you're gone for 12 days.
Mm-hmm.
You have to imagine there's a possibility of a relationship there.
We could take the connection and we could put it on the back burner. But I'm a curious fellow. Any guy that's going to say 80,000 feet of flying into
he's a curious guy.
He's a curious guy. I got back to my nephews. I'm still with my nephew now, and
Don't even say where.
but I found out that, and I don't know if you can appreciate this or that, but the next thing that happened to me is that I found that there was some legal action taken against me.
Legal action?
Legal action was taken on behalf of my former wife.
Your former wife?
Yeah. Basically, I had the property on the Monastashes.
You had said it was her property.
It was her property, and it was basically, she had leased it to me in perpetuity as part of our divorce settlement. I had helped her go through school.
All right, Mel.
Yeah.
Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Oh, it just gets worse and worse. Well, she didn't do that to him. Oh, man. We'll be right back.
Oh, it's without my belt buckle. Was that really,
They took your belt buckle?
Yeah, I
now that's really
well,
low.
I made a
Take a person's teeth, but you take your belt buckle.
Well, it was just, I had everything else, and there was another belt buckle on there, but I had made a belt buckle out of silver fork, eating fork.
Yeah.
Bent it. I used to bend metal and do all kinds of things with it. Fashioned a nice belt buckle out of that, and
that was gone.
And I used tumble stones and stuff too, and I had nice looking rocks that I had on there too that I picked up and put on there. And it was like, I had my pants, I had my shoes, I had my socks. Why take my belt buckle? That might be getting ahead of myself here. But anyway, I get back and find out there was legal action taken against me, or it was initiated by my former wife.
I see.
Basically, I had property through just part of the divorce settlement there, and I helped her with the school, and it was pretty worthless land. And she said, "Well, I'll give you that as part of the settlement there." And that was.
So then, what was the legal action? She wanted the whole back?
Well, what happened was the papers I was served with said that I was in violation of the terms of the lease with her.
With her?
Exactly. Part of the divorce settlement, and a number of things that occurred in my property. One, that there were underground fuel tanks put in. Number two, there was a septic system put in.
Oh, this is what the people who came up there put in.
Number three, there was some paving of roads. These were all things that were not supposed to occur on the property.
Gotcha.
So basically, I had lost all rights to the property out there, period. The sad thing about it was I was giving my former wife, because we kind of had an agreement there that if I were to profit from the property, I would, take care of her. We had, we didn't have enough there to keep a marriage going, but certainly didn't have anything against her. I was giving her $25,000 a month.
Oh, it's pretty generous.
Yeah, I would say.
That would keep her. Well, she must have smelled the color of the money. I mean,
basically, I figured
she must have known if you were giving her $25,000, there was a lot more.
Well, someone
in that hole.
But I mean, there's no way that she would have had access to the property as far as I can tell, and someone had to get to her.
Well, yeah, but if she's got control of the property now, then she's probably made a deal
with them, yes.
With them. And you're out in the cold, and you get left with the bums in San Francisco and no back to eat.
I'm down there in a really ugly part of town. I got to tell you, there, I don't have any back teeth. I don't even have my belt buckle. And right now I'm at the point there where I'm actually, I don't know, you can probably tell I'm a smoker, but I'm actually having to sell plasma in order to buy cigarettes. That's how bad I am right now.
Oh my God! Talk about a riches to rags story.
I mean, we're talking, all the way around there.
Well, and still you're pursuing this mill now because I don't want to name these people. You've got some names here.
Yeah.
And I don't want to name them on the air. I just want to be careful here. But you want to find, for example, the Mexican fellow who used to throw
the tire guy.
Why do you want him? What do you, a Catholic priest you're looking for?
That's right. There's a priest. There's a Hungarian fellow that I need to get in touch with.
People who have something to do with the whole. My question is, after all of this, Mel, what do you think you can do?
Well, maybe I should run this back to my time in Australia, okay?
All right.
And I did bring some of the various plants that we've grown on the property by the hole there. Just various plants that, if anyone wants to, they could probably do a little research to find out exactly which plants they are, because the plant themselves have been written about for the last 100 years. And they had remarkable properties.
Like what?
Like what? Well, I'm not going to say the names of the plants there.
No. Properties, remarkable.
They were used, for instance, during by a certain army doctor for dealing with the great influenza that we had at the turn of the century, when it killed all those people.
Yes, millions.
Yes, and the people of reserve received this was an Indian concoction. We're just fine. They had no problems whatsoever.
But I mean, you have been pardon the pun, kicked in the teeth over this now. And so why do you want to keep pursuing it? I mean, if you keep going after this,
it doesn't matter at this point in a lot of ways. I'm 68 years old.
Yes, sir.
So I will be 68 soon. I had a simple life before this. I had an extraordinary run the last several years. And I still need to get some answers for things. I need to get hold of the guy that I gave the gun to. I believe he contacted you.
Where did you get that gun?
That I dug up on the property. I planted various things out there, and from time to time, when I'm clearing a piece of land to plant on, I'll dig up rock, I'll dig up metal, and all kinds of things there. And I found this gun and a holster and those little odds along with it there, and I just basically took this and threw it in my drawer in my little workshop there, my office that I had on the property there. And then when I had to move, I gave it to this fellow, and if I need to move into an apartment, I gave it to him as the deposit of the apartment.
So it must have been a decent gun.
It was, from what I could tell, and I'm not a big gun man, but it was a German P-38. Looked like one of those, like the Nazis used to use back in World War II.
Yeah, you might have really had some on your hands there, and you gave it to the guy.
Well, again, I'm not a gun person. I figure I might be worth something. I don't know.
Why do you think getting hold of him now would be meaningful?
Well, for one, is we can't get hold of him. And two, for some of the things that I remember about the gun now, and that I also found out also what he had indicated to you about the gun as well. What I had found out, I talked with the son is basically that this fellow is, he left the family, he left his wife, he left everyone there. He can't be found at all. I'd like to contact him.
So he's disappeared too.
And he had the gun that I gave him there.
And suppose you found the Mexican guy who threw down all the tires, thousands of tires. What would you do with him?
Well, part of this is also connected with the gun, so I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this here. I found out about it, and I might be able to verify it with some of my own experience.
Fire away.
I had talked with this guy's son. This guy said that, his father kind of became obsessed with this gun here, and I believe what he indicated to you is that he would shoot this gun and it would make a sound.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a long time ago.
Yes. I knew exactly who it was. I'm here to tell you, the guy is speaking the gospel there when I contacted him. But this thing was like dead silent, and it was really weird. So I talked to this guy's son, because he's kind of close to my nephew, and we got talking. Because what was interesting about this, what my dad told me, when we were talking about it, and he kind of demonstrated for him, is that he would set the gun down like near the radio, and it would pick up signals from all over the place, like from the past, present, from any type of radio signal. They could change the channels on the radio.
This is really weird, Mel. Everything that comes out of the area of that hole is weird.
Well, this is what I'm telling you here. Is that he would do that if he would just like about a foot away, wave his hand near the gun. The channels would change there, and he would get something like a baseball game from 1963, or it would be a weather report from Iowa, or it would be something from Canada, or it would be Mexican music playing. But if he was very still, it would stay exactly on a certain channel there, and he would get something like Out of Time with it.
That's weird.
Okay?
That's really weird.
And so that is...
Now I see why you want to find it out.
Well, I'd like to find him. I'd like to find out that he's okay and that, he hasn't done anything really peculiar or very strange.
Maybe it's true that everybody who in any way encountered the hole in the area came to problems.
Well, the guy with the tires, I want to get in touch with him because I had given his, it must have been a son or it must have been a grandson of his, he once drove the truck out there and he had on the property, his son drove out there after him to help him with the truck and get him going there. And he had trouble there too. And to make a long story short, I gave him a couple of buckets of 5-gallon paint buckets full of like rocks and metal and stuff that I picked up on the property. That I was, instead of chucking them aside, I would just toss them in these buckets. Occasionally, I'd sort through them and see what was going on. But I gave it to him, right, put in the back of his car so he could get out of there because he wasn't getting any traction. So, normally, out there when you're in that part of the country, you always carry a couple of bags of sand or something in the back of your vehicle.
Sure.
So he has a couple of buckets of rock, possibly dirt, that I want to get on my hand.
So you think then that anything that came from that area has unusual properties?
I'm beginning to believe that. And the reel this story up to Australia is that I was approached when I was in Australia. I was dealing with some people in the various ministries there, the government ministries of health and different things there. And they were kind of interested in what I was doing. And I was approached at one point to take some of the things that I had brought from the U.S. We gave them to people. There were 3 men who had like advanced HIV. These guys were in hospice. Well, they're not in the hospice anymore. They're not on death row anymore. These guys are doing just fine.
Wow.
This is stuff that we
story. And Mel, why did you? I don't understand why you left Australia. I mean,
I just came back here to be with my family, and what family I have here.
Obviously, a big mistake.
Back in the U.S. here, and that was my primary reason for coming up here.
But if you had stayed, I know. But if you had stayed there, you might still be sipping pina coladas and stuff.
I do wish I was there. I got to tell you, on the beaches in Australia, the women there wear barely more than two Band-Aids and a postage stamp.
I've heard that now.
It's gorgeous. More ways than one out there.
So the money's gone, the postage stamp girls are gone, the teeth are gone, the belt buckle's gone, gun's gone.
I'm trying to get hold of a few people. The Hungarian man, he lives in the area, and actually I have a lot of interest in getting to him. The priest fellow, same thing. He's kind of connected to the Hungarian fellow.
Mel, I'm going to make a suggestion to you.
Yeah.
Maybe you should do what a lot of people do, and you should write a book about this. Have you considered it?
I don't know. I mean, that's my nephew was writing something based on me. Just he just thought it was great. He was, I know this celebrity kind of guy here.
People wrote songs about what happened to you.
Oh, I know. My nephew just showed me the other day. He had a compact disc called "The Ballad of Mel's Soul."
That's right.
I mean, it's incredible. People told me they had drinks named after all of this, and
Mel's Soul drinks.
Yeah, at the various bars, town and Ellensburg, and it was quite a remarkable phenomenon out there. It's really amazing. I couldn't, it really created quite a stir out in that part of the country.
Well, have you tried? This is a key question. Have you tried to go back to the hole, or the property where the hole is?
No, I can't say that. Right now, I'm keeping some of my cards close to the vest because I'd like to put some of the screws on my former wife there to see that, hey, let her know. I hope she's listening. Hey, what happened to me
can happen to you.
Can happen to you, and it might be worth your while to keep me a little bit quiet about things.
Say 25 grand.
Look, right now, I'm happy for an acre or two of land in a trailer I can call my own, where I can keep doing my work.
Well, this is some odyssey. This is something you've been through, Mel. All over us. Well, I was going to say stinging hole. It's not a stinging hole. It's an unusual hole.
Yeah, basically it's a hole, but I really did get the shaft in the end.
It's not funny.
It has been a remarkable thing. I don't know. Did you read the facts that I sent you, or?
Yes.
I mean, did you read it to the audience, or?
Oh no, because there were names in it. I didn't want to,
Is there anything in there you would want me to talk about on the air?
Only the names.
No specific names?
No specific names.
Specific incidents?
Well, we've covered a lot of that.
Okay. Can I say this? There is a very, very, very strong connection with the Heaven's Gate incident and my property.
Well, okay, I will say this. You wanted to make contact with anyone who saw Marshall Applewhite up in that Ellensburg area.
Yes.
Prior to the last appearance on Coast to Coast. By the way, Mel, for your original appearance here was, damn, I have it here.
In February of 97.
I think it was February 21st of 1997. I got a call from my board up during the break here. And he said February 1st, 1997. And so you think somehow, there's some connection to the whole Heaven's Gate thing.
I do believe, and that occurred, as you recall, about a month after my appearance.
I recall. You had a lot of recall on our
show, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, there's no way for people to get hold of you, is there? Nothing that you can give out.
I will give out an email address if anybody wants to get started.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, buddy, go for it.
Mel Waters.
Mel Waters.
One word, right together, @home.com.
Mel Waters. At home?
Home. H-O-M-E. No, I don't have a domain name for
So that's MELWATERS at home, HOME.com. Well, you're going to get a lot of email.
I really want to know if something. If that priest will contact me, I want anyone that knows.
Any of the people from back then that had to do with you and the home.
That's right. The Hungarian man I'm very, very, very anxious to get hold of, and I do believe he would get in touch with me.
Well, Mel, I'm so sorry all this has happened to you. We're running out of time here, but you will never know how sorry I am that all this has happened to you. And
I'm gonna move along here. You know,
you will prevail.
And who knows? You may not have heard the last of all of this.
Oh, listen.
And if my wife is listening, ex-wife is listening, hey, you won't be.
All right, that's Mel Waters at home.com. You probably hear from the media too. Listen, buddy,
hold on your website there. I want those people to get hold of me.
Hold on to your front seat, Mel.
Thank you.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
Even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of a tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Why wait for your tax refund in vain? Help protect your information immediately with LifeLock. Go to lifelock.com, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. As I mentioned, at least 8 states plan to ban the sale of new gas-powered cars after 2035, and several others are thinking about joining them. California was the first state to adapt to what is called the Advanced Clean Cars Rule, and then Rhode Island just signed up. Maryland is there. The other states that have signed up included Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Oregon, Washington, and the District of Columbia. Let's bring in David Lomas. Lomas, a commercial farmer, regenerative ag tech consultant, and biofuels pioneer and author. He's the author of Alcohol Can Be a Gas. David, welcome back. How have you been?
I've been doing well, George. Yourself?
I'm not bad. Tell me, do you think this is going to work, stopping the production of gas-powered cars come 2035?
Oh my gosh, this is just one of those silly things that actually has kind of a grim background to it. You know, this feels a lot like, the Bush era hydrogen highway that we were told make everything cleaner. And, it was just like a giant vacuum cleaner for all the research money for alternative fuels that all went into hydrogen for several years. In California, they built maybe 4 hydrogen stations. Each one cost a couple $1 million each. And they were finished in no time at all. Nobody was using them. So the whole thing about these alternative fuels that don't work is they delay us from doing anything that does. And whatever was there before basically
With that extra weight, I thought about that and I looked into it, and someone actually did the study of how much faster your tires wear because of the extra weight of the battery. And it turned out that was thousands of pounds of rubber dust, hydrocarbon rubber dust, released into the atmosphere from the speed that the tires were breaking down. That the pollution was far greater from an electric car because of weight than it was from a gasoline car burning even dirty old gasoline, not something clean like alcohol.
And what they're saying, David, is prior to 2035, if you have a gasoline-powered car, you can keep it as long as it runs. And you can also buy a used gasoline-powered car if it's out there on the market. But the production of new cars will be electric.
Well, that's really interesting because in Europe right now, most of the manufacturers of electric cars like BMW, Audi, and Mercedes-Benz, they're all ending the production of most of the electric cars. They're in the middle of it because they can't sell them, and they have 50 to 150% more problem for the consumer after they buy them. So the idea of clean, simple, easy to run electric cars is one of those great ideas, but when you go to implement it, then all the little niggling details come to bear. Like lithium, right? Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's, lithium ion. We've seen those kind of batteries all over the place, things we have. But when you try to make a really big one, well, that takes a lot of metal.
They don't want them in your suitcase on a plane, that's for sure.
No, you wouldn't. And the thing about lithium, of course, is that it's not hard. It's not easy to find. It's in mines that people have been working. But these mines are often in countries where, well, you and I wouldn't treat these kids the way they treat these kid miners that are out there scrabbling for the lithium to make these batteries. It's incredibly toxic. And guess what? We've just about tapped out the world's lithium mines. So where are we going to go next to get it? They're saying we'll go to ocean water. We'll filter lithium out of the ocean water.
Or asteroids.
Oh, I like that one. I guess you get a nice big chunk of lithium and just aim it at an ocean from outer space and let it hit.
Try to bring it back.
Oh my gosh. So, lithium is also, one of the wonderful things about lithium is it holds a lot of energy. And, we talk about burning, stuff in our lives, and a way of thinking about burning is something combining with oxygen. So let's say you burn a piece of wood, it's mostly carbon. And when it burns, oxygen from the air combines with the carbon. So you get hydrocarbon soot. So it's a combination of the two.
Right.
But when you're starting to look at what else can burn, well, there's been a whole lot of science done in the past of different metals that will ignite when they're around oxygen. A friend of mine who I don't know if I've introduced you to him or not, but he's working on an old technology now where they spray powdered iron into a chamber and it ignites with the oxygen and produces an enormous amount of energy. Now, I first heard him talk to me about that. I said, now wait a minute, if that metal will do it, what other metals will do it? I immediately found lithium. It turns out, if you have an accident in your car and it breaks open a lithium battery and oxygen gets to it, it explodes.
Oh, my
gigantic
like a bomb.
California's starting to talk about regulations for car repair shops that will have 6-inch thick concrete walls around a car when it comes in to be repaired if it has any body damage. Because
just in case it blows up.
Because it could level, several buildings around it when it goes up. So sunshine or ethanol. And that, just like it was during the hydrogen days, was the biggest contender for what to do as oil becomes more and more expensive. I mean, nobody really thinks it'll run out, but it could get too expensive to put in your car. And that's really what people are anticipating.
It's pretty expensive now, maybe.
Especially in California. I drove by a pump today that was like 20 a gallon, you know?
The diesel's almost $7.
I was talking to people in Australia last week. They're paying $8.50.
Crazy.
I talked to people on a project I'm about to do on the Amazon in Peru, and they're paying $24 a gallon for gasoline on the river for their outboard motors.
$24?
Yeah, well, you know, not like a big fuel truck goes up the Amazon. Usually they move it in barrels and then it comes off the boat. In other words, you get away from town.
Well, what about the infrastructure for electric cars? I mean, they don't have enough power-up stations or anything like that.
Oh, no, you gotta realize the scale of these things, the amount of energy it takes to you know, power. I think the easiest thing I thought about how to illustrate it is think about your refrigerator. Okay? So that's a pretty hefty thing. It's usually something that uses more electricity in your house, except if you're cooking with an electric stove. So that refrigerator's taking about kilowatts, so kilowatt and a half. So that's about a little over a horsepower. So now think about, you know, a car that's 300 horsepower. All right? So now you're looking at hundreds of kilowatts of power to run that car around all day. And, you know, compare that to your biggest electrical use being your refrigerator now, it's easy to say there's no way that there can be enough power. They're talking about trucks being powered by electric. Well, you know, trucks carry weight. Trucks carry cargo.
Do they go long distances?
They do, but a truck is going 400 miles, which is a thing. I know all you guys are out listening tonight. You're going 400 miles. I do that before breakfast.
That's right. With a gasoline-powered engine.
Yeah. So in that case, the amount of energy used is over a megawatt, over a 1.5 megawatts. A megawatt is 1,000 kilowatts. And your refrigerator is only 1.5.
That's huge. David, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back. David Bloom with us on Coast to Coast AM.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls and finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. National Grid understands these times can be financially challenging and is offering no-cost home energy assessments to reduce energy use and lower monthly utility bills. There are rebates on qualifying energy-efficient heating, cooling, and water heating equipment. If you're a customer on a discount rate, all approved energy-efficient home improvements are 100% no cost to you. And if not, you can get 75% or more off. Learn more at netgrid.com/assessment. National Grid is a proud sponsor of Mass Save. That's the sound of a tree in Tennessee's Great Smoky Mountains, releasing volatile organic compounds, which is just a fancy way of saying is creating fog. And that makes the Smokies smoky. This is one of many sounds in Tennessee with a story to tell. To hear them in person, plan your trip at tnvacation.com. Tennessee sounds perfect. The year-round comfort of your home is backed by industry-leading products equipment and expert technicians at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlatesheating-ac.com/coupons to learn more.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry. In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. My keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Anyone who ever loved could look at me and know that I love you. Anyone who ever dreamed could look at me and know I dream of you. Knowing I love you. So anyone who ever loved could take me in his arms and love me too. But really I'm a heart that hurts me like you hurt me and it's so untrue.
From the City of Angels, Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Welcome back to Coast. We're going to take your calls with David next hour as we talk about electric cars. We're going to talk about natural gas in a moment as well. And, of course, many other issues that affect all of us. Paranormal Podcast Network up and running and doing quite well, Tom.
Yes, it sure is. If you have a phone, download the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to your audio on a PC, go to iHeartRadio.com in the search book Coast to Coast AM. All our shows will pop right up. New episodes come out on Fridays, and we'd like you to take a listen. If you're looking for podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained, this is the place. Go to coasttocoastam.com. Go to the top. There's a word podcast. Click that. Everything's laid out for you.
Okay, and there's something for you to build up your immune system.
Malay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of Immustem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and Immustem?
The Immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and Immustem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Financial experts thought we were in the clear. They were anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year, and then the inflation data came out higher than expected. Diversify a portion of your savings into gold with George Gold Group. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Text COAST to 989898 and get your free info kit on gold. Then talk to a precious metal specialist on how to protect your savings from gold. Text COAST to 989898 now.
Attention business owners, are you tired of seeing your hard-earned profits vanish into thin air due to hefty credit card processing fees? It's time for a change. 247payments.com has a software solution that eliminates your fees, offering you unlimited processing for just $49 a month. Ready to keep more of what you earn? Call us at 1-877-682-0068. That's 1-877-682-0068. Call now.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be a Carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Hey, welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with David Bloom. Alcohol Can Be a Gas is his book. His websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com. David, what in the world is going on in the field of natural gas? We all heat our homes with it.
Well, what do you think? In the People's Republic of Berkeley, they banned installing natural gas lines in new homes.
Yikes.
Yeah. Well, see, the scuttlebutt out there, which is actually accurate, is that natural gas is also called methane. Is 80 times worse climate change gas than CO2. It really
well in the ground. That's where gas usually burns.
It's cleaner.
Well, it is cleaner than other things like coal. It's made of one carbon and 4 hydrogen. So when you burn natural gas, well, that one carbon grabs onto oxygen in the air. That gets carbon dioxide. The 4 hydrogen, well, they grab on oxygen. They become water. So it sounds pretty good. A little carbon dioxide, a little water. But the thing about natural gas is that, unlike a lot of the other things that could be sold to us by oil companies or power companies, natural gas can actually be made on farms. It already speaks to its treatment plant, and it's something we could actually put into the existing gas line, and it would be renewable and regenerative. So it's different than natural gas from the ground. They're both methane. But if you take, like I do on my farm, I have a big bag, 100 feet long. It's made out of palm wine. I wanted to show how you can use this thing inexpensively.
What do you do with it?
Well, I put in all the byproduct pulp from my alcohol fuel distillery. Okay, so this is all, basically plant matter that didn't ferment, distill with my alcohol. So it goes in the bag, and the methane bacteria that I threw in there eat it, and they give off methane, carbon dioxide, and a little sulfur. So that methane I can use as, to fire my still. In other words, the energy it takes to distill the alcohol out of my mash comes from the leftovers of the mash being fermented in the bag, and then the gas coming out of the sample, and I can use it. Now, when I make it from plant matter, not from this ground like from an oil spill, that's renewable fuel. Because let's say we have sugar cane, and it sucks in CO2 from the air. All plants do that. They breathe in CO2, and they breathe out oxygen. That's a pretty good thing for you and I to have oxygen to breathe. The CO2, though, becomes carbohydrate. So carbo is carbon dioxide, hydrate, water. So a carbohydrate is gluing together of those two things with sunlight. When we make alcohol, we go ahead and liberate the carbon dioxide that leaves the fermentation tank when we're bubbling away making alcohol. And the remainder of that carbohydrate becomes alcohol. Now, that's enough of the chemistry lesson. The point being that we start with the plant to make the carbon dioxide. The next generation of plant breathes in that carbon dioxide and makes it back into plants. So it's a constant cycle. It's not a one-way trip like burning natural gas from underground, and the CO2 is in the air, building up and causing whatever mischief it does. But with plants, it's constantly recycled. So when we make alcohol, we are not putting any new carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So that's a good thing. Basically, too much carbon dioxide has lots of little effects, throughout the ecosystem. And then there's controversy about global warming and all that. But the idea is we don't need any extra carbon dioxide. When we make methane from plant matter, we are not burning fossil fuels, and we're doing a good thing. All over the world, the cities that are starting to run the whole city on methane they make from their sewage. The city of Melbourne, down in Australia, they make enough gas to run the whole city. So, what I'm trying to say to us is people are working on really good solutions, and things aren't the same kind of grim, dark, sad thing with the electric car guy saying, you can't have natural gas, you can't have alcohol, you can't have chemicals, you got to just have electricity. Then you look at who's going to make the electricity.
And when the grid goes down, we're up a creek.
Oh, yeah, we're not just up the creek. We're up the creek for a long time. I mean, the grid is so shaky. In California, we learned that, a year or so ago when most of the northern part of the state burned down because, there was storms and the electric wires lit everything on fire. So the grid is fragile and it's limited. They can't hold the kind of demand that all these electric chief was possibly put in our way. So 50 countries around the world right now are in some stage of converting their economies over to alcohol. And the only country that doesn't seem to hear about it is our country.
Yep. And you get most of it from what, corn?
Well, in this country, we're making it from corn, but that's not true most anywhere else. And there's so many things that we can make alcohol from, and so many waste products. You know, here where I am in California, we have all kinds of fruit and whatever that have thousands of tons of waste every year. When you make juice from blackberries or raspberries, the pulp is left over. We can make tons of alcohol out of that. And you know, George, I've made alcohol out of a lot of weird things over time because sugars and starches, those are the basic components of plants. So when it comes to this stuff, though, when you bury that pulp in a landfill, oh, well, then it's just like being a methane digester. And all that sugary pulp turns into methane, but it's not contained in a tank anymore or in a methane digesting tank. It goes right out in the atmosphere. So around the world, people have figured out that after oil wells and leaks of oil wells, that landfills are the biggest source of methane going into the air. And so in California, it took us 7 years to do it. We can't put that stuff in the landfill anymore because it would just make God.
Interesting take. Now back to the electric cars for a moment.
Right.
And this is an entire situation. Do you think there's going to be litigation against these 8 states from the automobile industry?
Oh, I think they will. I think what will happen is people will be selling their gasoline-powered cars from other states into those states at 3 times the price they are today.
Oh yeah, used car prices.
But you know, we can run all of those on alcohol. And so if they ever put an emissions test, you know, that determines whether you keep the car on the road or not, alcohol is close to 99% pollution free compared to gasoline and the other things. You and I have talked about, you know, incidents in the past, like when I was working with Ford Cooper at the gas, you know, we were testing jet engines in LA on alcohol because he had some experience when he was a military pilot. They ran out of jet fuel, stuck alcohol, took off, and they were shocked it worked, right? So he got hooked, and we were testing a Boeing 707 engine on the test stand.
Did he ever tell you about his UFO encounter?
Oh, no, I didn't hear that. I have to talk to you sometime about that. But we were testing the exhaust coming out of the engine, and this is going to mention the exhaust gas analyzer was as big as the desk I'm sitting behind. You know, it was a long time ago before everything got digitized. And we couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. We turned it on, and there was no reading. So we did what you always do with a piece of electronic device. You go ahead and, of course, bang it a few times, see if there's a loose wire. And, well, that isn't a big thing. And then you check around back to make sure it's plugged in, right? You know, no, it's plugged in. So we're mystified. So we shut down the engine, and it's spinning down, and we took the probe out of the exhaust side of the engine and set it on the desk. And all of a sudden, all the needles jumped up. So here we are in LA, and the air going into the jet engine was dirty enough to make all the needles jump up and down, but coming out after burning on ethanol, there was no measurable exhaust at all.
None?
None. The machine did not, on any level, make a slight move. Now, our military takes advantage of this, George. You know how it used to be that if there was a missile coming at you, you're in your airplane, well, then you fire a bunch of flares behind yourself.
To try to divert it.
That's right, because it was a heat-seeking missile. Well, war has a way of escalating, so they went from that to smog meter missiles. In other words, it would look for hydrocarbons. So, you know, you can throw out flares, but that missile would keep going for your jet engine because it's reading the exhaust. So what our military did, which was very clever, is they segmented the wind tank for the fuel, just in case people out there, you
What's going on in the world of solar?
Oh gosh, there's so much going on with that. But the thing about solar is there's not a lot of energy in one spot. You have to collect to do something. And solar panels, well, for making electricity, I got some very interesting ones in one of my greenhouses. It was invented right here at UC Stanford. They look transparent and red, unlike black, light comes through. And they're up on one of my greenhouses. I got 250,000 square feet of glass greenhouse here that we grow crops and do research in.
That's huge.
It is. It's really big. And I have more greenhouses than the USDA has for research. Pretty cool. So anyway, the light comes through, it's red. So you look at the plants that are underneath, and they still look green. So when you're looking at something that's green, it's not like it's essentially green in some way, except for you have radar that tells you that. What you're seeing is what the plant reflects or throws away. So green is the color of mixed with yellow and blue. So when you see a green plant, it is throwing away the stressful colors it doesn't want, which are yellow and blue. So a plant loves red, purple, and infrared. So these panels grab a whole lot of yellow and blue, make it into electricity, send it to the grid, and then it lets the stuff plant light come through. And so the plants actually give you 30% more yield, and they have less diseases because they're not under stress from being overexposed to yellow and blue. Clever. This guy figured it out. And now they're manufacturing going up on greenhouses all over the planet.
This war between Ukraine and Russia, is it having an effect on anything?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's really kind of interesting. You see, Russia bombards them with agriculture. Chemical fertilizers, pesticides, all that stuff. Most of that was invented in World War II. People don't realize that pesticides during World War II were used by Germans and by America to spray on the other side's troops and have them go into convulsions and die. These were, chemical weapons in World War II.
That they turned into pesticides.
And after the war, took down chemicals. The other guy said, hey, this stuff we invented for you guys in the war, this stuff really kills bugs. Really bugs. Can we keep selling it? The country was, grateful for their country. Said, sure. So here's the stuff we used to kill people. And they tell us now, it's safe for people, it only kills bugs.
Jeez.
History, man. You got to know your history. So yeah, pesticides are a big problem. And so Russia did the same kind of agriculture as us. But when you use chemical fertilizer, you burn up the organic matter in the soil, which is the engine that keeps all the soil biology going on and makes all the nutrition for our food. And if you do it long enough, and I invite some of your guests to call in from the Midwest for farming, I want to hear from guys who had 20 feet of topsoil a generation ago, and that was their plowing in clay, because that topsoil has, almost completely been destroyed by chemical fertilizer and rainfall washing into the river. They think you're standing on the Mississippi, you're watching a farm go by every minute in terms of all the soil being washed out. So you asked me a question about whether or not, this kind of stuff, when it comes to farming and that, has anything for us to be talking about around energy and that kind of thing. And I think what we got to say is that the way that Ukraine dealt with this land is really different than Russia. It's a long way we got around it in shaggy bucks. So Russia did our kind of style of agriculture. They trashed their soil. It's relatively sterile, just like ours is now. All the chemical, pesticides and fertilizer. So now, Russia's looking at the possibility of food riots, right? Now, if you you study your history, you'll find that no government has ever survived from eating food right. It's a funny thing about people, they're really addicted to food, and they get really grumpy if they can't get food.
They kind of need it, David. We're going to take a short break and come back and chat more. We'll take an hour of phone calls with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. David Bloom with us. His book, Alcohol Can Be a Gas.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter. Available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
It's Ryan here, and I have a question for you. What do you do when you win? Like, are you a fist pumper, a woohooer, a hand clapper, a high fiver? I kind of like the high five, but if you want to hone in on those winning moves, check out Chumba Casino. At ChumbaCasino.com, choose from hundreds of social casino-style games for your chance to redeem serious cash prizes. There are new game releases weekly, plus free daily bonuses, so don't wait. Start having the most fun ever at ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Bartesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sweet Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist at Dr. Dixon. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com. Our kids have said to us since we moved to Minnesota, we are far more happy than we've ever been anywhere else we've ever lived. Moving to Minnesota opened up a lot of doors for us.
Just this overall sense of community, the values that Minnesotans have.
It's a real accepting and loving community, especially with two young kids.
See what makes Minnesota the star of the North. You guys can share why they love calling it home at exploringminnesota.com/live.
Moving to be call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob. KFI, AM 640. Massive
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we're talking about electric cars, propulsion, fuel with David Bloom, and we're going to take your calls with him in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Financial experts thought we were in the clear, anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year. We'll be lucky if we get 3. Then the inflation data came out higher than expected, with the U.S. $34 trillion in the hole, and yet we keep printing money, which pushes the price you pay every day even higher. Food, everything else. You can either buy yourself in the sand, or you can do something about it. Diversify a portion of your savings with gold from the Birch Gold Group. Gold is your hedge against inflation. Birch Gold makes it very easy to own. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't pay a penny out of pocket for that switch. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold as well. Text Coast to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold, and then talk to a precious metal specialist at Birch. How to protect your savings from persistent inflation with gold is what they'll talk with you about. Text Coast 989898 right now.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be a Carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back, David Bloom with us. George Norrie here. David, it's incredible. How did you get involved in all of this?
Oh, gosh. Well, I grew up growing food. We were poor growing up. My father was a policeman in San Francisco, but he was raised on a farm, and he taught all of his kids how to grow food. We had a big backyard. Once we got all the food we could out of that, we went to our neighbors on either side and said, "No, let us use your yard. You can eat all you want, we'll eat the rest." And so we did pretty good that way growing up. Of all of us kids, I was the one who really got to where I loved plants, loved biology and farming and all that, and stuck with me. And so everything grew out of that for me, so to speak.
We were going to get to the point where food prices become reasonable again?
Nope, that's over. We touched on it a moment ago when you mentioned Ukraine, and we were talking about how Russia's really thrashed agriculture. Well, as part of that, they have really tapped out their phosphorus and potassium mines. Now, there are 3 big minerals that we need for fertilizer: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So nitrogen, we have a way of making that from the air using lots of energy. But potassium and nitrogen, potassium and phosphorus, they don't make any more of those atoms. There are, but there are. So Russia's running out. Without those chemicals, raise food on their dead soil. So looking next door at Ukraine, which has done a wonderful job with mostly organic agriculture, traditionally based. The soil is great over there. And they're blessed two really big mines that they get phosphorus and potassium from. So Russia's plan was to go over there and get some farmland, but also to grab those mines. And, well, the Ukrainians weren't dumb. They could see what was going on. So the first week of the war, they went and blew up the entrances to both of their mines, figuring, the Russians will go home. They can't get this stuff, right? Remember those food riots we talked about? Yeah. Russia can't get out. They have to keep going, otherwise they're going to be, the government will go away. So here's the deal. Nobody really knew just how close supply and demand were on the amount of fertilizer in the world. When those lines went away, the demand didn't go away, and all of a sudden everybody was bidding on the remaining fertilizer supplies on the planet, and the price, oh my gosh, farmers used to pay 7% of the cost of growing food for fertilizer. Like that, nothing. It went up to 38% in a matter of weeks.
That's their profits.
And it has not come down, and it won't come down.
They passed it on to us, didn't they?
No kidding. But, me, I figure out how to make a, people say to me that
You're unique.
Yeah, I can squeeze a nickel and get out 2 dimes, So I'm making fertilizer now. And I make it from the byproduct of making alcohol.
How much are you making?
Well, I'm getting ready to be up to the point where I'm making about 70, 55 gallon barrels a day. I crank up over the next 2 months or so. But
not nearly what they were making in Ukraine.
Well, let me tell you about fish emulsion, which is what I'm making as a byproduct of my alcohol process. I used to buy that stuff for a drum for $250. I'm an organic farmer. That's what we use for fertilizer. So now that same drum that I got for $250 now selling for $1,500. Wow. 70 times as much as it was before. And it's been going on this now for into the second year, and it's not going down. So, I take the byproduct of my alcohol process. So let's say I'm using molasses, my current favorite. Well, it's the sap, the concentrated sap of sugarcane. That's what molasses is. And molasses, or I should say sugarcane, is the fastest growing land plant. So it's got good stuff, right? So when I make the alcohol, I take out the sugar, the carbohydrate. All the other fertilizer minerals, the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, all kind of strange little metals in there that plants need, it's all there in the liquid left over at the end. And so in my book, Alcohol Can Be a Gas, I used to emphasize, and people used to dismiss my interest, and every time we make a gallon of alcohol, we make 9 gallons of fertilizer. All the liquid left over with the goodies in it. So I use that as the base for the fertilizer I'm making, and I take other kinds of food processing waste, because, what I talk about in my book, Alcohol Can Be a Gas, a lot of it is how you take food processing waste, make your fuel for your car, meaning alcohol, and then the byproduct is good for other things, like fertilizer. Well, with the increased price of fertilizer, I get more money for the fertilizer than I do for the alcohol.
Good business. Let's take some calls. They're lining up for you. We'll start with Ruth in Maryland. Welcome to the program. Hi, Ruth.
Hi, George, and Dave. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm not too happy about these stupid electric cars because I'm having to pay for it. Like you said, George, I'm having to cost down, so I'm having to pay for this, and I don't even own an electric car. Right? And I might be calling from Maryland, but I'm licensed, tagged, and registered in Virginia. And 2 years ago in Virginia, we got a notice, a letter saying that they were going to start charging us more money if we have an electric car, hybrid, or high fuel efficiency. And they put a $15 extra charge on my registration when when I went in to pay it, I said, why are you making me pay this? I do not have, a high fuel efficiency car. I have a Saturn, a 2002 Saturn car. And they said, oh, well, because you have a small car. And I don't know if you're aware of that. I was wondering if any other states are doing that also. They said they're doing it because of not much for the, tax, the gas. We buy as much gas.
I would guess they're all doing it, David, aren't they?
It's I haven't heard of it so dramatically the way you put it, but there's a lot of things about Virginia government that are kind of unique, But I can tell you here that in California, what we're paying for registration nowadays is really outrageously high. And we have other problems here, different than yours, like they're outlawing diesel here. Well, that may be bad or good, but they have to get the tax dollars from somewhere, so all of our registrations are going up. And, we had this great run in the 50s and 60s, building highways all over the country with tax dollars, and now they need maintenance. So anyway, yeah, I don't have an answer for you other than, gosh, what am I going to say? The best way to get revenge is to go ahead and start using alcohol in your Saturn, and it'll work fine. If you go to my website, Alcohol Can Be a Gas, you can click down in there and you'll see a station finding, which will give you the locations of all the alcohol fill stations in the country. So even if your car wasn't officially made to be both alcohol and gas, virtually every car on the road, starting in 2000, even in the 1990s forward, can run on at least 30% alcohol and some 50 to 70%. There's no universal guide telling you how much your car will tolerate, but it's pretty simple to figure it out. I talk about this in my book, Alcohol Can Be Gas. You go ahead and do the experiment on your car at a careful pace. So the first time you go to the gas pump where there's alcohol and gasoline, well, you put 1 gallon of alcohol in and fill up with gasoline. And, that starts the cleaning process because gasoline has all this horrible, gooey crud that goes through tank and fuel lines. Alcohol starts washing it out. You don't want to do that all at once because, might put a fuel filter.
Let's go to Eric, truck driving in Indiana. Eric, you're out with David Bloom. Go ahead.
Hello, David. Hello, George. I'm just wondering what kind of effect or impact it's going to have on the racing industry, and also I forgot what I was going to ask.
Let's stick with the racing industry. We'll have to call it the Indianapolis 250 pretty soon.
Well, actually, I don't think so, because Indianapolis 500 runs on alcohol, 100% alcohol. Now, the reason why that is, they're patriotic. In fact, auto racing is pretty much the national sport, if you listen to numbers. But alcohol's 106 octane. You can get so much more horsepower out of the same size engine if you maximize the compression ratio or the turbocharge, whatever you're using, and your car won't hang, and it'll just get more power. So for the longest time, even the rag racing used pure alcohol and 4,000 horsepower engines for that quarter-mile run. So alcohol really is the best fuel for internal combustion engines. And, the waste product from making linoleum is what we're burning in our car. Gasoline and all. So anyway, there you go.
Let's go to Scott in Costa Mesa, California. Welcome, Scott. Go ahead.
Hey, George. Hey, Dave. Happy spring, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for being part of the conversation.
Sure.
I've got a learned observation from when power tools went cordless and they were all the rage.
Right.
Everybody jumped on that, and so did I. And I paid 4, 5, 6 times over what my plug-in drill used to be, and I'm glad that I saved my old tools.
Right.
Those batteries, man, they don't last, and you have to buy them again.
absolutely. And like I say, there's so many problems with trying to recycle those lithium things. But what drives me crazy about the tools, just like you found out, the same kind of batteries, lithium-ion batteries. And the tool is like, oh, $40. Wow, what did you thrill? But the battery is like 60. And so it's just like coffee machine. I have an office, right? So, you get a new coffee machine for $150. But each cartridge, with the toner in it, is like $75 or $100. So it's like, somehow we've got it backwards. What's the thing that's important, and what's just the thing that should just be supplied to make it run? So I use all ported equipment on my farm, and I only keep a couple of things going out to the back 40. You don't want to, have we actually all our trucks, you can plug them in right there. Have circuit for that. But anyway, there's a place for them. Not every day. I mean, a corded tool has more torque, has generally more horsepower, the weight. I like it a lot better.
Looking into the crystal ball of the future, David, what does it look like for the electric world?
Oh, the electric cars are going to dry up and blow away. I mean, it's already happening around the world. For car makers who thought they were going to get to, charge all this extra money for electric cars, and people would be happy to pay it. People are not paying for it. They are just, they're selling them at 50% off all over the United States and Europe to get rid of them. Mercedes and a couple of the other companies have decided to stop making electric cars.
For now or permanent?
Pretty much permanently. They're going back to internal combustion engines, because they're not seeing the same. There's so many problems with them. I mean, on and on and on. I mean, in Germany, right, that we're talking about, people like to drive fast. They have the Autobahn there, right? But you can imagine how much more power it takes to go fast. Well, one of the things about Germany, it gets really cold in the winter. Batteries don't work so well.
That's right. Frigid cold, you don't have a good battery working car.
And then the car dies on the freeway. And then it takes like an hour and a half of charging time for me to get this amount of money just to limp off the freeway until you get somewhere to work and charge it up. So, there's so many problems with battery-powered cars. And now, I'll tell you how to run a car electrically and make it safe. See, there are things called fuel cells. So they're different than a car engine that burns the fuel, right? Makes it explode, turns it piston. But fuel cells are different. The fuel goes in and it goes through a chemical process that turns the fuel into electricity and a smaller amount of heat, less waste. And except that fuel cells cost a lot of money. They take weird, rare metals too. But fuel cells for alcohol need a fraction of the exotic metals that are ones for gasoline, turning gasoline into electricity. So here's how you get rid of the battery. The battery in your fuel cell ethanol car is your gas tank. That's your battery. The alcohol in it is many times energy dense compared to an electrical battery. So now you take the alcohol, put it into the fuel cell, and it makes electricity as you need it to drive the electric motor of your car. Now you've got a 600-mile range, and you have no emissions to speak of, and there's no moving parts to wear out. There's a good use of an electric car running energy dense fuel like alcohol without ever burning it.
Let's go to Tom in Riverside, California. Welcome to the program. Thomas, go ahead.
Hey, George. Hey, David. I appreciate the conversation, and it's a long-winded conversation from, decades back now, and the hydrogen and alcohol and all of it has been going on. But I think all this will, like water, will find its own level eventually. The politics is the problem, I think, and it'll find its own level. And I think the guy from Hurricane because of all that. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's going to find its own level. People are not going to wait. It'd be a nightmare to wait to charge your car, and it isn't going to happen. It doesn't make any sense. We got a good system right now as far as gas stations go, and they're there. And if you want to use just diverse, use different alcohol, use different ways. There's a lot of ingenious people that know all an electric car is a good idea, and it's place. I mean, a lot of these buses and other can make good use of those electric cars, and they'll have their own charging stations. But don't put them on the road for people that have person out here trying to shop, going to, trying to run around on the streets all day. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. We can afford a $60,000, $70,000 car, and then have to pay for more tires because, the weight of the car is burning in a month. So it might be out of Watsonville, the state, in its infinite wisdom, got the school bus, the school bus fleet to buy 4 electric buses. Now, they don't have the bus part in like downtown. They're usually on some backwater, low rent, piece of land where the bus park. Well, that was true in this case. So they have one little tiny electric wire going out there. There was no way to charge even one.
Oh, that's crazy times. David, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast Statement.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/baseball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
You know that Big Burger detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water?
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients. Oh, pass me the intercom thing.
If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content
Tide based on the leading bargain liquid detergent. Save on Tide at Target with a Target gift card. Restrictions apply. Terms and conditions apply to gift cards. For details, go to help.target.com/help.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Mr. Captain speaking. We've got a clear runway. We're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick, so I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Get year-round comfort knowing your home is backed by industry-leading Lennox equipment and refrigerations and Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakesheating-ac.com/coupons to learn more.
Don't know how many times I wish that I could tell you. You don't know how many times I wish that I could hold you. You don't know how many times I wish that I could love you. There's someone who could cherish you as much as I cherish you. Cherish is the word that cherish as much as I do
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Richard Martini joins us. Close Encounters of the Flip Side kind. How to phone home from the other side. Looking forward to that. It should be fantastic. Well, for you Coast Insiders, this is Wednesday. That means 2 more programs from the Art Bell Vault.
Yes, indeed. We've dug deep into the vault of over 400 programs. 2 programs this week. One from 1995, Art spoke to the late Zechariah Sitchin about a study of ancient Sumerian tablets, and then a show from 2005 where Art was joined by Dr. Bruce Lipton as they discussed his research into cellular biology. So these are classic shows, folks. We'd like you to take a listen. They're available to Coast Insiders. You can listen on multiple platforms. You can sign up in Canada or the U.S. So many ways to sign up. And George, how do you become an insider?
Couple ways, Tom. You go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. At the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that, and you're in. The other way is to download the Coast app in your app store, Coast to Coast AM. Put the app on your phone, and you get 2 weeks free when you sign up through the app by clicking profiles and subscriptions. People who sign up, just
This is Lisa. I'm a Coast Insider because I can't always stay up with the Coast to Coast Live. Being Insider lets me listen to it first thing in the morning, and sometimes even when I'm at work. Hey, it's Mike from North Carolina, and I'm a Coast Insider. And if you're like me, you get a little each time the live showing does tonight, but that's okay because I can listen to the show anytime, anywhere, right on my phone.
I'm Dawn, Beach, Oregon. I'm an insider living in a rural area. It gives me access to listen to any show.
any show, anytime, 15 cents a day. Sign up. There's something for you.
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Putnam to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss has been focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things to control is insulin levels. What we eat is going to first go through the liver, then it goes to the muscles, then it goes to the liver, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin hormone says that the body's thinking that you just ate. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy of the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin, or it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to burn the fat.
Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic Drops.
We have this absolutely amazing Weight Magic Drops. The concept of this control insulin makes body insulin sensitive. Also, it has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using these drops, by following this diet, and putting the body into the fat burning mode.
Dan, Weight Magic capsules help resolve the problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
Their body temperature is less than people after I do Weight Magic capsules. So just in summary, we use the Weight Magic drops to help control the insulin, also liver, and then the Weight Magic capsule to increase that metabolism. Not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Buy George's Weight Magic Drops and capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com. Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats that you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of a tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Why wait for your tax refund in vain? Help protect your information immediately with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Hi everyone, it's MC from KSCO in Santa Cruz. We produce and maintain the CriticalHealthNews.com website that so many of you coast-to-coast listeners have come to respect and rely on for valuable health information that is not available in many other places that it should be. We help sick people get well without replacing one disease with half a dozen others in the process. At CriticalHealthNews.com, we use education, logic, and common sense to help people understand that good health and long life are rooted in proper nutrition, not in toxic prescription drugs that cause side effects that are often worse than the original disease or condition. Check out articles, videos, Doc Wallach and pharmacist and recordings at CriticalHealthNews.com. You can also order our premium quality products, or you can call 855-949-7234 to talk to a real, live, competent CriticalHealthNews.com human. 855-949-7234. Welcome back to Coast, George Norrie back with David. Final calls here as we are talking about conservative energy. David, do you think you'd ever buy an electric car?
Oh gosh, what would I want an electric car for? I guess if I want to store something and just, have planters on and all that kind of stuff, that just kind of add battery back there to, my alcohol generator, charge it up every so often. Maybe once they start putting those things out to pasture, that one.
They're great on golf courses, I hear.
I think it's hard on the golf course. It's so heavy. I think it's a little, but yes, there's a long history of running around, so to speak.
What do you think of these hybrid cars? Part gas, part electric.
Well, that's kind of clever. Hybrid electric can be a lot more interesting than it is. But it does
up. Let's go to Bob in Fort Collins, Colorado. First time caller. Hello, Bob.
Yeah, George, thank you for taking my call. And David, great discussion today. A little bit of my background. I've been an electrical engineer in power for 50 years and 35 years with the municipal here in Fort Collins. And of course, there's a big push for electrification of everything. The current electric distribution systems just cannot support charging of electric cars, move to heat pump water heaters, and it will be a tremendous astronomical cost to replace main feeders and the electrical distribution transformers in the subdivisions. In Fort Collins here we have 100% underground utilities, so you're not only looking at cable, but you're looking at conduit and vaults and transformers. And if you just look at the amount of transmission lines that need to be built to support that kind of an infrastructure, you're looking at 5 to 10 years just siting a transmission line. Nobody wants a transmission line. So I think there's a tremendous burden if we move that way, and the politicians, of course, they really want to jump on this bandwagon. And when you design electric systems, you're looking at 20-year, 30-year planning horizons for substations and main feeders and those kind of things. So
I agree with that. When I sat down and said, I wonder if there's enough power for the quadrillions of dollars it would take to build a new grid that could do all this stuff. And all the calculations I came up with said, we're only short 2 or 3 planets worth of power. There's nothing about it that actually works. Hybrid electric, not a bad idea. Your battery is fuel. That's a handy way of doing it. But, plain old high compression, small, alcohol only engine, 106 octane, we would be just fine. And we just use some plain old cast iron blocks, which melt down as soon as we can. I don't know.
Now, the powers that be, they've thought this thing out.
Oh, well, that's the way you talk to. I talked with one of the board members of Emerson Shipping. This is
one of the biggest shipping companies.
Yeah, it was at you haven't been there, of course. It was at a think tank down in Cancun. And it was put on by Dennis Kucinich, his wife, who most recently was famous for being Bobby Kennedy's campaign manager, but he used to be a senator from Ohio. So anyway, I'm down there and I talked with the board member, one of the other guys in the think tank. And I said, well, Lawrence, what are you going to do? You can't keep burning that bunker diesel. Nobody in the world wants to burn anymore. Yeah, we know. We have to give that up. It really was cheap, but yeah, it's really just barely liquid acid. Keep burning those engines, it's really foul. But what are you going to do? What's your plan? He goes, well, we're thinking maybe liquefied natural gas, maybe liquid hydrogen. And I looked at him, I said, you must be kidding. You can't possibly be serious. But he goes, well, what would you do, Dave? Well, he just left it open, so I went there. I said, look, here's how it works. There was this movie called Syriana with George Clooney. If you really think back, you might remember seeing this movie. And at one point, there's a helicopter looking down at a bunch of little outboard motorboats going out fishing in the Arabian Sea. And all of a sudden, one of those motorboats takes a left. And then the helicopter view comes down to right next to the outboard motorboat. And you look underneath all the fishing nets in the outboard motorboat. There's a 15, 20-foot long missile sitting hiding under all the nets. And then you look up and you see it's heading right for a liquefied natural gas tank. These are ones of the big round tanks built into the deck. And you watch this boat, this missile, go right up to the boat, and as it hits the boat, the film goes to white. What happens, as I was telling Warren, is without
Dennis Kucinich, by the way, he's running for Congress now in Ohio as an independent.
He'll be great. And just punchline to this thing is that where should you last year launched its first 5 alcohol ratings. And when Maersk does it first, everyone follows. So I think if I've done nothing else in my life, working on alternative energy, considering that freighters use 99% of the energy compared to cars, I'd say I've done a good job.
That company, by the way, contracted out that ship that ran into the bridge.
Oh, boy, they're
working for them. Let's go to Wayne in Tacoma, Washington. Welcome to the show. Hey, Wayne, go ahead.
Yeah, so I've got a little different take on the hydrogen thing. I think, most fields are stored, and I fully agreement. Most of the things said about hydrogen, the storing hydrogen in other liquid form or containers, containers is asinine. There's some good videos on YouTube that show a man that made an onboard hydrogen generator to run his lawnmower on about 1.5 meters to go in 3 speed at one for a motorcycle. Yeah, that works. Yeah, and we stepped up a little bit to do a car. So in the past, there's been several people that have claimed they've done this with cars. And, it can't be done. And then we just have to get water and do something to make the water a little more electrolyzed.
Well, okay, so I agree with you on everything except when you get to the point where you say, well, I just used the car's alternator to split the water in the hydrogen and ran it. That doesn't work. There are ways of making hot water separated hydrogen and oxygen, but the alternator under the hood, that's what splits them. It doesn't go anywhere. I was in Berkeley once when I was doing my TV series, Alcohol as Fuel for KQED, and I went to see this guy, Gabor Summerside, this scientist at UC Berkeley. And he just put out a press release that said they were making hydrogen solar energy. And I went into this lab, my press pass, my fellow official, and they had 2 containers of water, and each one had a disc on it, a metallic disc. One had iron oxide, in other words, rust. The other one, I think, was manganese oxide. And they had water between them. And solar energy was shining on these 2 things. Off the iron oxide one, hydrogen was bubbling off, and off the manganese oxygen was bubbling off. And I looked at that and I said, I can't believe that you just invited me for press to come look at this thing. Aren't you a little concerned? These look academic. No one cares about me. They sure did. They passed all those things from UC Berkeley, and then they walked those patents up, and they have never seen the light of day. They're in there. You can look them up online. Or Summerside, but he never lacked grant money the rest of his academic life.
Let's go next to Charles in Sebastopol, California, on the wild card line. Charles, go ahead.
It was a great conversation. I worked for DOE for many years. I've been familiar with the general concept. Comment on everybody. You want to see the unfortunate outcome of lithium battery powered cars on a very large scale. Look at China. They've had a horrendous, they've had a horrendous track record of cars exploding, getting into hardest fires. There's a lot of jokes about exploding Chinese cars. I mean, they've really pushed the envelope as far as you can probably push on a national scale. And they're pulling back. So I think those mountains would be less cars that would not be used by anyone.
Oh, that's right. They don't work. They don't like, give me a good, solid cast iron block and really vaporized alcohol fuel, and I'm a happy man. I'm telling you.
I wanted to ask about the iron oxide battery. Now, these are kind of interesting. Still a full stage, but they last incredibly long, many, many thousand cycles longer than lithium. I don't use any rare metals.
That's right. The iron oxide batteries last 100. Iron nickel batteries last 100 years.
So why? What's
that long, by the way?
Well, there was only one company left making. I looked into this about 15 years ago, and that company bring energy. In a small state at low cost, you can't eat alcohol. Every day.
What concerns me still about electric cars, the infrastructure. There doesn't seem to be a massive push yet to build electric stations.
Well, that's because the power has to be there at the station.
And it's not there.
No, you have to have a cable as big as your leg covered into the station. You're going to be, charging things. And those are only right outside of power plants. So when you see corporate parking lots where they're making big benefits for people that charge the cars, they have a big generator out there running on either alcohol or diesel. They do make alcohol generators to charge electric cars. And, that's the only way they can do it. There's no power line, just like I said about the school district. So interestingly enough, the school district had to convert two of their school buses to alcohol. But the proviso is I couldn't change anything about the bus. I had to just make a fuel mixture that would work in the selection. And we did it.
You did it?
Yep. And no one had ever seen that done before, but we didn't have any real money. I take that project to a point of commercialization.
David, take 30 seconds. Tell folks about your book, Alcohol Can Be a Gas Universe.
Alcohol Can Be a Gas. That's also our website. Whiskey Hill Farm is also a very interesting part of what I do. Everything that happens on our farm, whiskeyhillfarm.com. And you can leave a message for us at 888-737-6228. We're looking for people who are looking to help us retire our mortgage on our research farm. Feel free to call us and talk with us about it. Go online to our website. You'll see many videos of about the modern era. And I got to thank everybody for coast to coast over the years. You've published 25,000 books for me.
That's fantastic. David, thank you for being on the program once again. Up next, Close Encounters of the Flip Side. God.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls and providing the perfect lighting and capturing perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls and providing the perfect lighting and capturing perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the top, I guess. In my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win the top.
You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the period flexibility. It's designed for women to meet retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again, a paycheck for life. Guaranteed. sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flex Annuity, and it's one more example of your commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter holds. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all can use for. And retirement income you cannot live is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Please visit Gainbridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app. Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Bartesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with a big game bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The big game bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the tropical margarita, vodka, whiskey, and gin lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
This is a radio ad for Dixit, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixit. Visit Dupixit.com or call 1-844-DUPIXIT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us the 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on accepted policies at SelectQuote.com.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/baseball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Jacob Emily, if you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640. Just what I was trying to say. You gotta know. You see that action, you see them talk. State your game back on fire. It was more than a box, used to shots, with your teeth. You ever got me so discreet, I don't know what to say. What you mean? Next to a man, told me something about no, I listen to now. Next to a man, be in the right shit, you sound. So when I'm like I said, I belong. You see,
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
In a moment, Rich Martini joins us. His latest work is called Close Encounters of the Flip Side Kind, How to Phone Home. It's next on Coast to Coast AM.
In a crisis, your number one need is food, because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and is rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. But when you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get two more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one. $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. Hurry, this deal ends March 31st. Go to freefood3.com now.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food, energy grants. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so that people
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
And welcome George Norrie with you. Richard Martini back with us, author, filmmaker who focuses primarily on using hypnotherapy, mediumship, or guided meditation to access the afterlife. Rich interviews ETs and those who have passed on to the flip side, as he calls it, and uses guided meditation to interview contactees as well. His latest work is called Close Encounters of the Flip Side Guide. His website is his name, richmartini.com, which we have linked up at coasttocoastam.com for you. Mr. Martini, welcome back.
George, so good to hear your voice. It's been too long.
It's my friend. We ran into each other at a conference. You're always...
Yeah, we did. Contact in the Desert. And I think that's around your birthday, isn't it?
Yep, it's coming up again in another couple months.
That's so thrilling. You know, what's funny is that they invited me to come speak. So I will be talking at that Contact.
Well, I will be seeing you that Saturday, June 1st, I believe that day.
That's so fabulous.
So you have another winner here with Close Encounters of the Flip Side Guy. Tell me about the title.
It's a funny title, and mainly because when I went to see Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and they showed it at the Contact in the Desert last year, and I remember they had an outdoor screening.
Yep, classic.
And I'm sitting there in the lawn chair, and I recognize a person in the movie, J. Allen Hynek, who, he's got a goatee and a pipe, and Spielberg does one of those, classic close-ups of him as he's looking at the spacecraft arrive. Well, that was my science advisor when I was in grade school.
Hynek was?
Yes. You could believe it. Back in Chicago, I was in 7th grade. I don't know how he knew Sister Joelle from the nuns of St. Casimir in St. Norbert's grade school. I had no idea. But so she told me to do this science project, and she assigned Professor Hynek to come over to my house. And he would come over with his pipe and his goatee.
That's how he walked into the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
And so then I recognized him on the screen. So it was very strange. And plus, of course, his son Paul is an author and a scientist and a professor.
He'll be in contact.
Yeah. And so I met him there. We had a lovely chat. And then at some point, we did a guided meditation over the past year where I spent a couple hours with him doing the same, like you mentioned, hypnotherapy, mediumship, guided meditation. And so we invited, it was his request, his dad to come and talk to us. And I asked his father to remember me.
From the flip side.
Right, from the flip side. His father on the flip side, during this guided meditation, picture yourself in a boat on a river, and the divine council stand by the book. It's a very simple meditation, and you just see what happens. You start asking questions like, so who's here? And when he arrived, are you here? I asked him the same questions I asked everyone. Who greeted you on the other side? And what's it like over there? What have you learned? Those kinds of things. And he talked about what I was like in grade school. The word he used was persnickety, which I haven't heard probably since 1960.
Nice guy.
Wise guy asks a lot of questions. But what was fun about that is that after that, of course, now I have these resources. So, as you know, I work with Jennifer Schaefer, the medium from Manhattan Beach, and we interview people on the flip side. I just give her a first name, and then she'll tell me, so-and-so is here. So we interviewed him on 2 different occasions on our podcast. And I asked him questions, to verify what he had already told me during the course of, and it's a fascinating interview, but it allowed me to go to realize I have been having these conversations not only with people off stage, that's what I like to call it, but also when I'm talking to people in the book Divine Counsel in the Afterlife. I think I mentioned it was 20 scientists, clergy, doctors. I had them all do a simple guided meditation. None of them had ever heard of me before. None of them had read any of my work. But all of them were able to talk to their councils, talk to their guides, learn new information from people off stage that they didn't know they could talk to. And while they're talking to these councils, some of them appeared as ETs. I mean, we use the term alien. It's kind of a pejorative. But the classic difference
And you've heard them all, except I try not to use those terms like reptilian because, they're just people from other realms, apparently. And I ask them the same questions. As we go down the row with the people on the council, they'll see, let's say, an average of about 10 to 12 beings, and somewhere along the line, they'll say, oh, this is very strange. This person looks like an alien. And I'll ask them to describe them in detail. And then I'll ask the person who is serving on this person's council, do you know this person from before? Have they ever incarnated on your planet? Have you ever incarnated on the planet Earth? And one person said, I wouldn't stoop so low. Meaning, and I asked him to explain that. He said that Earthlings are too tribal, too tribalistic. They spend so much time judging how other people look and behave, and there's a lot of fear involved. So that was an interesting viewpoint. But so that's what I've been doing for the past year or so, and interviewing these people off stage that can talk about what it's like, where they're from. And I realized, in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they used math to communicate with the ETs that were supposed to ever come in. They used math and music and light, right? The songs and all that stuff. And that comes from a government study of cryptologists in the 1960s that the Defense Department hired to figure out how do you communicate with another group of beings. And he came up with this idea that because if they can travel these great distances, they must be good mathematicians. And if we communicate in math, and my point, what I came upon is that when we communicate in dreams, we never see people's lips move. We hear them say things to us. Sometimes we learn new information from them. And none of that is math. It's all telepathic. An image appears to us, or we hear a voice. You've had Gary Schwartz on the program.
Sure.
He had that experience right after Harvard where he was in a car with his wife and heard a voice say, put on your seatbelt. And he didn't know what that meant, and he was rear-ended and nearly died. The doctor said if you hadn't put your seatbelt on, you would have died. There's a filmmaker, Bill Bennington, I think. I've got his name somewhere. But he heard a voice tell him to stop at a green light as he was driving to the airport. And he didn't. He kept going, and the voice yelled at him.
Same thing happened to me, Rich. I was going through a intersection. I had the green light, and as I'm going through the light, as I'm getting close to it, something just overwhelmed me in my little head, just saying, don't go through the green light. Pull over, stop, don't go through the, and I'm saying to myself, I've got cars behind me. I've got a green light. People are doing 45, 50 miles an hour through the intersection. I can't just slam on my brakes. But I did. I pulled over, and I did not go through the intersection. At that point, a car went through their red light, and it would have broadsided.
Wow. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Amazing how that.
So the question becomes, Gary Schwartz has spent his career since Harvard trying to figure out how to get sound, from the other side, from the flip side. And my thing is to say, why don't we just ask, who was that? Who was that person? And whether you're doing it with hypnotherapy or doing it with a guided meditation or even a medium that was really talented, you can ask those kinds of questions and see, and in my case, I like to ask 3 mediums the same question and see what the differences might be. But yeah, Bill Bennett was the name of the guy. And same thing, he was on his way to the airport. The boys shouted at him. He pulled over, and a truck ran right through.
Would have killed him.
So the point is that voice. Now, how does a voice make a sound? Either it's engrams in your brain that remember what the sound of the voice is, but it's not like you recognize it. Oh, that was Aunt Betty, or that was Uncle Pete. It was an unknown voice to you. Is that correct?
Yeah, unknown, and to me, it felt like some kind of clairvoyant voice in your head. But it could have been a spirit, could have been something, could have been anything.
Well, that's the other point, which is it's in your head. So it's not outside your head, you know, it's not like sound waves, but somebody who's watching over you. I don't think they were just...
Could have been your guardian angel.
I ain't saw you there. But somebody watching over you was like, he's gonna get nailed if he goes through this thing. And they found a way to disrupt the journey that you were on.
They had 20 seconds to do it, and they did it.
And they did it. And so we can give them credit for that. And one day, as you and I love to say, you'll know who that was. But right now, the idea is what is that? It's a telepathic communication between somebody off stage and you. And my thing is, all right, well, then if that's possible, it's somehow they bypass the filters on the brain. If it's possible to bypass those filters on the brain from their point of view, how do we do it? And I've seen that people can do that through guided meditation, where, you know, they're seeing somebody, let's say, sitting in a boat, an uncle or, you know, loved one, Don Rickles, we had a conversation with him.
Right. He talked about me to you, didn't he?
That's right. And he said, you know, because I did the test, which was, you know, how do you know George? And he said that you came backstage to see him in Vegas. But that's telepathic. You know, you're not seeing his lips move when he's answering the question. And it is in your head. And it comes into your head. And so what I've realized, and this has been really since I first started this research 15 years ago, occasionally somebody will tell me, I had an ET event, I was abducted. And I'll say, well, if you want to explore it, we can. And then you ask them to go back to a moment with it that they recall before, you know, they passed out or they freaked out or whatever. What do you see? And freeze the frame so there's no emotion associated with it. And then what? In this frozen 3D virtual reality frame, you ask the person that you're seeing, do I know you? Am I familiar with you? Do you know me? Those kinds of questions. And because I'm asking the questions, I can ask them directly. This happened about, I think it was about 8 years ago. Really about halfway into this research, a guy came up to me in the street and I read your book, Flipside, and, you know, I'm passionate about what you're doing, and can I talk to you? I was like, yeah, sure. So we sit down and he starts telling me how he had a memory of lost time. He was with a friend in Hollywood. They were on their way to the car and they looked up and saw what looked to be a UFO. And the next thing you know, the next thing they knew was they were driving down the hill like 2 hours later, you know, late for their appointment. They had never spoken about it to each other. So I just said casually over coffee, well, you know, let's see what we can learn. And in the course of this conversation, I said, can you see the ship? Can you touch the ship? Can you go inside the ship? Can you tell me how many beings are aboard the ship? Can I speak to the pilot? And all of these things, the guy looked puzzled and said, yeah, I'm seeing this humanoid type person. And then I'm asking directly, can I ask the pilot a question? And this guy says, he says yes. And then I ask the same persnickety questions I ask, which is, what are you doing here? Are you a tourist? Are you just flying by? Or, and the answers were, this person is a colleague. This person is somebody that I've known in their previous lifetime. This person is somebody who agreed, even before they incarnated on the planet, that I would come and get information from them and pass information to them. So then I've also had an unusual conversation with somebody who was abducted many years ago. Simon Bones, a podcaster in England. And we did a live on-the-air discussion. He didn't know we were going to talk about this, but I just brought it up. I said, did I read somewhere that you were abducted? And he said, well, I've never spoken it on the air. And sure. During the course of this conversation, he identified a gray, one of those gray aliens. So I did the same thing. Can I talk to him? And the gray alien, I shouldn't use the word alien, but the gray said, I'm an artificially intelligent machine. I have been created by other people to come and collect DNA that
likened it to donating blood to the Red Cross. And this DNA will be brought to other civilizations to help them because they can't procreate anymore. And it's the people that we're taking these samples from have agreed prior to incarnation to be part of this journey. I mean, mind-bending. But anyway.
Let's do that. Now, in the forward to your book, Close Encounters of the Flip Side Kind, you talk about filters on the brain, but explain what they are.
Well, I stumbled upon a sentence in Dr. Helen Wamba's book, Reliving Past Lives, where she said, it's as if the brain is a receiver, like a stereo receiver, and it gets all this information unfiltered. But the hypervigilant left brain, she termed it, blocks certain information that's not conducive to survival. Then I'm reading Dr. Grayson's book, Bruce Grayson, I think he's been on the show, after, and he's a near-death researcher from University of Virginia. Same sentence. Filters on the brain block information not conducive to survival. So I've dug into it. Some children are born without filters until about the 8th year. You know, they remember previous lifetimes, they see people that other people can't see. My kids were the same.
And then the filters come in.
Then the filters come in, and then elderly people. Dr. Grayson's YouTube talk, Consciousness is not, or is consciousness produced by the brain? He talks about 70% of the UK hospice care workers who their dementia patients suddenly spontaneously recovered their memory. And Grayson noted, it's as if the filters on the brain have died with the atrophied brain. You know, they see people in the room that other people can't see. They recall their entire life. In, like, for example, Steve Jobs, his last words, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. You know, clearly seeing something that his sister in the room couldn't see, as if the filters had gone. So the idea is that apparently while we're on stage, these filters block the awareness of what's happening off stage, and then we can bypass those filters, sometimes in dreams, sometimes using hallucinogens, as some people do, but also using hypnotherapy or guided meditation. Or I think mediums are people whose filters are just not quite in place. That's why they can see or hear, or, you know, they're different. Some sense, some hear, some see. Jennifer, who I work with, she really has no filters. You know, she can see and hear and, you know, all kinds of stuff. But the idea is it's not that that's a gift or something special that, you know, was granted to them by the magic fairy. It's their filters are not working properly. And they can see and hear these kinds of things, but we can bypass them using hypnotherapy or guided meditation. And as we've demonstrated, George, you know, talking to Don Rickles, it doesn't require being under hypnosis. You can just start asking questions.
And by the way, when you mentioned Rickles, he had already passed on.
Correct. And we did have a conversation with him because it was at the end of the show, and I said, so who would you like to talk to? And you said his name. And so I took that name to Jennifer, and I, as she works, I just said, I'm going to talk to a guy named Don. And that's how we were able to talk to him.
We're going to take a short break. Hold on, Rich. We're going to take a short break. We'll come back and talk more. Rich Martini with us, Close Encounters of the Flip Side Kind.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while joining the photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hop on over to Family Dollar for everything Easter this year. Save time and money with fun, affordable, pre-filled Easter baskets starting at only $5 a piece. Or get creative and craft your own with a large selection of basket stuffers like plushes, sweets, and toys. On the hunt for amazing deals on basket filler candies like chocolate eggs, 3 for $3, or Sweet Tarts jelly beans. Now buy 2, get 1 free. Don't worry, we've got treats for everyone. Only at Family Dollar, helping you do more.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
In my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win in top.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you lucky?
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly skilled stylists at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter, your step feels springier, even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Goes to AM.com.
Of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday
a.m. with George Norrie.
We're going to the flip side next hour with Rich Martini. We're going to take your phone calls on Coast to Coast. Lots more to talk with him about. Conversations with ETs up next on Coast to Coast AM. Paranormal Day.